that off. Any of the stuff you don't like, you can turn off of your home screen content that rotates. I kind of like the rotating content. Some of it I don't care for, but I haven't gone through and really done that. Now here's where you set up your display. You can set up your slideshow preferences for photos, your brightness. You can make it adaptive so that when the room brightness goes down, the brightness on the screen goes down as well. And when it goes up as well. So before alarms, you can make it look like a sunrise, and then you can dim the screen to save power. Going back here to settings, and we go to sounds. You can set up your media sound. There's an equalizer built in, which is pretty cool. So you can, this has a little speaker in it, which sounds pretty good, but you can set up bass, treble, mid-range. Make your alarm go up in level so it doesn't, knock you down. You can do custom sounds in here. So these are your custom sounds. And you can do request sounds from the start or when you do something and the end of it, when you're asking it something. There's a good example of the weather popping up on the screen. Now we have a whole nother sounds. Oh, we already did the sounds, sorry. You can set up the kids. You can set up a do not disturb for different times. Your camera. You can actually set up remote access to the camera stream, which is very cool. If you press learn more. Home monitoring. So there's a good write-up on how to use the cameras in the devices. You can set up your incoming call ringer. Now this thing will actually make phone calls. So if I say call one of my contacts, it will actually do that, and you can make a phone call through this and not even use your phone. Hopefully I edited that part out. But there's where you set up sidewalk, your web options. You can set up a remote. This is where you can pair another gadget, check for your software updates, and it keeps saying that I have, okay, it finally says I have no updates. Oh, wonderful. Reset it to factory defaults and show the serial number of the device. You can do your restrict access from people, set up your calendar, and then it's all help, accessibility, and legal stuff. And then it shows you where to go to the app to link your accounts. So yeah, that's a good look at the device there. I am going to go ahead and now get this traded out because it is black and the one in there is white, and I'll show you guys that now. All right, we are in the newly remodeled 4K home theater room. Notice I removed the ugly skin that was on there, which was terrible. Now to take this out, it's so simple. It just literally pops right out. And why you should buy the one with the audio output if you're really interested in doing audio to another device and not using Bluetooth. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Please like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right, here we go, everyone. Maiden voyage on the 70 volt upgrade. I think this is going to be a little ridiculous. What do you think, Brad?
I think this is, from what we just saw, this is literally insane.
All right.
Check motor temperature, what? Oh, wait, it's on demo? It's on demo.
Yeah.
How do I? Communications. Okay. So we got to connect to the controller. All right, we're connected. Waiting for forward and reverse switch. We're on. All right.
Good sign. It's moving.
All right. That's full throttle.
No, it ain't.
Just kidding.
It can't be, not for what I did earlier.
Got him. Oh, my lights don't work!
Here, I got you.
Okay. All right,
just slowly ease into it.
So slow. Full throttle. So slow. Full throttle. What the fuck? Where's the controller? Inside here?
Yeah.
It's here? What's wrong? What's wrong?
It wasn't slowing down. It was still sticking at speed.
It wasn't anywhere close to slowing down on the dashboard. We lost our tablet. We hit the bump.
I think you just gotta. It's gonna keep falling off. Well, you're gonna need like 20 magnets on the back of that thing.
So hard.
Does this show miles per hour?
Yeah. No, that's RPM in miles.
Just remember those things in the middle, so avoid them.
This thing is so fast, dude. It is nowhere even close to hitting the top speed.
No.
Almost like I want to hold this so I can rip it.
Yeah, just take it off. But let's get on a straightaway before we make turns. Shit. It's gonna be fucking nuts.
It sucks without any lights.
Got a pretty decent straightaway right here. Oh. Holy shit. Dude, hold on a second.
You want to get your speedometer out?
Yeah, I gotta get it out. That's squirrely. That is big time squirrely. Hold on.
Lights, man.
No, keep going straight.
Let me pull it right.
Alright, speed. Do I have a speed thing? Hold on. Hold on, just stop.
You can stop the camera for now. We'll get some video during the day.
What's this blocking? See, it's got this like. Oh, that's you too. Figure it out of there. You're gonna be able to open it up and get on the main drag on Monument. You're really close.
I think it's just bouncing. It's not gonna be good video. It's trying to be just
At those speeds, you probably need your tires balanced.
Tires
super balanced.
They are?
Yeah. Well, I got it done at that tire place. They balanced it. Just the whole front end is real balanced.
here quick. That was fast.
Oh. Okay. Completely dead. Some people here though.
Monday, she's got a job here. She works here now. Dude, the other day when you took off, I swore it spun the wheels.
Might go back though.
Yeah, that's fine.
$100. start, people. I bet that video is so shaky.
I feel like you could have gassed it and probably got in front of it. Yeah, you're on all acceleration right now. I felt when it was going backwards, there was a little hesitation in it. That's because it doesn't have it's all top speed. But if you took that and put it to torque mode, this thing would probably pull a fucking tree out of the ground.
How do you do that? You turn the speed down?
Yeah, speed definitely has to go down. But then there's also a torque setting. I think mine has a torque setting.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh yeah, they don't want to smoke. Oh, young ass kids. I told Jonathan if we could find your dirt bike before this weekend, man, we could all maybe like Sunday go out dirt bike.
Yeah, be sick.
I'm hoping that mine gets fixed by then. That's hope. Alright, I'll be back.
All right.
I'll bring the box, okay?
Okay. Footage, video, and you can see right here on our channel analytics, we have 314,000 views in 28 days, 2.3 thousand hours of watch time, 13,000 subscribers. We only made that much money. That is the true amount of money that I made on the channel. There is no hiding the fact that that is what happened this month. So guys, please show your support for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and like and subscribe, like every video. Subscribe to the videos, click the bell icon so you know when I'm live, and go ahead and buy all of your favorite Amazon products through the affiliate links. But why don't you start with this nice Xbox Series X 1TB digital edition. There will be a link in the description for you to click through. Now we have to get out of here. We have to go. We have to get out of here. We're going to this place. All right, we are out here at Duval today, and this is the boat, the Hydrosport. We have some stuff to do to this boat today, some audio stuff and some Garmin stuff, and we're going to be trying to install this. We brought all the connectors over, and we got everything ready out here. We got the Kenwood speakers, we got the new head unit, so hang out today while we do a little bit of boat work here with this dude. Out here today at Dukes of Duval, and on the back of the golf cart here, pay no attention to these two bottles, but in front of those, we have all the tools we need to do some wiring. We've got our butt connectors here. We've got heat shrink and crimp, and then we've also got the tin cons that you just use a heat gun and it melts the solder and does like heat shrink tubing kind of solder on it. We got a park zone right here, so if you guys are trying to park, I don't know why that's in there, but we got a park. Oh! Stop. And today we're just gonna look at this. And what are we gonna do first though? Like, what's our first thing?
All right, so if you guys remember from one video, like maybe a year ago,
yeah,
we bought this boat, got a good deal on it. It's a 2004, so it's in great shape from the fact that like it's been in dry storage and it has very little hours on it. A lot of the electrical is going to get updated on it, so
okay,
maybe the trolling motor in this video, next video, but yeah, it's a little outdated, so it's time to upgrade.
Okay, so what's our first goal? Like immediately, what do we need to do first? Radio stuff? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
It's so old that the only thing that has on it is like a USB style connector for music, and that doesn't work for me. So I was able to find this brand new receiver radio, Fusion, which is a really nice one that has Bluetooth on it. So we're going to put that in there. And then I had to buy this aftermarket facial plate on it. And I think they like 3D printed.
3D printed plate, yeah. 3D printed which we plate. We could probably sand that down with a really high grit sandpaper.
We might, right? Just kind of smooth out the edges and stuff, but I'm not too picky, right? Yep.
Yeah, not really.
But as you can see, like never used, right? And
yeah.
I got this on Facebook Marketplace. I think I paid $50 for this. Okay. And these two speakers, so we're going to upgrade those two as well because the other ones are a little bit old. And then on another boat that I had a really nice Garmin setup on it. So we're going to replace the depth finder GPS combo with a nicer, much bigger screen, color coded, really nice. Only like a 1.5 years old. It's going to be really nice.
And then, so I just was looking at the speakers here, the KFC 1630, 1653 MRW.
They're the same size. And the screw holes will line up. We'll see. Hopefully it'll be a pretty easy swap. So yeah.
All right.
Both in great shape. It just needs a little bit of updating. That's all it is, right?
Yeah, that's what we're here for today. We came here to work, so let's get it.
Yep. Got one video.
Oh my God, a cat. Milky Eye. So Joe wanted to talk a little bit about the Robalo trailer. This trailer was purchased from someone last week, and it's designed for a much bigger boat, so we were able to come in and kind of adjust everything, move some things around, re-drill some holes, and make this trailer fit for the Hydrosport. And in the process, we moved this from there to up there. Stanchion.
Got him!
Edit. Stanchion.
Got him!
And also adjusted the, what are those on the bottom?
Bunks.
The bunks.
Yep, and then a cross member on the back because the trailer was too long for a 25-foot boat, but it's working just fine for a 20-foot boat. So.
And there's also room to upgrade now to a bigger boat later in the future and still pull this. Now all we have to do is delete Robalo off the side, which is on with sticky tape.
Or just buy Robalo because it says it already.
Not a bad idea. Just buy a big Robalo boat that fits. And there you see the older head unit up there with the older Garmin unit. We're going to be taking that out today. And we're going to attempt to install this new marine head unit. And basically it has both speaker level and RCA outputs. It's got an auxiliary in left, right, if you wanted to if you wanted to do like, you know, a hardwired input, but we don't need that because it's got Bluetooth.
Yep.
So, and then on the back here, everything's labeled pretty clearly.
So here's the thing about why we got this 3D thing is that the existing radio is a normal like single DIN radio outlet, right?
Yeah.
Or backside.
Right. It's a double DIN.
But with this one is a single, like a smaller
single DIN, but then a weird size.
Right. So like in reality, it's almost too small.
It's half a radio.
It would have like fallen through. Yeah. Wouldn't have lined up. So this one
just literally goes right like that.
Can still utilize the existing layout of the single DIN, and then we'll have to add some additional holes, but at least it's clean, right? Mm-hmm. So it's kind of nice. Actually,
it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
Hyped to hear it bump. If you had to and you didn't like it with the stock level, you could just grab an amp and go RCA out.
Correct.
To the amp and then just go that way.
Yep.
All right, stop talking and start working.
Let's go.
Getting the tools ready right now, just everything we need to start the project, getting the video set up, drills. And so taking a closer look up here, you can see there's a waterproof DIN single din of it, like around the cover. So it's supposed to be waterproof. But so the first thing I'm gonna do right here is take off this cover. So there's 6 screws here to remove the cover of this. And this is just literally to kind of maybe protect a radio that's not designed to be a marine radio and get wet. Not yet. Tap, tap, tap in. Hey, instead of doing all that, let's just try to get this whole thing out. Wiring harness and RCA or something. Wiring the back of the golf court. Here you go. Yo, we can just cut the power, ground, and remote from this harness right here and extend it.
Dude.
What the? Are they talking about me?
All right, we got the radio installed, we got the speakers wired up, and we can't turn the music up because it's copyright music, but it's not super loud, and we're kind of concerned about if we have enough volume to overcome. It's loud right here, believe me, the neighbors are mad, but when we get on the water and the motor's going,
Different story.
it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, so it's 4-channel, so I'm wondering, do we add 2 more speakers and then put an amplifier to it and put a subwoofer to it? We'll see.
Let's go.
Maybe.
Back out here, radio's in. All right, so next we got to get this Furno replaced with a real depth finder. So that's the next thing on the list. And what is this? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh, this is old Furno, I think. Way old school. This is 20 years old, man. Basically, all this thing is...
My age.
Yeah, it's old. Yeah. So basically, all it is a depth finder. That's all it does. Look.
It's got a fish on it.
Oh, my God. No.
Wait, doesn't it have to have something underwater?
It does. Transducer, but it's fine.
We could use the same one?
Old school.
We use the same transducer?
No.
How do we get the other one down there?
Pull it through with the other wire.
Dude, we don't have a good pull record. We can't pull.
We can't pull. We both, between you and I, we both pull.
Last time we pulled, we ripped one in half. That's going in the video.
Oh, it's not. We have to hook this up and this up, right? Which once it goes down the hole, this will be right there, right? This and this. This wire though, however, we gotta take this off because this loop comes inside the boat.
It has to. There ain't no other way.
That's wild. It's a massive wire.
Yep. There's literally no other way.
Look at this 5200 that like never dried.
Never dry. Hey guys, we're back at Supercar Street Racing in the 4K production studio, and you've got Brad here, and you just saw myself and Joe Dukes of Duval putting in his new Marine audio head unit and his 2 new speakers. I just wanted to go over a few options with you guys to put this in your boat. And taking a look at the screen right here, you can see there's a Boss audio unit here that is square. That would actually require you to cut your little console up there. Right below that, there is a Garmin nice looking unit that has a LCD screen that's kind of cool, and it is $358. And then if you go directly down below that, you see a standard single DIN unit there. A lot of boats just have that. And then very common is a round one like this that kind of resembles the gauges in your boat. And then taking a look at Marine speakers, there are quite a few to choose from. Now these are all waterproof as well, and you know that is important out on the boat because they're going to get very wet at times, even get rained on. So there's a lot of options here. Most of them are 6.5 inch, but there are bigger ones as well. And also there are subwoofers available for that as well. If you want to get a sub to have more bass on your boat, check out the subwoofers on Amazon, and I will leave a link in the description to all these. Here's some that go on the tower of your boat. They clamp right onto that, and they also have some that have like LEDs inside, which is pretty cool. But of course you'll have to put power into them. I think most of them require power. And on this page we have a good selection of amps. I tend to like Rockville amplifiers. They are a good value, they're low price, and they tend to perform very well. And you can see right here on this one, this is a 6-channel amplifier, but you can bet it is not 2600 watts, even though it says it is. So this one actually has a PA system also with a microphone, so you can actually use that on the boat. And there are some that have Bluetooth, so you don't even have to have a head unit. You can install a whole system, just the amplifier, and you can use your phone to supply audio to the amplifier. Guys, I would love to sit around all day and talk about marine audio with you guys, but I gotta work on getting a boat myself, and I'm getting a 700-foot yacht. I'll see you guys on the next one. Please like and subscribe, and always buy your products through our Amazon links. Check down in the description. I'll give you a couple of options for amplifiers, head units, and speakers. And we'll see you next time. Wow, the water looks crazy. It's got like all this steam coming off of it. It's really cold today in Jacksonville. It's 41 degrees. I just drove all the way to the Best Buy out by the airport. That's about the same distance as the other one, to get some thermal paste, and of course they didn't have any, even though they said they did online. So now I'm headed all the way to the town center to try to get some thermal paste. All right guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and yes, this is the most expensive 9500 BTU air conditioning made for your home. So today we're taking a look at the LG window air conditioner, and there's some little info right there on the side about it with its model number and everything, which I will put a link in the description here. And basically, why is this air conditioner so expensive? So there's a couple reasons why. First of all, take a look at the styling of this thing. So most air conditioning units have fin, vents here on the front. This guy has a nice clean look on the front. No vents at all. And so the vents are on the side right here. So that's the intake vents. Has a nice design, and The best thing about this guy is that it is smart, and I'm going to show you guys a little bit about it today and clean the filter with you guys so you see how to do that, explain how it works, and let you even see what it sounds like. So first of all, this LG window unit works with the LG app called ThinkQ. I think they call it ThinkQ. It used to be called something else, a little bit more complicated, but I think it's ThinkQ, I think. I will put a link to that here, or put a graphic up that shows that. Now I know what you're thinking, you already see this part here. So the reason that I have that there, this is tint. I have that there because it's a little bit too bright at night, so that knocks down the LED lights quite a bit so that it's easier to sleep in here. I do that for most of my devices. Have a difficult time sleeping sometimes. So if we take a look at the front here, we can see that we have cool, energy saver, fan, and dry. So it looks like to me, and I'll have to verify this in the manual, that dry just dehumidifies and doesn't cool. Of course, fan is just fan, which I use that a lot during the winter time. Energy saver is a lower energy usage, and it turns the fan off when it turns the compressor off. Cools your standard cool. Got a little indicator here to tell you to clean your filter. There is a sleep timer. This is how you know if you're connected to Wi-Fi or not. And then last one is just a regular timer. This guy here adjusts your fan speed. And then this guy here, your temperature up and down. So this uses the app, the LG app. And I will kind of show that to you guys after we take a look at the filter, which does need to be cleaned right now. So there's the filter there, and the filter light warning light is on. So let's go ahead and get that cleaned. All right, to get the filter out on this guy, you just kind of like, well, thought I knew how. Take 7, kind of just slides out there. Take that guy to the kitchen sink in here. Give it a nice wash. You see already, it's getting it really clean. And so every couple of months, if you use this every day, you're gonna have to clean this, maybe even more than that. So you see the dirt coming off? Really easy to clean with the sprayer. I'm going to go ahead and finish cleaning this and I'll be back. Got the filter nice and clean here. Much, much better. Going to go ahead and reinstall it. Pretty sure it just slides in, but there must be an easier way than what I did, and I might need 2 hands. So I think it just, yep, I'm gonna need 2 hands for this because I believe I have to get it to slide into that notch right there. Be back. All right, so we got the filter reinstalled. It bends easily, so it's super simple to install. Here you got your vent controls, up and down, left and right. Go ahead and close the unit up. All right, and then I'll show you guys why this is the most expensive AC. But first, a look at the remote control that comes with this guy. You can see you can do everything from your little handheld remote if you want to. It's got a power, temperature, energy saver, the mode, fan speed, timer, sleep, and clear, just like the front. But I want to show you guys what happens. I don't know if the battery is even still good in this, but I'm going to give it a shot. So I'm going to turn on the AC. Yep, battery in the remote is dead. I don't use that remote, so let's do it from the front panel. All right. So I want you guys to notice. There's no sound at all. The only sound is coming from my central heater. It is on fan 3. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys hear how the fan ramps up. So it is on now. Still can't hear it. So there, it's coming up a little bit now. So this is awesome. Why? It doesn't knock you out of the bed like at the beginning of my video. It very slowly brings the fan up to speed so that there's never that jolt. Even when the compressor comes on, you hear like a very low-pitched hum. It does not knock you out of your bed. So there's the fan on. Still ramping up. Very quiet. I think it said 42 decibels is what it is. So that's probably about full speed. Now let's go ahead and change the mode to cool so you can hear the compressor come on. So the compressor just kicked on. I saw the lights dim. That's how good this air conditioner is. You don't hear it. It doesn't knock you out of your bed when it goes off and on, like when you're staying in those hotel rooms and the thing like comes on and you're up 45 times a night. So this thing is on cool now. It's set to 60. The air is very cold coming out of it. You can hear the compressor now. It's a kind of a lower frequency, and that is what the dual inverter does. This thing's awesome, by the way. It keeps this room. This room's maybe 150 to 200 square feet. Keeps it absolutely cold at night, which I love. Go ahead and power that off. But that's full volume, full cool, and you barely hear anything. But I like a little bit of sound. So now, when you turn it off, there you go. So it's completely off now. Now I know you're going to ask me, why do you have a window unit in your bedroom when you have central AC right there? Well, so long story short, it's about energy savings and comfort. I like it to be cold at night, and I don't want my whole entire house to be cooled to, you know, I typically keep it between 65 and 67 degrees at night in here, winter and summertime. Now, cooling your whole entire house to 67 degrees is going to be expensive. This little guy is energy efficient, Energy Star, has all the certifications, bells and whistles, all that stuff. And it'll keep my room here at 65 to 67 degrees and will not have to cool my whole house down. Now I do also have a skill set up for good night with Alexa over there. She woke up. Never mind. So I have a skill set up, a routine set up, not a skill. This guy uses a skill to connect to her. I have a routine set up that does multiple things when I say goodnight. It, first of all, turns off the VESA thermostat, which is there in the hallway. It also turns off all the ceiling fans that are connected to Wi-Fi in the house. Then it turns this guy on automatically and sets it to 65 to 67, depending on how I feel. It also turns on this box fan via a smart plug. Alright guys, taking a look at the ThinQ app from LG, and we load that up. Had to blur out my email address, I guess, but let's take a look at this. You can see all my LG appliances are on ThinQ. You see my fridge there, Sub-Zero. You got Fireball, my cooktop. You got Plate Destroyer, my dishwasher. Then you got Winona Dryer, and you got Luke Skywasher. At the very bottom, you've got Air2D2. That is the LG window unit, so let's press that. Now we can see here with Air2D2, tells that it's 55 degrees in my room. You can set a schedule here with the app. And then up here, you can go ahead and power Air2D2 on. It is on cool. You can see here, we can walk into the bedroom, verify that this guy actually did come on. Let's check it out. Yep, it is on now. That did work. So the temperature is set to 60 here, we can see. And you can set the fan speed and the mode by pressing cool. Let's go ahead and switch that off. So now Air2D2 is switched off. So let's take a look at the skill for that. So setting this up with Alexa involves a skill, and you have to have your LG Smart ThinQ or whatever it's called account. This is what this is you're seeing now, but now to get Alexa going with this you need a skill. So we go to the app, skills and games, search for LG. This is confusing because several of them come up, but here's the ThinQ basic. You go into, now it's going to be disabled if you've never done this before. You hit enable, and then you have to link your account to it from LG, and then that's how she will find your devices. It'll discover your devices on the next page, which I don't want to go through the setup again. But once it discovers your device, you can then use it for to be turned off and on via smart home. And now let's take a look at routine. So my routines are here. So let's take a look at good night. So here's the skill and the routine. And here's when I say is how it's set up. It's named good night, but if I say it's bedtime, put her name in front, she will turn on the fan, set the house temperature up. Just be aware if the heat's on, it's going to go up to 80 degrees heat. So it can't turn off and on the system. It can only change the temperature. Then you notice there's Air2D2. It powers that guy on and sets his temperature to 67. Turns off the theater room ceiling fan. Turns off the living room ceiling fan. Turns off, it's supposed to be on. It actually turns it on. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the bedroom ceiling fan. Yes, it turns that off. Says goodnight to Susie and myself, and then it turns off its own screen by using the command Alexa turn off the screen. And you do it from the device you speak to. So that's a look at the LG air conditioner, dual inverter air conditioner, which is probably the most expensive at that BTU that you can purchase. There'll be a link in the description to buy this guy. And as usual, I really appreciate you guys watching, and please like and comment, subscribe if you can. Supercar Street Racing. See you guys. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. We're out in Studio A today again for another cool product that someone wanted you to check out. Psych Plus reached out to us to see if you guys would be interested in looking at their smart tire inflator. I have it right here in my hands. This thing is pretty awesome and I'm hyped to have this for my golf cart and my car. The smart tire inflator is what we're going to be looking at today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it done. Welcome back guys, you're on Supercar Street Racing. You are checking out our channel today and I'm so happy to have you guys here. And today, Psych Plus reached out to us to see if we would be interested in taking a look at their AL7. And you can see it on the screen right here. It has some very cool features. It does some very cool things and I think you guys are gonna love it. Now it's $79.95 right now. It's about 27% off, but by the airing of this video, it might be a little more or a little less. Not sure yet when this will get out. It does support heavy duty vehicles. It can actually do pickup trucks and off-road vehicles and other big vehicles like that. And of course, it also can do floats and air mattresses and all the other little things. It's very light. It only weighs 2.8 pounds. This guy is so powerful, it can refill a 17-inch tire in only 2 minutes. It also has a 15,600 milliamp lithium-ion battery. It recharges in 150 minutes with its USB-C port. Now it does have advanced cooling for the motor, so it can work up to 35 minutes without any issues of overheating. A lot of those small little pumps that you get at like Walmart, they'll overheat like almost immediately and they're not even designed to work for over a few minutes. It does have a cool LED screen also that shows you tire pressures and targets. You can see by the graphic right up here, it can do a 15-inch tire in 45 seconds, a 17-inch tire in about 95 seconds. There's a look at the battery. It's a 5200 milliamp hour battery with 11.1 volts. Then down below that, it shows you everything it can do with that battery. 10 times on a car, 28 motorcycle, 84 on a ball, and then a bike 160 times. Pretty user friendly, and it can also go up to 100 PSI maximum pressure. It's cool because it opens up on the side and it has a place for you to store everything. The T-hose, the Presta valve, the ball needle, and the balloon nozzle, the air hose with the Schrader valve, and the Type-C charging cable will all fit right inside this thing. And the cool part is when it runs out, you can run it corded. So if the battery runs down, you can actually run it in a corded mode. The two fans that are built in this unit help keep it cool even when running for long periods of time. It's very small. You can see the measurements here, 3.5 by 6.4 by 6.4. Very, very compact and easy to carry as well. There's a diagram right here of the thing. I'll put it up on the screen. It shows you the handle, the 12-volt DC port, and the USB Type-C port. This guy has 32 reviews and it is at 4.4, so that's not bad. It just needs more reviews before it will be up there a little bit more, but we're gonna take a look at it and review it ourselves and see what we think. All right, now that we've taken an initial look at the Psych Plus AL7 Smart Tire Inflator, the next thing we have to do is throw it inside and do some unboxing. Let's throw it into the Studio B right now with Brad and get this thing unboxed. We have the Psych Plus AL7 Smart Tire Inflator directly in front of me right now. And Psych Plus was so hyped for you guys to get a look at this. And I am hyped because I will actually be able to use this on my golf cart. I have one tire that is very slowly leaking. So this will be great for that. We're gonna look at this today. On the side of the box, it just says Smart Tire Inflator AL7. Nothing on that part. You can see here, it's got a cool display right here. And on this side of the box, there is some product information here and its pressure range, 3 to 100 PSI. It is rechargeable as well. That's a good look at the box there. And this thing is supposed to be pretty cool. It will blow up 10 cars, 28 motorcycles, 84 balls, or 160 bikes on just one charge. Also very good for RVs and pickups. It can inflate a 15-inch wheel and tire in 45 seconds, a 17-inch in 95 seconds, and it does everything. Off-road tires, pickups, SUVs, you name it, it can do it. Got a big 5200 milliamp hour battery at 11.1 volts. And it's got a large LED screen that you can see right here. Does a maximum pressure of 100 PSI. And it can work either corded or cordless. If the battery dies, you can go corded, even if the power runs out. It has built-in fans, which really help. A lot of these tire inflators get super hot. This guy has some fans to go ahead and help out with that. Even after 35 minutes, it should not be hot. Okay, directly inside the box of the AL7 Psych Plus, we've got a user manual right up top. Inside the user manual, it has a packing list, shows you how to operate the screen and the buttons, how to connect a tire to it, and how to recharge it. Does have a built-in light, so we'll take a look more at this when we operate it. On top, there is a foam piece protecting the Psych Plus right there. Nice packaging. I'll go ahead and say the packaging is very awesome. You guys can see it is well packaged. And everything must be inside here because there is nothing else in the box aside from the Psych Plus and the manual. Now right here on the Psych Plus, there is some peel satisfaction right here on the display. We'll go ahead and peel sat. Got them. And that is the rest of the unit. You can see here it does have this handy carrying handle right here. Very cool. Controls are right there. There is a USB-C port right there that is hidden when you slide the handle over. And then in the back here, there probably is a storage compartment. Oh, there you go. It just pops open directly like that. And inside they gave you a USB Type-C to USB Type-C charger. They gave you a connector for doing balls. Looks like it is for standard valve stems. You just screw it on the end right here. Just like that. And let's see if it will store back in there. And it does have the ability to store in there, and you can put your other stuff in there as well. There's plenty of room in there to put even this stuff back in. We'll need to see if it is actually charged. It is charged. It looks like it's almost all the way charged. And then we have to get out the user manual to understand how to operate it. First thing you do is just power it on, which we already did. You can see right there it is on. So it has 4 modes, and you go to the mode by pressing this button here. Now notice here, it's on car. If you press it again, it goes to ball, bike, and bicycle. Bike and motorcycle. Let's put it back on car. And then you set the target pressure. So however you want your tire to be inflated, you go ahead and move this knob to that PSI. And then you short press the power button to begin inflating, but you have to make sure that you are already connected to your tire, which we are not. There is also a light button right here. It turns on a nice LED light, very bright. Let's go ahead and power it off. And that is all there is to it. You can see the fan right here that keeps it nice and cool. Now let's go ahead and take it into the other room and put it directly on a charger and let it charge all the way up before we use it. Okay, we just completely unboxed the Psych Plus AL7 right in there in Studio B. We showed you everything included with this, what the unit actually looks like. We did plug it in and check that out as well. But now we have another mission. We're gonna actually have to test this thing out, and we're gonna do that in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, where the golf cart has a tire that leaks about every 10 days or 15 days. You have to put air in it. Let's take this thing directly out to the garage and test this on the Supercar Street Racing 72 volt lithium-ion golf cart. Okay, we got the Psych Plus right here, charging in the kitchen, and it is at 3 out of 4 bars. We're just waiting for it to charge up a little bit more, and then we're gonna take it out to the garage and work on the golf cart. So let's go ahead and get this thing out to the garage as soon as this is ready to go. And you can clearly see out here in the garage, this tire is low. We have our Psych Plus AL7 here. This is a perfect way to use the Psych Plus. Let's go ahead and get out what we need from the little compartment in the side. It just flips open like that. and that was the charger cable. We probably don't need that, but it also has your other connectors in it. There's my nice wheel and tire combo for the golf cart. This wheel and tire combo is low. You can see I don't know where it is leaking from, but I need to take the tire off and take it to the tire shop. But for now, we get a chance to use our Psych Plus. And look, it has a place for your attachments right there. But to put this on, you simply put it on the wheel, the valve stem, and then you close this little latch, and this thing is ready to go. You can then shut the door here if you want to. There's the light. If you want to try the light, we can do that now as well. Let's just hold down the light button. And look how much that lights up our area here. It's very convenient. And this tire wants to be 25 PSI. So we hold down the power button, but we want to move it's almost like a volume control, but it's for PSI. We want to move that down to 25 PSI. To start it, you're supposed to just hit the power button briefly. There it goes. Dancing. Look how fast. This thing is awesome. There you see it. It did inflate my tire to 25 PSI. Perfectly with no issues whatsoever. And I do love the light. It's awesome. We'll check this top right front tire. It looks fine. Oh, it's at 14. That simple. This thing is bad to the bone. See what we got over here. 13 PSI. Nice. Still have not moved on battery. It is still at 3 batteries, and that's where I brought it outside. I brought it out here at 3. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that amount in the tire, that's fine. And you can see right here, this could be used to blow up rafts. You just stick it into a raft, screw it on the end of this, and this is used for blowing up rafts the same exact way. We got a raft right here, and you can see it is completely limp right there. We have our thing there. You just push this into the valve. That should be good. I'm not 100% sure, but on the Psych Plus, we need to change the mode. So we have to push this down. Let's try this. There it goes. I'm gonna get ready to turn it off. That worked absolutely perfect. Awesome. Love this thing. Now we just got to take this out and plug the hole. Okay, you guys just saw us actually test out the Psych Plus AL7 out in the garage. We went ahead and inflated the golf cart tire with this. It worked awesome, and I'm sure it works just as good on regular tires for cars. Basically, the golf cart has the same type of tire. Now there's only one thing to do. We need to figure out how to tell you guys to get your own Psych Plus AL7. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in Studio A for a first time in a long time, and that is because we had massive power problems out here that we just got fixed. We got a new electrical panel, we got new service, and the studio now has its own dedicated circuit instead of just pumping off with the house and just breaking all the breakers every day. We're out here again finally, and I'm so hyped to show you guys
the Psych Plus AL7. Now, Psych Plus did get in touch with Supercar Street Racing and wanted you guys to check this out. It's sitting right here on the screen, looking so fly and fresh, and you saw on the video what we did there. We went ahead and unboxed that thing and went right out into the garage and pumped up that tire directly, and it worked absolutely perfectly. I encourage you guys to get this. It's very cool. It has a very long lasting battery. It can handle heavy duty loads as well. It has attachments for both rafts and also balls, so you can inflate any of those things with the Psych Plus, and it lasts forever and has a very cool light on it and built-in storage. So go ahead and check out Psych Plus, the AL7 tire inflator, and let me know what you think about this thing. I absolutely loved it when I tried it right out there in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And I want to thank you guys for 200,000 subscribers, and please always buy through our affiliate links. The Psych Plus will be down in the links. Go ahead and click through there when you buy yours. But we got to get out of here. I'll see you guys later. It's about to storm.
Welcome to part 3 of the Avon E90X install video. We were just talking about File Manager, but I was just going to show you guys that this has an SD card slot right there, right on the side there, right there. You can see the kind of the reflection of it. Does have an SD card slot, and mine has a 128 gigabyte SD card in it, which is very nice. Yes, you can move applications to the SD card. That was my biggest thing, being able to move apps. So, File Manager is ES File Explorer. Let's go to Car Info. No, let's not. Actually, Car Info is your factory navigation system. If you want to go to that, you hold down Menu for 3 seconds, and it switches over to your factory nav, where everything works like it did before. So we hold down Nav or Menu 3 seconds again. We go back to Android. Let's look at some more of these settings here. Browser is basically, I believe, Chrome. And you can see here I had a bunch of malware installed, but we got rid of that finally. But yeah, so that's Chrome. And let's go back to the menu. The next set of menus. So this is video. This is a video player. DVR, so you can record your dash cam and either your front or your rear view camera. Settings takes you to a settings menu that looks like the BMW settings, but this is actually the settings for the unit, and this is where you set up what navigation app you want, your language, and by the way, the iDrive control works. The time, by the way, use original time and set it up in your Android settings. This is how you set the volume levels. This is how you set up your rear view and front camera. This settings actually takes you to the Android settings, just like an Android phone, and then this takes you to the nav screen, where you can then, the nav setting screen, the actual unit, where you can go into factory setup by hitting 1314. Okay. Inside here are the settings for the navigation system, and this you use your finger. Now this is important here. Car type. The only way I could get this looking correct when you switch to BMW is to put it on this. So if you have an E90X, you can try all these settings until you get the one where the resolution looks right when you switch back to BMW. There is also a boot logo change screen here. This is where you set up the GUI. I have it set on Evo New, but if you set it to NBT, that is the new BMW look. So let's go to menu again. So dashboard is interesting except for one thing. So dashboard is where you get information about your car, and you can see it actually works. But the problem is that it's in kilometers per hour and liters. I mean, come on, dude, get this working correctly. This unit is for the US. It doesn't, you need a switch for miles per hour, okay? So hit back. Phone link is where you use your telephone, and apps is just like it says, it's your ta-da Android apps. And you can see some of the stuff I've got loaded on here. I did try to root this. I was not successful. And in the process, I installed a billion malwares on it, which I removed later. So yeah, I have all my BMW apps here. The iDrive does not work on this screen. But so you have a BMW, you probably, and it's an E90, you probably know about MHD and you probably know about XHP. So let's talk about having MHD available to flash the car. So let's hit that. Of course, resolution looks weird until it boots up. Now here's MHD. Now let's look at, now every time it boots up it asks me if I want to use a USB cable, which is annoying, but it does it every single time. So let's look at where we would flash. So here's the maps, and I'm using that E85 mix down at the bottom for corn. And let's hit the back button. So yeah, this is the MHD flasher, and in the next video we're going to talk more about that.
We are in the Supercar Street Racing living room, and I'm Brad, and welcome to Supercar Street Racing. If you're new here, we're so happy to have you with us. If you're not new, welcome back to the channel. And today we have a partnership with Wow Lights, and right behind me here sitting on the table, we're gonna get these Wow Lights 100-foot outdoor permanent lights unboxed, see what's inside, and figure out a plan on where we are going to install these. Right here in front of me, so graceful and fly looking, is the Wow Light C5103-A. This is a 100-foot permanent outdoor light kit similar to the other one that we had. And we're gonna get this opened right now and see what's inside. Ever so graciously provided to us from Wow Lights, we have the Wow Lights installation package right here. You have one thing of bulbs and wire right there. And then right next to it, we have another thing of bulbs and wire. Inside of the box, that was inside of the box for the Wow Lights. It looks like we have here a remote control. We have some clips to hold the wires in, similar to the other kit we put in. Some more clips to hold the wire in. We have what appears to be a controller, a power supply and plug. Remember, this uses 110 volt standard power. And then we have a user manual right here. Okay, we do have the Wow Lights powered on now, and I just wanted to give you guys a brief tutorial. Now, the power supply is first in the chain here, then the LED controller hooks up to the power supply, and then the Wow Lights go on the chain just like that, and they just connect one to each other with these handy little quick connect things. And now when you are ready to actually get these lights paired to the app, it does use Smart Life, and I will get that opened up and see if I can figure it out real quick and get back to you guys. Okay, we are in Smart Life right now, and as soon as we opened it up, Bluetooth was able to connect to the lights, and it was wanting us to add. And now it is pairing the device to a 2.4 gigahertz network, and it has a little clock spinning up here that it is adding the device right now. Now the lights all did stop flashing. The flashing means they were in pairing mode, and they just automatically connected to the smart home as well. I did edit the name of the device, and I think I am going to end up putting these on the fence, but I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do it if you want to put it on your house so that you have that information as well. But here is, once we get into the app, you can see that you can change the scene, and there are some different types of scenes you can change to, like whatever in Rhodius Profusion is. There's one called Gorgeous there. There's one called Blue Sky, which Not sure why, because okay, now it is turning blue, mu, whatever that means. So there's all kinds of different ways to change it. There's headings up at the top that say mood, festival, life, color, and scenery. So you can go to each one of those, like tropical dawn, and you can change your light colors. So the way these work to get these installed on your house is you basically take some cleaning fluid, you put it up on your house underneath the soffits, and I'll show you an example of that with the other kit that I have installed. And then you just simply press these up onto the soffit. About 4 to 5 inches away is what they recommend on the distance from the house, and they will stick. And then if you have issues with those actual things sticking, they give you these clips as well that you can screw in. And so that takes the weight off of the actual wire, and you would simply put clips between each light and it will hold up the light much better. If you do have issues with any of these sticking, I did find that super glue, really good super glue, works the best, and that will keep them on. So right up here we have a different brand, the brand I'm not going to speak about right at this moment, but you can see that they are just spaced out a certain amount, and then I put the clips right between each one to go ahead and hold up the lights. Now I did have one fall there, which I went ahead and super glued back up and have had no problems, and I've only ever had one light ever fall off. But this is kind of the spacing and the distance from the house that you want, 4 or 5 inches away to do these lights. Okay, I'm doing a little experiment out here on whether I can actually mount these to the fence, and my idea is pretty simple. I think I could just zip tie these on and they will continue to point down. The problem being there's nothing to stick them to on the fence. So once they're pointed down, I'm going to try to see if they will stay. If they won't, this will not work. But I have them draped over the regular lights, and they honestly don't look that great with 2 light strands here, so this may not work either. Just because of that reason, it would be cool if it did look good. So let's try the experiment. All right, we've already got power run out here, so I'm just going to tie into that real quick. But I'm going to turn the power off first. The power is off now, so I am free to work without shocking myself. I am all done with this part of the project. I have not decided yet if I am going to keep this or not. I want to see it at night. It needs all the zip ties cut off and just to be kind of adjusted here and there, but I think it's going to look cool at night. I just want to see if it looks weird, and I probably need to put more zip ties on it so that there's not loose wires in different places. But for now, that's all we're going to be doing until it gets dark. All right, we are now recording on the phone to go check out the WOW lights for the first time at night, but we will have to pause down to turn on the lights. But let's get out here and check it out. And here is a view of the WOW lights installed on the fence, and they are absolutely cool. Didn't know if I was gonna like them, but I actually absolutely do love them. Check this out. Yeah, they look crazy good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna keep that and go ahead and add the second set over here. So just down this fence here and go all the way to the water right there. But I mean, this is crazy looking cool. And of course we can change the colors and the scenes and all that. Let's try that and we'll come back. Ah, here it is. So here are the different effects. Pretty cool. And you can go ahead and dim and raise it. We can go back to scene. Here is one called Mew and one called Mediterranean. As far as I know, when you go back to dimmer, it's just a straight color. Here's Sunflower. Dazzling. And you can go to these other tabs for life and festival and color. But we're going to wrap this video up now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will be doing this other side as well. We just have to get the lights and we can do it. We are out here in the 4K production studio once again, taking a look at WOW Light. Now, the company WOW Light was gracious enough to send us these outdoor lights. It is a 100-foot set of outdoor lights similar to other brands. However, this one actually uses Smart Life for its app, unlike some of the other devices that use their own custom-made app. And you can see right here on the screen, we have the 50-foot version right there and the 100-foot version right here. The 100-foot version is $263 with a $60 coupon added to it to get yourself a little discount. And I can tell you this, the way these work. So the way that you put them up, and we just went over that in the video, is they have 3M tape on the back. You just take that and you peel it off and you stick it right up to your soffits. Ideally, you want to be about 3 to 4 inches away from the house for maximum effect. Some people aren't able to do that, like I wasn't able to do that with my set, but you might be able to. Now, I took mine to a different level by putting it on my fence. I just thought it would be cool. Now, it is expensive. However, I've been having issues with my lights on the fence burning out after about 2 or 3 times of being in the rain. So these will probably last way longer. Now, looking at the reviews, they do have a 4.3 star review out of 25 ratings. And if we look through the picture here, you can see that they do show the app here, and it does use Smart Life, and it has a Bluetooth enabled discovery on the actual thing. So when you actually start it up, it finds it via Bluetooth and then it adds it to Smart Life via Bluetooth. And looking right here, you can see that they are IPS65 waterproof, and they are good for up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is also good because most of the time these are going to be out in the rain, and you can control them with smart home devices. You can do a bunch of different lighting effects. There's some funny ones in there that I don't even understand because they don't make sense, but they do look cool. Now we have to get one more set to put in the other side of the yard on the other fence, and then we should be good to go. And it says right here holiday decoration, but you can actually use them all year round, like I'm going to do in the backyard. I'm going to have both fences with the lights on it, and so we will be able to control them like that. And like I said, it is $263, which is much cheaper than some of the other ones that have the same effects and the same amount of lights. So there is a coupon. Make sure you use that, and make sure when you buy anything from Amazon, not just this, anything, you can click on any of my links in the description and buy anything you want. And on my affiliate program, it does give me a couple of dollars because the channel loses a ton of money. So this will help me greatly if you do it. And now we got to leave because we have 1 million LED lights to replace in the backyard. How's it going, guys? I'm Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and it is loud because I am right below the Dames Point Bridge. And if you feel like the Red Hot Chili Peppers right now, you're right, because this reminds you of that exact song, Under the Bridge. Check out this awesome shot right here behind me of the Dames Point Bridge in Jacksonville. Right there, Jacksport, right next to me on my right. To my left, all kinds of construction and gravel and all kinds of stuff going on. And yes, traffic directly above my head, probably hundreds of cars a minute going directly above me. Let's talk about 2 years with my Tesla Model S Plaid today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It is loud because I am underneath the Dames Point Bridge and traffic is flowing directly above me, and that is so cool. I wanted to bring you guys this edition from under the bridge because I came here years ago with the car club to take pictures. It's just such a cool location. So here we are again on Supercar Street Racing. 2 years with the Tesla Model S Plaid, and the car has 4,000 miles on it. That's it, only 4,000 miles in 2 years, and I don't plan on putting that many more miles on it in the upcoming year as well. The car has 1 more year to be paid off. I think I owe about $38,000 on it, and it'll be fully paid off, at which time I will be getting a brand new car. You guys don't know about it yet, but it is coming in the next year. And we have planes flying overhead, we have cars flying overhead, everything we need to make an awesome video about the Model S Plaid. Now let's get going. I'm gonna tell you what I like and what I don't like and everything that's happened in the last 2 years with this Tesla. Now let's start right here up front with the wheels and tires. These are BC forged wheels, and they were special ordered and created just for me. Nobody else has this exact set. They were tooled and created just for me for Supercar Street Racing. I got to pick the color, the finish, and also the finish on the actual hardware, which would be the little bolts right there. These are actually 3-piece forged wheels. They are lighter than the Tesla stock wheels. I don't know about how much, but they are definitely lighter than the stock 21-inch wheels, which is awesome. I do have Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's wrapped around the BC Forged wheels. Now, the cool thing about the BC Forged was BC Forged actually sent me pictures of my wheels as they were being made, and they were in the CNC machine, which is pretty freaking cool. So I got to see the wheels, I got to see the stock before it went in the machine, I got to see all the drawings, and that was awesome. I loved it. The BC Forged wheels have been great. I have made an effort not to mess them up in the past 2 years that I've had them, and I always keep this car in the garage, and I be very careful about curb rash, of course. These wheels were about $6,000 to get, and they take about 4 months to get. So if I damage one, 4 months, and I don't have a spare. Now, moving on to the tires, I have had some problems with tires, but not on the front. I have had 2 flat tires. I ran over 2 different things in the road, both metal objects that flattened the same tire. It was the back passenger tire that went flat, and both times I had to get flat towed to the tire place. The second time, I have a nightmare story. They put the wrong tire on twice. They ordered the incorrect tire twice. They got me a Pilot Sport all season. Makes 0 sense whatsoever. Now, right up front on the Tesla Model S Plaid up here, you can see a few modifications that I did right away. The lights are tinted with the satin wrap. The rest of the car is satin wrapped, and so are the front lights. It looks really cool. It gives them kind of a smoke clear look, but the whole entire car is PPF wrapped thanks to All Set Auto. They did the lights as well. And up front, right down here at the very bottom, we have the carbon fiber splitter. Looks awesome. It adds a great look to the car as well, makes it more sporty. We have the carbon fiber front V here with the black Tesla logo as well. Allset Auto gave me the black Tesla logo. I bought the rest of the stuff online. You can order your stuff online as well. RPM Tesla and some other places have exactly this stuff, and I'll put a link in the description for you guys to check it out. But that is all we have in the front right now, is just that carbon fiber. Somebody's coming. All right, moving along to the side of the Tesla now, we are looking at the camera covers here. Those are actually carbon fiber. They actually are matte carbon fiber, and they're made to match the carbon that's already on the car. The rear spoiler there is also matte carbon fiber, so you will see it matches it perfectly. They press on, it looks good. It adds some sport and flair to the already sporty Model S Plaid. All right, next up on the side of the Tesla Model S Plaid, you also can see that all of the windows are tinted, including the front window. Allset Auto also did that. But right here on the side, we have the carbon fiber mirrors. That was one of the first things I put on the car, and I think they look pretty cool. They definitely make the matte PPF wrap kind of offset a little bit, and it gives it a little bit of flair on the side and brings out the sportiness in the Model S Plaid, which it definitely needs more than it did from the factory. These carbon fiber mirrors are easy to put on, and they're just press on, and it's super simple, and they fit perfectly. There will be links in the description for that as well. Right here on the side of the Model S Plaid, we have the Model S covers for the handles. All you do is press these directly on. It's super simple. They match all the other matte carbon fiber. The weave goes the same direction as the carbon fiber that comes stock with the Model S Plaid. They press directly on, and there is the handles as they pop out. Looks pretty cool, adds another sporty touch to the Model S. Back in the rear here, we see the other size of the BC Forge wheels, the wider size. The back does have 295/35 ZR21s on it, a little bit wider than stock, which is great. You need that for traction. Even the Model S Plaid can break traction in the dry sometimes on a non-prep surface. Moving towards the very rear, we have the Model S charging cover and taillight cover carbon fiber. Now this is super easy to put on. It lines up directly with your existing charging port, and on the other side your lights. You press it directly on. It does give your car quite a sporty look and feel. So buy these also from the link in the description. We'll put everything in there for you guys to get. These are the carbon fiber charge port and light covers, and you can buy those online. Guys, we are welcoming a new sponsor today to the channel. Olight contacted me and asked me if I was interested in checking out their Warrior Ultra 2500 lumen tactical flashlight, and I was so hyped because I'm gonna give this directly to Rich after I check it out for you guys. They have olive green, gray, and navy blue. And this thing is pretty cool. It has multiple settings, so you can do like a regular light mode, you can do a turbo light mode, or you can do a moonlight mode as well. It also has a proximity sensor, meaning when it gets close to something, it goes ahead and dims so it does not damage the flashlight or the object that you're getting close to. Now the Warrior Ultra does come with this cool charging cable. You can see it is red right now because it is charging. It literally just is magnetic. You stick it directly to the back and it does charge the flashlight. Now the flashlight does feel nice and heavy. It's got a great feel to it. It does not feel cheap at all, and you'll find that for the price, this is a quality flashlight. Now, as I said earlier, this has 2500 lumens. It does go up to 320 meters. It says also that it will last up to 55 days, which is awesome. Now it's got indicators also right here that show you the charging level so you always know where it is. The button on the back is grippy and textured. It gives you secure grip even in the wet. And it does come with this awesome holster, very nice. There'll be a link in the description to both of these guys. Go ahead and buy it and tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you when you get your Warrior Ultra. We're out back on the Tesla Model S Plaid, and in the back, this is the stock factory carbon fiber wing. Directly from the factory, that's how it came. There is no other modifications to the back except it has been debadged. When I got the car, it had some cosmetic problems. Tesla fixed them. And when they asked me if I wanted the badge back on, I said, absolutely not. You can leave it off. I think it leaves a sporty feel to the car to not have the Tesla logo on the back. They did re-add the plaid badge, even though I thought about not doing it for a more stealth look. But the back of the car otherwise is completely stock. We did not wrap the taillights like we did the headlights. That's the back of the car, completely stock besides debadged. Now, of course, one side of the car is equal to the other side. There's nothing exciting on this side of the car to show you. It is exactly the same. So there's nothing on this side that's not on that side. Nothing to show you here. Let's move to the inside. I'll show you everything that was done inside. We're inside the Tesla Model S Plaid right now, and inside the car you can see the Model S sport seats. I bought these after the fact. They were retrofitted to the car. They cost about $6,200 to get put in, and I love them. They add a sporty feel to the car. They look much better than the stock sport seats, and if you're an aggressive driver, these have much more support. The bolsters are way firmer, and they keep your body way more into the car, and it feels like a sports car now. Before, it just felt like a regular Model S, and it looked like a regular Model S. Now I have the sport seats. Also inside the car, you can see right here, and I'll put some pictures up, we have the carbon fiber cover for the charging tray. It adds another perfectly matched matte carbon fiber look to the inside of the car, and I think it looks absolutely cool in the car. I'll put some pictures up right now of the current mileage on the car. As I am sitting and recording right now, it has 4,284 miles on it for 2 years worth of driving. I've only ever taken this car on one road trip, and that was to go get the camera that I bought about 3 weeks ago. Joe and I went down to Winter Garden, and we got that camera in this car. Other than that, the longest trip was buying it. I bought it down in Merritt Island and drove it right back to Jacksonville. So there's nothing else inside this car that's not 100% stock, just this carbon fiber here. Now let's talk about any problems I've had with the Model S. So far in 2 years, I have had to put the Model S into Tesla repair twice. Now the first time I had to put it into Tesla repair, it was for the charging port. The charging port would get stuck sometimes opening up. They had to go ahead and replace the entire thing. But here's the thing, they came to my house to do it on mobile repair, and the guy put the wrong charging port in. So they had to actually do it at the actual service center. They ordered the correct charging port and went ahead and replaced it with the right one. Now another time, my LTE service stopped working completely. Really odd. I could not get internet in the car, and then if I would reset the car, it maybe would come back, it maybe would not. So they went ahead and replaced the entire LTE modem in the car, and I guess that fixed it because it worked after that. Now the very last thing that ever happened just happened recently. Last week I had to put the car back in service because the GPS stopped working. Now it was working a little bit, but it was very spotty, and I did notice that when I would come to my house, it would not open the garage all the time. So when they replaced the entire GPS system and the car computer, everything worked great, and when I got home, the garage door opened like it was supposed to. So I guess that was the problem the whole time. That's the only time the car has been in the service department. It's been a total of 3 times. 2 of those times they tried to fix it at my house, 1 time they couldn't. And that's gonna do it for a 2-year wrap up with the Tesla Model S Plaid here. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I want to thank you so much for 130,000 subscribers. Please like and comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Model S down in the comment section. My buddy David just bought a Model Y. We're going to be covering that on the channel, hopefully. Brand new Model Y, and I referred him for it, so I'm super hyped to get his Model Y coverage when he buys it. Stay tuned for that. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Always buy your products through our official product link, and click down below for anything you want to buy on Amazon. Go ahead and scoop it up from us. We get a few dollars, and it helps keep the channel going. It gives us just a few bucks to run the channel, and it means so much to us for your support. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys on the next one. I got to get out of here.
this is spin. You ready?
1 billion. Oh my God! Yeah. Let's go.
I don't have a jacket.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
That's
You gotta hold the jacket.
Hey guys, good morning. Wanted to show you guys these floor mats that I got for the E90X. Get this garage opened here. So I finally broke down and bought some floor mats. I've been needing some for a really long time. And I found these floor mats on Etsy. Wow, that's the loudest garage door. The link will be in the description here. It's going to be a quick video because there's not much to it. But just wanted to show you these floor mats, custom made from Etsy. Now these guys are available with different color stitching and they are leather. So as you can see here, they have the M logo on them. And if you look here, the fitment is pretty good. Now the back ones I had an issue with. So he is actually remaking those. They didn't fit. The front ones fit perfect. They do have Velcro on the bottom. Pay no attention to that 9mm right there. So yeah, I'm going to provide a link in the description to these E90X, so they fit any E90 car, floor mats that I purchased on Etsy. And then he does have them for other vehicles as well. So just look through his Etsy store and you'll find what you need. But yeah, just a quick little update. And these things came out awesome, I think. I really like the way they look in the car. I would have done red too, but I tried the blue and it came out nice. See you guys soon. All right, welcome back to the channel. Today we got Dukes of Duval here. And then behind the camera, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Wayne.
Wayne is behind the camera doing all the videography today. And we got this brand new to us golf cart we're gonna be working on. So Joe, tell us a little bit about what you found here.
Well, obviously the first thing I recognized that the batteries were bad. They were about 7 to 8 years old, which is a pretty decent lifespan for a set of Trojan batteries.
Right.
It's typically what you get out of them, but they start to fall off about 5-6 years. So to get that long a lifespan out of them is pretty good. So I knew that was the first thing we need to replace. But this is 36 volt, so you got to get 6 volt batteries times 6, and we knew that we needed to replace them. So just had a guy come off. A lot of guys that do delivery service, so just called them up. They came right over to help me just remove the batteries. Typically they'll help you kind of reinstall the batteries, but in this case, once we removed the first battery, which I kind of knew was going to happen, it was going to be ugly underneath. So
we're going to have to show you guys the clean. It's on. We're going to have to show you guys the cleanup here. That's coming up in a minute. But let's talk a little bit about what this is right after this. All right, we're back once again with this.
Oh, it's a 2001, I believe, 36 volt Easy Go that I scored from a neighbor that just moved away. He unfortunately went to a community that doesn't allow golf carts. Okay. Which I almost told him that he needs to not move there, but he's dead set.
He's going anyway, or his wife's going to go without him.
And he made me a deal that I couldn't refuse, but I knew that there was going to be some problems with it, including the batteries, which is going to be the main thing. Okay. My hopes are it's just the batteries that are the issue. Some of the cables for the batteries are corroded and pretty bad. So I'm going to have to replace those. I have extras. Awesome. But for the most part, most of these golf carts, especially Club Car and Easy Go, they're pretty indestructible. Like, you can't kill them. Like, the only thing you're replacing on them most times are batteries, tires, and sometimes some of the brake parts. But we will see.
What I really like about the golf carts is in general is that there's so much room to work on them usually. The problem is with the batteries, there's not a lot of room. And when you get down in the battery compartment, it's pretty cramped up. And what you guys are going to see here in a minute is probably going to blow your mind. It might be the thumbnail. The amount of acid in the tray here for the batteries is insane. So what we need to do today is get that battery acid washed out. We're going to make it inert. We're going to clean up the engine bay. Call it engine bay, battery bay. We're going to paint this thing and then get it ready for these brand new Trojan 6 volt batteries. Now, I don't even know if they do a lot of the same golf carts today with the 6-volt batteries. Do they still even do these?
No, I think it's pretty much 48,
They've done away with
48
that.
volt is pretty much, I mean, you might be able to find some, but they're 48 volt now.
And you're going to see also that the the traditional lead acid battery is also kind of going to the wayside for lithium now. So a lot more manufacturers are offering less lead acid and more lithium because of the low maintenance, the long life, the output's better, the shelf life is better. Everything about them seems to be better. They're sealed. There's no acid in them at all. So let's take a look at the battery tray though now and show these guys exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and before we say that, a couple things. One, I like most people are kind of on the brink of wanting to get lithium, but the price just still isn't right for me.
Right.
So for this cart and the price that I pay for these batteries, it just made sense to continue to go with a flooded battery. I think that probably the next set of batteries I put into a golf cart will probably be a lithium battery. A little bit of work sometimes to make that conversion. So in this particular case, I didn't want to like pour my heart and soul into doing that. I just wanted to replace them. The other thing I would say about this particular golf cart, which is made by EasyGo versus Club Car, is that they're made with regular metal in a lot of their parts. To
Which
me,
rusts.
it does rust, and it's kind of a turnoff. So I'm a Club Car guy. My main golf cart is a Club Car, and so what you'll see is the effects of having lead acid flooded batteries with the overflow of the acid that happens and trickles over onto the metal, which causes some pretty good corrosion and other issues. So we'll see that in just a second.
And I think like in the future, we might be able to convert this guy over here, this golf cart, to lithium. And when we do, I think we need to do a frame off restoration on this thing and like paint it and do all the stuff.
That seems aggressive. This car's in great shape. We'll just do a simple lithium change out on it. So yeah, let's get it done.
All right, let's get it going. Dukes of Duval here with his new golf cart. And you guys need to see this is what happens. So when you put water in these things, the water boils over as the battery makes voltage.
As it's charging. And
as
with that, some of the acid releases simultaneously.
And so look at this. So this stuff right here, I guarantee you don't want to mess with it. I had it on my garage floor. It soaked into the carpet, and then it got into my clothes, and it burned my actual skin from my clothes.
Yep.
It'll put blisters on your body.
Yeah, so earlier when I was taking the batteries out or getting ready to start, this sits on top to hold it down if you want to point it down here.
Sure.
And the second that I went to just kind of mess with it, it completely came off. So this took these bolts, these hanger bolts or whatever you want to call them, and completely corroded them to nothing.
So did you order hanger bolts already, or do we have to?
Nope,
Okay, cool.
Already ordered these.
Okay, great.
Keep this because the plastic doesn't go bad, so we'll reuse this. And then, so the plan is to go through this thing and completely get all this off of here.
Okay.
And then we're going to neutralize the acid, and then we're going to come back and we're going to probably sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to spray paint it.
Okay.
Hopefully get a good coat on it, and hopefully see if we can prolong the time that this battery bay has, because over time it'll eventually get so bad that a lot of people have to come in here, cut this out, and replace the whole one, and that's just a pain. So,
all right. So what's our first step? We need to roll this thing outside somewhere where we can get this stuff out.
Yep, exactly.
Are we just going to spray it out with a spray
Just gonna
hose
spray it
for
out.
now? Okay,
Yep.
cool. All right, let's do it.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting suited up here for surgery and inspection of the
The battery cavity.
So we're getting our gloves on here because, this stuff is very toxic to your skin and to your respiratory system. You really kind of want to wear also breathing protection. But what we're going to do right here.
That's only for people that were born after 2000.
Right. If you're born before 2000, you're good.
You don't need any of that.
You're a lot stronger in the lung area.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do right now is brush all this stuff off and then sweep it up and put it in a bag and dispose of it properly because it's battery acid.
Yep.
And if you see, it's going to come right off, but when it does come off, we're going to also be able to see that the frame is corroded. And that stuff
Might need to get something else to scrape.
I'm thinking, we're going to need a scraper as well. I didn't bring one. Do you have one?
I got everything.
All right, cool.
All right, so we kind of knocked off the top layer of this pretty thick stuff, pretty nasty. We've got quite the pile of acid debris down here, and now we're going to go back with this stainless steel brush and go ahead, and this wire brush I should say, and try to knock some more of it off.
Let's do it. I'm getting away unless you got a mask.
That's good enough. Okay.
All right, we're back out here in Dukes of Duval garage, and we have a whole bag full of goodies here that I brought over to work on the golf cart.
More importantly, look at all of this corrosion.
And so this is what he knocked off of the, and it's hard to imagine that came out of
the battery tray.
Battery tray, right?
Easy go. You got to figure this out.
So we're going to send this to all the small children in the neighborhood. That cleaned right up, so that will be put in a plastic bag and be inert now. And then we brought over some stuff. We got some baking soda to make the acid inert. So we'll put that with water, mix it up with water. I bought a spray bottle to put that in. And some black paint. It's engine paint. So we're going to knock all the rust and acid, inert that thing, and then spray it black.
So, Brad, do you want to, I can pull my spray nozzle out. We'll just spray it. I mean, spray nozzle, my air nozzle out. We'll spray that out.
This is a family channel. You can't pull your spray nozzle out.
This isn't OnlyFans? All right, so now we kind of got it, the top layer, we grinded it down pretty good. I think from this point, we're just going to blow it out with the air chuck.
Okay.
And then from there, we'll see if there's any other bigger spots that need to be addressed. But after that, then we'll neutralize it, which hopefully will be pretty quick, and then let it dry, and then we'll paint it.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to work. All right, we're going to take our spray bottle that I brought over.
Already prepped and ready? Full?
It's not full. We got to fill it up with some baking soda and some water. Now the trick is we need a little funnel to get the baking soda in there.
Yep.
And then we'll put some water in it.
Ratio is here? Or?
Yep, I got to check my phone, so we'll be right back.
We need what, 16 ounces maybe?
Probably.
27 fluid ounces.
Okay.
So you do the math on that.
I don't know how to do math.
But
I went to public school.
we'll just put in what we think.
Do a lot.
Yeah,
that's the best bet. It's going to come out in clumps. You don't have a real funnel?
I'm sure I do somewhere. But this is good because we just throw it away when we're done.
True. All right, so we're pouring the baking soda right now, and we're going to just pour a generous amount in there because, you know, it's so much per pound, and we have a small 27 ounce spray bottle. And we're going to make sure we got enough to, we might have filled up the hole.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put some water in there, shake it up.
Again?
Something per pound, I don't remember.
Oh,
that's plenty.
Okay, that's
the whole box, so I guess we're good.
No, that's not the whole box. All right.
Yeah. And now we'll fill this up with water.
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe just filled this up with water.
Yeah, look at this.
And
look at this.
Watch this, because this is what baking soda does to battery acid. It instantly starts neutralizing the acid. And this is why you do this when you change your batteries.
Wow.
Check out It's almost like peroxide going on your skin or
Now,
whatever.
here's the thing.
Look at that. Look at that go.
My spray nozzle's clogging up here.
Oh my goodness, your nozzle's clogged. Look at this.
Yeah, there it goes. Breaking.
Whoa, that's working good, I almost said. This is killing it, dude. Hi, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and Wayne is also joining us, and Carter. And so we've let this thing sit. Yes, and you. And we've let this thing sit for a minute, and look at this. Where are the... Yeah, we need the lights. All right, Joe, look at this.
Yeah, pretty impressive that it's eating up a lot of the rust.
Carter, look at this. Look at
That's
this.
so cool. That's nasty.
Now watch, he's going to just knock the... Yeah.
It's really easy.
Right? So look at all that come off, and that's after 2 applications of baking soda and water. It's taken all the rust off, all the acid off.
Back up.
You guys already know it's going to be perfect when we get done. So the next step here is we're going to get the air compressor out again. And this isn't a regular air compressor. Look at this thing, man.
I mean, it's not
It's
the
a
best,
beast.
but it does a trick.
We're going to blow this off now. Try to get it dry enough to paint.
Oh, that's ready to paint.
All right, guys, we are back out here in the garage, Dukes of Duval's house, and we have prepped this as best as possible. Now we're just going to spray and pray.
Yep.
Oh! And we're about to paint this. Oh! What? All right, all the nonsense just happened, and then we are about to spray this guy with paint. So I think we're just going to pray and spray.
Yeah.
And
I was just going to say, they make a product, and we're not trying to do all this, called OSFO, and
Okay.
I believe that it will
What is
turn
that?
it's a product that will turn like rusty metal to galvanized by just like painting it on or spraying it on or whatever.
really? That's kind of sick.
It actually is pretty sick, but we're not going to do all that.
Okay.
I would call this the aerosol overhaul.
All right, so where are we going to paint this? We can't paint it on your driveway because we'll just paint your entire driveway
We're
black.
not. I'm going to
Pull it
find
into
some
the grass?
cardboard or grass.
Grass will just grow back, so should we just pull it
Yeah.
right over there?
Yep.
All right,
This is
okay.
not a major cleanup.
So, what kind of paint is that, by the way?
2 times Ultra Cover Paint and Primer Rust-Oleum.
So it's flat black, so I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, listen, nobody's going to be in here looking anyway, so it's just to stop the corrosion, right?
Right.
All right, here we go.
Yo! That's going to actually turn out good. All right, so we got this thing drying. It's ready to go. This stuff dries in 5 minutes. So we're going for round 2 right now. second coat of paint will be the final coat. And then I actually have to go have some fun.
Yeah, so we'll pick up on this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You want to finish it tomorrow? Yeah, we're not ripping this thing tonight. What do you think about this whole story?
She's my CEO, and I believe everything she says.
What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here. We're going to do another how-to video today. What we're going to do today is show you how to clean first and then shine your engine bay. So I noticed last time I took a look at the Accord engine bay, it had some dirt in there. So today we're going to look at the steps to get your engine bay looking nice and brand new. Now, the first thing you want to do is go buy these two products. So this is Gunk Foamy Engine Cleaner, and this is Gunk Engine Protection Shine. Now, these people used to offer this together, but they got smart and figured out, oh, let's separate them and charge twice as much. So, looking at the instructions on here, this thing says the engine needs to be cool. So make sure the engine's cool before you apply this stuff. Then you just spray it on there. You let it soak 10 to 15 minutes. The old stuff that you had, you started the engine once you put it on there, but this has to be applied to a dry engine. And just read the directions very well. Wait 10 to 15 minutes and then rinse it off. Then the next step is going to be to apply the shine. So right here we got my Honda Accord EXL. I bought it, believe it or not, about 6 months ago with 13,000 miles on it. It is almost like a brand new car inside and out. Now has 21,000 miles on it. I am thinking about selling it. Pop the hood here so you can take a look. It's a very clean vehicle. Both inside and out. 13,000 miles for a almost 7-year-old car is unbelievable. Go ahead and pop the hood up here so I can show you this. So it already is in pretty good shape. The engine bay is pretty clean, but there's a lot of dirt and like sand and stuff in there. So it does have to be cool. It is cool. A little warm, but it doesn't matter. It's just slightly warm. So this stuff here, you shake it well and you apply it generously all over the dirty surfaces. You let it sit for 10 to 15 minutes. And if you have a brush and you have really bad areas, you can brush that off. And then you rinse all the areas starting at the top all the way to the bottom. If you're concerned about electrical components, cover them. I never do. And I've never had any issues, but some vehicles could be sensitive to that. I'm not going to do any of this stuff here, just the actual engine bay. So I've got the stuff ready to go here. We'll go ahead and start spraying it. It looks like it's getting pretty much everywhere, so be ready to wash your car after you're done with this, or have some detail spray handy. Yeah, it's going everywhere. I guess that's good though. Get in all the corners and cracks. Back on the firewall too. See how I'm getting everything really good, including the areas that you can't see. A lot of the dirt will tend to build up on the intake manifold and things like that. Get the firewall and the wheel well's good. You can see already this stuff is starting to take the dirt off in some areas. Get those areas down there that you can't see. Don't forget that. All inside there. Down next to the transmission. Over here. Another thing that helps is to go from every angle. Gets areas that you can't get from, you know, the front. So walk around the back. Get all the places that you can't get from that angle. Probably take the car to be washed after this, honestly. So not going to worry too much about getting it on the exterior. I take the car once a week to get it washed. And now from this side. See all the places I missed when I was spraying from the front because of the angles. So this helps you get everywhere. Don't forget the back of the engine too. Down there where you can't see. Back by the brake booster, master cylinder area. Up by the radiator area. I'm basically going to use the whole can on here. Can's almost empty. Clearly see the dirt coming off of a lot of the areas. Awesome. And that's that. So, use the entire can of Go Foamy Engine Cleaner on the engine, and now I'm going to let it sit for 15 minutes. Got a brush right here that I'm going to throw away or reuse just for car stuff after this. I'm going to hit these top areas here that are right in view that maybe this stuff won't be able to get off. You can see already that's making a huge difference. It can't get into all, it can't get the big stuff off without your help. But look at that. See how that's getting all that off? Hit all the areas that you can with a brush if you really want it clean. Hit your wheel well areas, top of the wheel well, that is. Anything in sight here that you want really clean, go ahead and use a brush. I'm using a brush from the sink that I'm throwing away. Look at that. Also, if you have a really bad engine bay, you can do this twice. You can repeat the process, and that will get even more off. So keep doing that until you get everything in sight that you really want clean. Got the hose right here, which just so happens to be close to the car. I've got it set on jet. And I'm going to go ahead and start spraying everything down. And you're supposed to start from the top to the bottom. You can see the dirt coming off of it. It's working really well. Just be aware, the outside of the car is going to be dirty after this. You are going to have to wash it. Go ahead and get some more hose over here and clean it from all angles, just like when you sprayed it. Now, if there's any sensitive areas and you feel like you shouldn't spray them directly, by all means don't. But I've done this for 20 years and I've never had an issue. Some cars like the E36 BMWs are sensitive to water getting in the computer and the firewall. So those kind of cars you may want to take it easy on. Spraying directly. All right, so got it all rinsed. You can see how good that looks now. Very, very clean up here, especially where I scrubbed. Now we're gonna let this dry completely. I'm gonna go ahead and dry off the side of the car right here where it got wet, and then we'll be back. Got the engine nice and dry, mostly. Went in with a towel and dried the rest. Shaking up this gunk engine protector now. And it doesn't have a lot of detailed info, but it just says to basically spray it on. So never done this before. Let's see how it works. Awesome. Looks like it does leave it nice and polished. Spraying it all over everything here. Down in the hose areas. Looks awesome already. Supposedly cleans easier next time, and this protects everything. Pretty cool. Take a little rag to these areas where up front where I don't want to spray the actual car down. I don't want to get it on the paint. So these areas here, I'm just kind of wiping the stuff on. It's almost like Armor All when you water right here, but you can see like you can help it in some of these areas here where I just don't want to spray it directly on my paint. So in these areas I'm just wiping it in by hand. You see how it acts just like Armor All. So it's making all the rubber pieces nice and dark. All the hoses nice and dark. Really awesome looking already. See how that is shiny? Now there's no instructions after that part. Doesn't say whether you can start your engine now or whether you have to let it dry first. I'm gonna let it dry for a little bit before I start. But as you can see, I'm just kind of wiping it into the areas that it might have a problem spreading to, and some of the areas that are kind of hard to get to. So there you have it. Next time you clean your engine, it will be much easier because supposedly this stuff protects the engine from getting dirty. We will see how it acts over the long haul though. Time for the big reveal of how to ultra clean your engine. This has had time to dry and wow. Look at this. This looks like a brand new car. This is amazing. I've never used this stuff before, but it is really good. I highly recommend the gunk cleaning system, which is right here. So we've got the foamy engine cleaner and then the engine protect shine, and it came out like this. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. and I've got another one coming your way pretty soon as well. Supercar street racing. We just stopped by the candy store to get some candy, and we got this big candy right here, and it's, I'm not going to say the brand. Let's go. All right, guys, we are out back again. This is going to be a short and sweet update. I started working on getting a ceiling fan beam put across, but then I quickly realized that I am going to have to get another board up here and sister it with that existing board because that thing is flimsy. And I was just going to go across this way, but then I realized that the weight on this patio roof is going to necessitate a beam from there over to the end of there, and then sistered up with that guy. So taking a look at our automation equipment, the electrician left about 30 minutes ago and he finished our full automation system. So we have the Jandy Aqualink with the Aquapure salt chlorinator. We've got the Aqualink interface there, and he redid the electrical here for my receptacle for the pool light and for the new automation system here. And if we look inside here, here's the new Jandy automation system already installed and ready to go. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and today, something that a lot of people do not know or understand how to do, and that is changing the bulb in a standard pool light. That is a pool light that has a housing and a niche in the back of the pool, and is connected via one single wire to the switch. That's what most of the old school pools have, is the single light. And I believe was made by a company called Light. There were several made. There is a very dim serial number on the back of mine, and it was made in 2011. Now, I believe that this housing has been replaced. I think I bought this housing because the old one was all rusted out, and yeah, I did actually. I bought this housing and this with a new cord when I changed my light for the second time. So the reason that these are a pain is because inside of this housing is a standard like yard style spotlight. One of those larger ones that just has a standard Edison base. And to change the bulb out in this, because remember these are incandescent back in the day, you have to take this housing, this front housing off, and then you have to replace the gasket every single time that you change the light bulb, because if you don't, you're asking for trouble. Now, when I wanted to change my pool light out to an LED light, I thought that I would do that myself. Back then, I would say maybe 9 years ago, LED pool light bulbs for standard housings were very expensive. Along with that, there's also issues with cooling. Now, yes, the light is submerged underwater, but LED lights get pretty hot, and their solution was a fan. Now, that's interesting to me because the housing is actually completely sealed here. There's nothing for a fan to breathe in, and there's no way to let a fan breathe because this is submerged in water. So I did notice that there was a fan in this LED bulb here. Now, my nightmare story is, first time I decided to do this myself, I actually pulled out the light from the niche, put it up on the top of the pool deck, which is how you do it. You take one single screw out, which is right here. One screw goes into the niche in your pool, the little metal box that's inside your pool. This comes out, there's enough cord for you to sit this on top of your pool deck so you can work on it. So I did that with this light, except the old housing, and I bought a $250 LED bulb for mine. put the gasket back together and put it inside of the housing, and also put some silicone sealer around the housing as well, as I didn't trust it. And guess what? It leaked and it destroyed my $250 bulb. So then I decided that I was going to try to figure out what leaked. Well, long story short, this gasket here, where the actual cord, this is not replaceable, where the actual cord goes into the housing, leaked. It got brittle and water was getting in right here, and it ruined my LVD bulb. So then I purchased this brand new housing, and I decided to let Pinch a Penny pull the wire, replace the bulb, and put the new gasket in with my brand new housing and my brand new light. So they did. So I gave them a brand new housing, I gave them a brand new light, and said, do it. Now, things have changed with the bulb that I have in there now. The Toolless is a one-piece bulb, and there's nothing to leak. It is a solid housing. It does have a gasket in it, and it is bolted together, but you don't have to take it apart. All these lights, when you buy them, all these housings when you buy them, sorry, not the lights, all these old school housings come with a cord, and you must purchase the cord length so that you can pull it to the electrical box, and that is in my video about part 2 of the Toolless pull light. This goes to your pool electrical box, and then from your pool electrical box usually goes to a switch. In my case, now that we're doing the new school one, the light and cord pull to the pool electrical box, and then there it interfaces with another wire that goes to the controller. So we're going to show you how to change a bulb in one of these. So first things first, you take the housing out of the pool with one single screw, and obviously you have water in your pool. You're going to have to dive down and do this with goggles, or you can reach down maybe and feel it with your hand and get it on. So once this is sitting on your pool deck, you're going to have a length of wire inside your niche that you're going to pull out, put up our pool deck, and that's going to keep the light connected. It is not going to come out. The light is not going to be unplugged from this. This is solid. They make it so you can't undo it so that it's watertight forever, supposedly. Now, that is the point where you need to inspect your light and see if you have cracking and issues around your cord. Now, if there's any water at all in your housing, stop right there and leave your wire out on your pool deck, cut it right here, and buy a new light and wire, or upgrade to a LED light housing with a light built in, because you cannot reuse your housing at that point if it is leaking. If it is leaking from here, if it's just your gasket leaking, if you can tell, then you can replace your gasket and reuse your housing. So that's the point there where you need to figure out what's going on. But let's continue. Once you have your light out on your pool deck, you're going to need an 11mm open-ended wrench, and a drill will be easier with a Phillips on it. And if you notice here, there's a ring around the outer part of this housing. There's a ring connected to this screw with a nut and a bolt. Sorry, it's a screw and a nut. So what you do is you hold the nut while you run the screw off. Like so. And it is very good. Strip out. It's very, very tight because the screw has like the screw has become what do you call it, corroded. But yeah, it does not want to come anymore. So I'm gonna have to grab a, let's see if I got the right. Yep, it's a smaller nut. It's a smaller screw head than it is the nut, and this guy is turning obviously. So let me grab another wrench for this, and I'll be back. I went ahead and got a number of wrenches, including some vice grips here. Also some PB Blaster. I would recommend spraying the screw with PB Blaster before you start taking the nut off, because mine is pretty bad. I don't know what size the head part of this is, but I brought a few. Looks like it is 3/8, which is interesting because the bolt, or the nut, is definitely 11mm or something close. And let's see if my ratchet will go on there. It will not. The ratchet style won't work, it's too thick. So we're just going to have to take this off long enough by hand so we get it loose enough to get the drill on it. And it's very tight. Yeah, this screw is absolutely shot. Even with the PV blaster, it does not want to move. It is super corroded on there. Remember, this sits in the water. And all those chemicals and everything in the water take a toll. Alright, it's pretty loose now. I bet you my screw driver will get the rest of that off. It's kind of hard to do while you're trying to face the camera, but that's completely stripped out. Now you just need to get this open enough to get this ring off of the clamps. So we got some more work to do here. It's actually pretty loose now. I would have let that, I would do the PV blaster and let it sit for about 15 minutes before you actually start. Now also I remember this clamp sometimes has to be pried apart, but this one looks like it is coming apart. And it is almost ready to be hand. Yeah, it is coming apart. This clamp actually expands so you can get this ring off. Now, this LED light is actually 80% burned out. The blues don't work on it anymore. I caused that. I went out of town one week and left the light on for an entire week, and when I got back, it was toast. Do not leave these on for days and days and days at a time. Okay, so you don't have to take it off all the way, I don't think, I don't recall, but we are going to take it off all the way. Yeah, it's still... Now see, also, these clamps are also movable. All these clamps are on the edge of the bulb are movable. I'm going to go ahead and take this off all the way because it's easier for me. If you can get it off of there without taking it off all the way, I would do that. Because it is almost enough now where I don't have to take this bolt completely out. So once this nut and bolt are out, this ring here, there's a washer as well, pulls off of the clamps. See, the clamps are movable. Now at this point, the light just pops right off of the front. So inside of here, now here's your ring. Inside of here, you're going to find your gasket. Now this one is extremely corroded. It is going to take a screwdriver to get it off, so I'm going to go grab one right now. Alright guys, we got a screwdriver here. Now, bear in mind, always get a new gasket for this. Do not try to reuse this gasket. This is the worst idea you would ever have in your life if you try to do that. But this gasket literally just pries right off of here. If I remember correctly. Trying to remember how I did it last time. Yeah, the gasket just gonna break my glass table, but so there we go. So broke the seal on the gasket. Once that comes out, the gasket is actually around the glass like this. Go ahead and get a new gasket. The pool store will either have these or order them for you. They are, of course, proud of them, so they're probably about $25 or $30. That just goes right around the glass there. Remember what way you take this apart? It's got to go back in exactly the same way. Have a look at what's in here. This is the LED pool light that I purchased almost 10 years ago, and it was my second one. So my mistake was so big on this light wire leaking. It wasn't really my mistake. I didn't know that the wire was corroded. That I had to buy a new pool light for almost $250, and the first one I got was completely shot. Brand new, waste of money. And the new housing was over $250 as well. So it cost me around $750 to get this pool light changed because the housing leaked. Now inside of here you would normally find a normal incandescent bulb on these old school ones. but this is a LED replacement pool bulb, and I don't see any obvious signs of issues here. It does have a problem. This is a J&J Electronics bulb, multicolor bulb, and it is controlled with the switch. How many times you flip the switch off and on is how you program this bulb. Now the blues are burned out, or I would resell this. Blues don't work in it. And if you look inside here, you will see this lovely housing. That's what it looks like on the inside. It's completely sealed, and this would be where your new bulb will go. You take your new gasket, put it back around your glass, replace your bulb, put the cover back on the top, and then tighten your ring back around the clamps. And that is how you replace a pool light bulb. I will put some options in the description if I can find the housing. I believe it's an Amerlite or a Pentair or something like that. It does have a serial number on the side because I bought this one years and years and years ago. It's AM, I think that means Amerlite. AM something. And yeah, it was around 250 or 275. If you needed a much longer cord, I thought the cord went all the way to the switch box, but it does not. It goes to the pool light box. I bought the long one. Probably wasted a bunch of money. But I'll put a link in the description to this, maybe the gasket if I can find it, and a modern replaceable pool light, so that if you would like to do this, you are able to purchase your own and do your own DIY install. It's not that difficult, guys. I put silicone sealer on mine because I thought it needed it, but it really doesn't. This gasket just literally slips around here. It gets pinched against the housing when you tighten everything back down. And then I actually even tested mine in a bucket of water before I threw it back in the pool. If you want to do that and make sure there's no leaks, like put it in there for maybe 15 or 20 minutes and then inspect the inside of the glass and see if you see any water. You could do that as well. It's not a guarantee that you're going to see any water yet, but hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope you are successful in your project to replace your light inside your pool. And if you guys have any questions, make sure you hit me up in the description, and have a good day. All right, this is day 64 of the keto diet. Let's see. 143.6, and I started at 169. Guys, welcome back, and you are here once again in the SCSR beautiful bathroom that was remodeled not too long ago. And right in front of us here today, we are taking another look, yet another look at some different types of on shoes. And today we have the Cloud Go Wide in size 9 male on Supercar Street Racing. Back in the Supercar Street Racing awesome bathroom, and sitting right here on top of this beautiful vanity are the Cloud Go Wides, and these are in the color black and shale. Now these are last year's models, so these are on clearance, so you can pick them up pretty cheap right now. They are about 20% off of their normal price, and all of the last year's models you can get on sale if they do have your size. One of the problems is though that usually my size is not available, so I have been buying these up as I can. But as of right now, these are the Cloud Go Wides for me, and I have not opened them yet, but we're gonna do that next, so let's go. Right on top of here is the On logo, which I call the chicken, because to me it looks like a chicken with a beak up in the air. But it is an On, not a chicken, and inside of this box there better not be any chickens, because today we are going to be unboxing the On Cloud Go Wide in size 9 male. And I do need wide shoes. I haven't had issues with any On shoes yet not being wide enough, but these are going to be extra wide, which is what I usually buy in my ASICs for doing actual exercise. My On shoes are not for exercise, these are only for fashion. And let's turn this box around and see what the box looks like on the other side. And there we have the chicken logo again. And a reminder, these boxes are all environmental friendly. They are all made of recycle. The Cloud Go Wide's looking so fresh inside this box, I would almost guarantee it. So let's go ahead and open this guy. And inside we always find the On promise here about the 100% recycled cardboard right there. And only water-based inks, no oil-based inks as well, which is better for the environment. And then we have some recycled paper right here with the On chicken logo all around it. And then we just go and open it just like this. And there is the On, looking so fresh. The Cloud Go Wides, and that is in color black and shale. There weren't many left, and I thought this might be cool, so I went ahead and ordered black and shale Cloud Go Wides. The Cloud Go Wides looking so good in front of you guys today, and that's a little bit what they look like. Now let's get them out of the box here, and then inside of them they do come with a protective shoe condom that keeps them from losing their shape in the box, keeps them fresh in shipping. We'll go ahead and pull that out of the left shoe and go ahead and unbox the right shoe for you and pull off the protective shoe interior shoe condom for you guys, which it is very stuck. Very stuck. All right, yeah, got it. Now we see a good look at the Cloud Go Wides. And you can see on the side right here the Cloud Tech logo. And that is the first look at these, and next we take an in-depth look all the way around the Cloud Go. Starting at the front of the Cloud Go, we can see the On logo in a silverish white right on top of the black, and this is kind of a rubberish black right here. And then on the front they have the On logo again right there in black, which connects to the bottom of the rubber on the soles.
And then right here, they've got the Cloud Go logo on the top that runs right underneath the laces. And this is kind of cool. It has another lace up front here. So the front lace is way further up than these laces. And then here's the black breathable material on the sides. Good look at the side. You do see these holes in the bottom of the sole and the ON logo again in like a silverish. It might even match the color. It's a little bit more white than the actual shale color. And then moving towards the back, we've got these fashionable stripes that run both right here and right here. And then they go all the way and continue around the back here and repeat the same pattern on the other side. And on the back, there is just a slice up the middle right there from the bottom of the sole that heads up to the top of the shoe. And a good look right there at the top. Checking out the sole, the bottom of the Cloud Go wide shoes. You can see they're wide right here is why they call them wide. They're size wide. But on the bottom, they've got a pretty fashionable mix of the black rubber and the actual shale colored rubber there that continues all the way from one side to the other. And then they have the ON logo right in the center in the channel that runs all the way from the front all the way to the back. Not sure what the purpose of that channel actually is, but we'll take a look at that online and see if they do mention what that is about. Right down below me in size 9 are the Cloud Go wides, and you can see I am wearing my ASICs. These are my everyday exercise shoes, so I had them on from my treadmill session this morning out there in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. And now we are going to take off these ASICs and give these Cloud Go's a fitment try. Now I do have pretty bad feet. I have pretty bad bunions and I have flat feet. So I'd rather not show my feet, but I will do it for this. And this is the whole point of having a wide shoe. And you can see those go on nicely, and they are extremely comfortable shoes already. I have some Pumas that I put on and they almost kill me, and I had to manually stretch them. But you can see right here with the low cut ankle white socks on, they look absolutely cool. The Cloud Go. They feel awesome, and next we'll take them for a little spin and see how they feel in action. All right, we got the Cloud Go's on, and immediately I noticed towards the back of the shoe there is a dip down because that's the way the shoes are designed. They roll towards the back. As far as comfort goes, especially on the issues I have with my bunions on the side, no problems at all with that. No problems whatsoever. And they are extremely comfortable. They're actually more comfortable than these ASICs that I just took off right here. Those ASICs are about $45 shoes. These are $150 shoes if you pay full price for them. Very much different price point there. And these are extremely comfortable. And that's the treadmill I usually get on in the morning. But I do wear my ASICs on the treadmill. I will not be wearing the ONs. I guess I could try them, but I am pretty comfortable on the treadmill with my ASICs. But after walking in these for a good couple of minutes, they don't even feel that they will need a break-in. They just feel like very comfortable and ready to go. And I'm sure that you guys would love these if you get them, because I actually love them already. So let's throw them in the Supercar Street Racing studio closet and add them to the collection. Back inside the Supercar Street Racing closet, and you can see here the ON collection is actually full. The only way we can add more to this is to take these hucks and take them down and put them here, or we have space over here with the other boat shoes. Plenty of space right here. So that leaves us space now for the ONs over here, so we can increase the ON foot collection. Let's go ahead and remove these guys and get them added to the collection. That means we are only 2 pairs short from filling up 3 shelves. And there we have the ON shoe collection. There are 7 pairs right here, and then my flip-flops up on the top.
And then over here on this side, we have the Puma collection. All Puma shoes, except for these are Guess. But all the rest are Pumas there. And now let's take it back to the 4K production studio and see what Brad has going on in there with these On Cloud Go shoes. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. It's going to be a little noisy today. I've got roofers up on the roof right now. So bear with me as we hear some sounds from outside, but we're taking a look at the On Cloud Go wide shoes you just saw there in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and I have them up here on the screen right now, and those guys are actually $149.99. I got them on clearance for much cheaper, but those are $149.99. There will be a link in the description. I love these shoes so much. Just On shoes in general, I like a lot. So these are pretty cool looking, and I did get to walk around in them for quite a long time, and they are super comfortable. Now, when you go onto the On website, I'm gonna show you guys how to do this, and there will be a link in the description, of course, to buy these. But when you go onto men's here, and you go on last season, we can just click on shoes. And I could not find them on the clearance section anymore, but I will try one more time here, because that's where I did buy them. Here are all the ones that are on sale right now, and when you go into these, make sure that you check if they have your size. If they don't, it won't allow you to even check the actual shoe. Like for instance, this Cloud 5 Ready. If I go in here, these are reduced by 20%, but if I hit my size, they do have my size in that. So that's what you have to make sure of when you buy their last season shoes, that your size is available. And taking a look on Amazon, Cloud 5. I'm just gonna put it in Cloud shoes here. And there are all of the On Cloud shoes right there on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description for these guys. And please buy through our affiliate links and like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out greatly when you do that, and you don't even have to buy what is in the description. You can buy anything you want if you click on that link, and it gives us just a little bit of money. Get your On shoes, they're awesome. I have about 10 pairs now, and I love them. And we'll see you guys later, because peace out. Hello and welcome back to the channel. I am Brad and you're on Supercar Street Racing. If you haven't been here before, welcome. We have something really special for you today, and you can tell because we're in Studio A, where we have the best sound possible, because today we want to bring you something special. I got it right here next to me. This is the Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra. This is not a sponsored video, but I'm going to open this with you guys today. It has not been opened yet. We're going to do that all today. We're going to take a look at this Galaxy Ultra watch on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It is such a pleasure to have everyone back on the channel, and I am really happy to announce today that I have a Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra right here. Now, this was not sponsored. I paid full price for it because I want to check out all the cool features of it and use it when I get on my Peloton every morning. Now, this is a 47mm Samsung Watch Ultra. I did buy this directly from T-Mobile. I did not go through Samsung or through Amazon, but I'll put a link down in the description in case you want to use our official affiliate links for your Samsung Galaxy Ultra watch. Now this thing is supposed to have all kinds of cool features in it. It does things like LTE, so it should have a built-in phone number so you don't have to have your phone anywhere nearby. I did get that extra line put in, and I think it was something like 14 bucks a month. No big deal. It also does things like it can track your sleep. It does GPS, of course, and a bunch of other neat features that we're gonna look at today. Now this thing is said to be rugged and reliable. It has much better heart rate tracking than the older watches do. It can help you compare today to yesterday, and it can also give you great tips about improving your health. Now there are multiple colors available. I did go ahead and get the white titanium, and we're gonna be checking that out when we unbox it here in just a little bit. Now this Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra is also IP68. That means it can stand up to 100 meters of water for 10 whole minutes. And don't forget, this thing right here has LTE. It can exist without your phone. You can leave your phone directly at home and still do everything you want to right here on the watch. This Galaxy Watch Ultra is also really good at helping your physical fitness. It will definitely track your physical fitness, and every day it'll provide you with a score that shows you how you're doing, so you can know whether you need to do a little bit more or you can do a little bit less if you want to. Now this thing is also one of the longest lasting watches ever. Samsung says that this will last 100 hours on power saving mode. It'll last 48 hours on exercise power saving mode. Now it's really good at tracking your heart rate. This uses AI to rule out all the other movements in your body and only track your actual heart rate. This thing has some really cool other features too. Check it out. You can actually do quick replies from your watch. This thing is smart enough to give you some suggestions, and you can just touch the one that you like the best. It's great for outdoor activities too. With GPS built right on top, you can actually use that to do GPS. You don't have to have your phone out the whole time. Now, one other thing I'm really looking forward to with the Galaxy Watch Ultra is the sleep stuff. This thing will help you track your sleeping so you can get your best sleep possible with the Galaxy Watch Ultra. Okay, now that we've taken a look at some of the features of the Galaxy Watch Ultra, I think it's time we go ahead and unbox this thing from scratch. I have not seen it yet, and I'm super hyped to see what's in the box. Let's start unboxing this. Guys, welcome back, and right here in front of me you can see we have the Galaxy Watch Ultra right here, chilling in a nice titanium white, and our mission today is very simple. All we have to do is get this Galaxy Watch Ultra out of the box right now and see what's inside. It has not been opened yet. All I did was cut the little seals off the back right there and right there so that we could go ahead and open this for your pleasure on Supercar Street Racing. This is titanium white. That's what color this one is that I ordered. It comes in multiple colors. I decided to get that. And directly inside the box right here, you can see, we do see the face of the Galaxy Watch Ultra right here. It is 47 millimeters wide. And it looks like, I'm not gonna take that out yet. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox it further. Inside of that, there is another Samsung box. So there is a new Samsung box right there. Looks like there is a quick start guide here. It's a USB Type-C wireless charging cable that goes on the back of the Ultra. Let's put this back together now so we still have it when we need it. Now let's get this band open and see what's actually inside of the band box. I'm hoping it's the actual band. And I did open it upside down, but there is the band. And that is the end of what is inside of the box. It is just the watch, the charging cable, a quick start guide, and a band inside of the box. Now this thing says to install the bands, you just press this firmly into the lug. Okay, so I guess you push this on. Okay, it did go ahead and snap in place. I think I did it right. And there's the other one. Let's see if it does fit my arm. Looks like this part is adjustable to hold the tab, the extra band, but that's the way it looks on my arm. It's loose still. I'm not going to tighten it up. I wanted to get a good feel of what it looks like on my arm. It's pretty awesome. It's big, so be prepared if you want a big watch. This is a 47 millimeter. You can see how big that is right there on my arm. It's pretty large. So if you don't want one that big, get the next size down because it's kind of big on my arm. All right, here is the actual magnetic charging cable. I'm going to go ahead and charge this up. But that's gonna do it for the unboxing of the Galaxy Watch Ultra. Let's get this guy charged right now completely up. 82%, let's see how long that takes to charge up to 100%. Hey guys, I just wanted to take a time out from this video to talk a little bit about Crutchfield. Crutchfield is one of our proud sponsors at Supercar Street Racing. I just want to remind you about their awesome customer service, their ease of purchasing online, their lifetime technical support, and the wealth of products that you can get just by going on crutchfield.com. All you have to do is browse Crutchfield. If you have any questions, go ahead and contact their customer service. Crutchfield will be there for you when no one else will. Okay, we're back in front of the Galaxy Ultra watch, and it is already at 89% after about 5 minutes. It started on 82%, it is on 89. It's gonna charge really fast, but while we're doing that, we have the phone open right here, and we're gonna show you guys the Galaxy wearable app. We're gonna hit start here. We're gonna allow it to find. I don't know if the watch is actually on yet, so it might not show my device. Let's see if we have to turn it on first. Yes, it is not on yet. I'm gonna go ahead and power it on. Let's go ahead and power this guy up. It's asking me if the numbers match my watch. They do. There is a software download happening on the phone now, which you will see on the screen. It is at 100%. I have to agree to all this stuff that I want. Automatic updates. Now it's asking me to select the apps I want on my phone. I don't want Audible. I don't want Spotify. I don't want WhatsApp. I don't want that. More things maybe. Now it's asking me what to get or recommended for watch. So the quick action button on the side, it's asking me what I want it to do when I push the button. I am going to skip that for now. Choose a wrist and button position for how you wear your watch. Preferred wrist left, button position right. Yes. It's asking me about exercise routines. I'm going to skip that. Check your body's battery level. You can understand your sleep better. Also, we talked about that. And you can see if you're at risk for sleep apnea. Suggested replies. You can double pinch to control your watch. Wow, that's cool. You can pinch twice like this to control the watch. It's asking me to set up a mobile plan. I already have a mobile plan. So it's looking for my mobile plan right now that I purchased for the watch. So it refuses to go past the set up a mobile plan point. So that's all we can do right now at this point is try to get that part working. So I don't know what's going on with that. I might have to call T-Mobile to figure this out, but I'm gonna let it chug away on that screen right now. Okay, the watch did update, and now I'm gonna try it again to see if I can get it to connect to my plan. Let's see. It says finding out more about your plan, and it's still just cycling. So I'm gonna have to call T-Mobile, I guess. I don't understand.
How can I return that?
I'm not really happy with the size and the weight, and also it really didn't set up properly when I got it, so I'm kind of been frustrated with that. Took me about 30 minutes to even get into support because of pin problems, and then it told me to reset my pin on the T-Life app, and then the setting wasn't there where they said it was in help, so I just been frustrated with it. No, I'd rather return it if that's possible. I'd just like to know if there's any penalties or anything like that that I would incur. I have a confession to make. I don't even know how to say this, to be honest with you. I returned the watch. Me to you, you to me, straight up, I returned it. I know I look so happy in the video, right? Well, so what actually happened was at the point where that watch was supposed to connect to the T-Mobile cloud, LTE, whatever you call it, it would not connect no matter what I did. At that point, I tried to go on and get support, and my dumb PIN code would not work. I got super frustrated. It said to update the software. I did that. That did not work either. At that point, I thought to myself, am I going to really use this watch or no? Now, I have about 10 other generic Android watches and I don't use any of them. So at that point, I thought to myself, do I really want like an extra line on my monthly bill? I want a watch that I'm never going to use. I would only use it really for the Peloton. They make like $30 Bluetooth heart rate adapters. So I just feel like it's something I would not use. And the whole frustration with the line not working set me off and I freaked out. I returned it. I lost a few dollars on a restocking fee, I think like 70 bucks, whatever, but I did return it. Now, if you want one, don't go by my experiences because it'll probably work for you. But for me, I couldn't get the LTE to connect and I had trouble getting support for it. So I ditched it and sent it back and I will get a refund. But for you, if you are interested in the Galaxy Watch Ultra, oh, also, it was a little bit too heavy and too big for me. 47 millimeter is kind of big, so make sure you go to the store and look at one before you get a 47 millimeter watch. I returned mine, but you can have yours right here on the Amazon link. This refurbished one right here is $302. I will leave a link in the description for this guy right here. Go ahead and order it through our official links, and that will help out the channel so greatly. This is the watch right here, and you can see right here, it does all kinds of cool features. This one is in white. It is wireless charging. It does have some pretty cool stuff. It scores your health every day, as you can see right here. So every day it lets you know if you're doing better or worse. You can work out with a 1-button tap, which is pretty cool. It's the longest lasting battery they've ever had, just like I said in the actual video. It does have turn-by-turn guidance as well that helps you with your workouts outside. It has so many cool features that you probably will enjoy it even if I don't. I just don't think I'll actually use it that much. It's pretty simple. It's just a toy for me and I don't really need to spend, you know, the money on that. And then the monthly line as well is also, you know, like 14 bucks a month, I think is what I paid for unlimited data for just the watch. So I encourage you to get on Amazon and buy yourself one through our official affiliate links. It'll help me out. Thank you for liking and subscribing. New people, please hit the button for me. That's all you gotta do is one thing. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You've done your job for us, and we thank you so much for watching Supercar Street Racing. We're right here on the channel dashboard now, and you guys can see clearly we have 171,002 subscribers. 171,002 is what we're looking at right now. This is amazing. I have shared my content on multiple social media platforms, so this helps me out greatly when you guys subscribe. If you can't watch every video, we understand, but hopefully you can watch some of them and you can help us out by liking and subscribing. Right now, we have to get out of here. We have to go get a steak dinner, and I don't know where we're going, so we got to figure that out too. Later.
We're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Okay, made it up to the top. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. I've got my friend Joe here helping me, Beckett and Company. If anybody's interested or needs any lights put up, he's a great guy to call. Or anything else you need, home restoration or anything. This is how it came. Looks like a big mess, but we're gonna figure it out. And first thing we're gonna do is lay everything out on the ground to make sure of how far we can go with them. I've already got my power source laid out. What I'm doing is, so here we go. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is.
Here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking right there and then just go up from there.
Okay.
Or should, oh wait, no. Well, that's not going to really show up on the house, is it?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, let's start right there. See, I'm afraid to go too far around the corner because I don't want to use up too much of it in case we don't have, you know, 150 foot of it.
Why not just start right there on the edge?
Yeah, let's start on the edge, like what she's saying.
No, I'm talking about up on the...
Well, it's got to be on that under part, and it's got to be Yeah, 3 inches from the house. So I can, yeah, I think that's, yeah, just do that. Yeah. Well,
3
yeah.
inches, that's about 10 inches.
Yeah, do about, yeah, right there. Okay, so we're getting started on our first light, putting it right in the corner by our power supply, and then we'll go from there. We're going to use screws on it. We did stick it up, it stayed, and we're going to reinforce it with a screw. So it's actually pretty easy. You don't have to buy any extra clamps or anything. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Not sure what you call it, but it's really cool.
It's called a lift.
It's called a lift. And that's, it's kind of like a mini crane. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I didn't realize it was going to be on this truck. I thought it was like something that you drove around in. That is super cool. Wow.
Would it help if one of us got on the ladder and pushed that up for you?
The screw's going through. It's got a little tab. Oh, okay, so yeah, pretty cool.
hilarious. They're so tiny. He's sticking it up with the sticky tape first, so it'll at least hold there, and then he's putting the screw in it.
It works a lot better if you stick them.
Yay! This is the best part of it all. Cal, I can go upstairs and hand them through the window. I can hand them through the window upstairs. You're only getting one more try. Throw it in the plant holder. In the window box. Oh no. Throw it in the window box. Oh no, now it busted open. It busted open. Okay, made it up to the top.
Do you need your jacket?
We can train a bird. Who's up here?
It's dark out, but we're making progress. It's light where you are. What color would you like me to put on for you? Pick your poison. I think we're gonna have to, don't you, to get them up there, or what do you have another idea? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, it's nighttime and we're still working, but God, it looks so good. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Guys, we're back in the ever familiar Supercar Street Racing dining room here, and we got a package here from Amazon that's going to help us accomplish some maintenance today at the Supercar Street Racing compound. And inside of the box here we have some garage door lube, 3-in-1. We're not in a cold climate, so we don't have the silicone based garage lube. We're going to use this stuff today and show you guys how to keep your $16,000 garage door properly lubricated. So hang out with us today. We'll all learn something lubing up the garage door. Let's go. Guys, we are right in front of the 3-in-1 garage door lubricant, and that is our mission today, was to get this out of the box and go ahead and go in the Supercar Street Racing garage and service the garage door. It needs lubricating. It has not been done since it was new, and also we're going to lubricate the spring and the hinges wherever we have hinges that do bend. Now this 3-in-1 garage door lube was something like, I don't know, $13 or $14 for 2 bottles on Amazon. So of course we have to be careful with this stuff. It will go everywhere. So during the process of lubing the garage door, we will carry a few towels with us so we don't spray and drip all over our nice garage floor that has been char coated. Now this says it's quick drying and no mess and prevents rust and corrosion. And there's not much of the directions on the back. It just says shake well, apply by spraying directly on the surface to be lubricated and protected. wipe excess with a rag. This says lubricate monthly. We're gonna start maintaining our garage door like that. Let's get out in the Supercar Street Racing garage and start getting to work. Out here in the garage today with the 3-in-1 garage door lube, and all we're going to do right here and right now is show you guys how to lube up the garage door. And the most important part is that you get on the tracks where the rollers go and you're actually cleaning the garage door as well, and then you also lubricate these hinges right here. So the first step is going to be to do the part that is open right now. We'll get all this lubricated, get it wiped down, and then we will go ahead and do all of these hinges right here. So that would be the second step. Now the garage door lube does come with a nice little red hose right here for you. Sorry about the traffic. And so all you have to do right here and right now is get a towel, and you don't want to go crazy with this stuff. So you just go light. And then you take your rag, and you are also cleaning the tracks at the same time. Wiping off the oil doesn't mean it's not lubricated. And look at that. So that is dirt accumulated from whatever over time. And then of course, while you're here, you can go ahead and lube the roller, but you don't need much, just a little spray. So part of the problem is it's going to drip, so wipe it off after you do lube. If you get any on your nice floor, go ahead and wipe that off as well. Let's go ahead and do the other side. And obviously that needs cleaning. So I'm gonna get that today also. All right, and you do see, be careful with this garage door track. You will cut your hand so bad on it. It's very sharp. So we are getting the garage door track clean now. And that is that. And then we spray a little bit on these hinges right here. Just a tiny bit. You don't need a lot. And that does soak right in. See, that time I did better because I didn't get it all over the place. And now I'm going to take the opportunity to clean this, all the spider webs and mess right there. All right, so we are going to continue with our cleaning of the tracks, and we're going to go ahead and do this top part and then proceed to clean and lubricate all of these other parts of the track. Let's get going. We're going to start there, wipe our way all the way down to that side. We just finished lubricating that track right there and cleaning it. Notice I wiped off all of the oil. Well, not all of it, but I wiped off the oil, the excess. And now all we have to do right here and right now is go lubricate these rollers. Just a little shot. You don't have to push hard. And if you do get excess on there, just wipe it off. Just barely press on it. So I didn't do a great job on that one. And make sure you get both sides. That one's gonna drip. Let's get all of these done. Okay, all that is left to do now is go ahead and get this track done. I got all the other ones done and all the rollers and all the hinges, so that's the last thing left before the spring. Let's go ahead and get this thing done now. All right, the last step to this project is to lubricate the spring there. We're gonna spray it on top of the spring. Don't get too much on it. It will actually fall down and drip. So we're just gonna go right on top of the spring and then that's it. Wipe it off with the rag. All right, we're gonna go ahead and exercise the garage door a couple of times now that it has been lubricated. Let's go ahead and open it up. That's gonna allow that nice lubrication to get through those rollers. And the garage door did open. Let's go ahead and close it. Awesome. So you should be doing that once a month. This is a $16,000 garage door. I'm going to take care of it. You guys should as well. I'm going to leave a link in the description to this lubrication oil from Amazon. And I hope that you guys do maintenance on your garage and don't pay a garage door company $200 or $300 to come out and spray some oil on your garage door. Do it once a month. You should be good to go. And that's going to do it for today, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Please like and subscribe and buy all of your Amazon products through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the one in the description. You can click the description link and buy anything you want. It helps me out greatly. So we'll see you guys next time on the channel. Thank you for joining, liking, and subscribing, guys. Peace out. Guys, back in the supercar street racing, amazing. And we were lucky enough to work with a company on this guy right here, which we're going to be unboxing today. And you can't see it until after the intro, which is after the intro on Supercar Street Racing today. Guys, so happy to have you back on the channel. So hyped to have you watching today. And we have this Joust set air purifier to take a look at today. I was lucky enough to work with this company and they sent me this air purifier free of charge. It does have a HEPA filter and we're going to take a look at everything it does. And there's some of the things that it filters out of your life and into this lovely filter right here. So we're going to get this thing out of the box right now and take a look at it. The Joust set is looking so fresh and is trying to make your air fresh. And you can see right here that it's got a carbon filter. It captures 99.97% of all the airborne particles. It has a sleep mode and a 4-speed fan. So we're going to be taking this out of the box right now, but there's a look at how it looks box. And the side of the box here, it's got a color display, an automatic mode, 4-speed fan, ultra quiet sleep mode, timer, and a child lock, and it is Wi-Fi enabled as well. Let's get it out of the box completely and take a look. Oh, some contact information here for Joust set. So the Joust set air purifier comes with a filter already installed, and if you look at the label, it says replace the filter in a timely manner, meaning that they want you to keep replacing the filter on a regular basis rather than using a dirty filter. Having a dirty filter on your air purifier literally does nothing for you if it can't filter out. And inside we have an instruction manual, a remote control, and also this would be the power adapter for the Joust set air purifier, and there's a look inside of it. Let's get this filter unboxed right now and see what's inside of this bag condom. All right, reinstalling the Joust set, you just take this filter, drop it straight in there, and then it turns and locks just like that. And then over here, we have this beautiful power adapter that we need to get unboxed, and it is in a nice air poppable condom. Nothing can happen to this guy because it is so protected that it will never have babies in that air condom. And here's the power adapter for the Joust set. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Joust set. Joustset.com, and they have a YouTube channel, a Facebook page, and we will be helping these guys promote this unit and showing you guys everything that comes with it. And if you look inside of this other plastic condom, we have some more documentation. Let's move this candle before we burn the house down. And we have a nice remote control as well. That comes in this bag. However, this thing is Alexa capable. We also got this nice tag that says Opera and has the Joustset.com website, the email address, the Facebook page, the Instagram, and the YouTube. And these guys are serious about promoting their product. Now, this does not come with batteries. Maybe there are batteries in here. They do not come with batteries. Okay, no batteries, but it did come with a little instruction manual to tell you how to replace the filter, but I figured it out on my own. But there is how you do it. You turn the lock to the left, you pull out the filter, you get the power adapter out, put the filter back in, and tighten it. And there it tells you that the power adapter is inside of the Joust set. And let's get this thing turned over now. And you can see right here, right now, that the unit just turns straight over like this. And yes, the phone is going crazy, but yeah, there is the unit. There is the display. I don't know if we get some peel satisfaction. No, we don't. But on the back, there is the power adapter that we can now get this thing connected with. And the jowl set plugs into a standard 110 volt outlet, which I will plug in with my foot. And the plug goes just like that. And the guy already made a noise, so let's go up front here and see what it says. Nothing yet, so at this point we need to refer to the manual because I don't know how you get this thing up and running and I don't know how you connect it to Wi-Fi, but here is a user guide. Let's get that opened up ASAP. So this guy uses Smart Life, which is what a lot of the generic Wi-Fi devices use. And it says connect it to power. And I just need to see what device this guy uses. So I'm going to look at this a little bit more because it's supposed to be Smart Life, but let me get into this a little bit more. Guys, we are on the phone now and you can see the app is actually called Smart Home Life, not Smart Life. So two different apps, and when we open this guy up right here right now, it's going to be different than the regular, and I need to sign in, so I'm going to do that now. And we are back in the app and it says confirm it is blinking, and it is. And we need to get our Wi-Fi network here. That's Bluetooth. Alright, so we need to be on a 2.4 gigahertz network. Let's check that one off, and you guys cannot see this part. So our device is being added right now to Alexa, and then we'll have to put a skill on Alexa to actually control it with Alexa, but that comes later. And the skill is called just Smart Life, which I already have. Looks like it's adding or trying to add, but I don't see that yet. That didn't work. I clicked it and it said okay. Alright, let's try it again. I'm holding down the reset button. There it goes. It's a 402 and it is blinking. Oh, I put the wrong network. It's supposed to be 2.4. I put a 5 gigahertz, that's why. It's supposed to be 2.4, that's my error. It can't connect to a 5 gigahertz, guys, so don't even try. It doesn't like that. And I'm connected to Wi-Fi. Okay, I was finally able to put the Wi-Fi in after I closed the app completely. It is trying to add to the network now. Let's see if it's actually going to be successful or not. Okay, it worked. And we are on the Wi-Fi network now. So our air purifier is on and connected to Wi-Fi. So back to the camera we go. Okay, we just saw what you do in the Smart Home Life, and we just held down this power button for 5 seconds. You can see the Wi-Fi indicator. Back on the camera, we have the jowl set air purifier connected to Wi-Fi here. And so, really the next part of this is just controlling it from Alexa if you want to. And there are voice commands listed right here on the page. So that's a look at the fan speed, the child switch, and the power for Alexa, and then the whole user manual is right here next to it. Go over some of the areas of the air purifier that you need to understand what they are. So first we have the air outlet area here on top. So you can clearly feel up here that there is a rush of air coming out of the air outlet. And then the next thing is the control panel. The control panel is right here on the front. The air inlet is right here on the bottom. So you have the outlet up here on top and the air inlet on the bottom. And then we have the shell of the unit here, which is this whole plastic area right here. That is the body and shell of the unit. The handle is right here. And right here for two-handed use for your enjoyment. The power adapter interface is on the back. And you can see here we have power from the 110 US outlet right here to the power adapter, and there is the information for the jowl set right there. And the air quality sensor cover is marked as back here. So that would be right there. That's the air quality sensor cover. And then inside the unit, which is under, which you already saw, that's the HEPA filter. The H13 HEPA filter is down there. Now right here, right now on the display, you do see a blue indicator. According to the manual right here, blue means our air quality is very good. If it goes to green, it's good. Yellow to moderate, and red is polluted. So right now we have a good air quality indicator on the front of the jowl set. Taking a look at the front here, the button here on the far left is the on-off button. Right next to it you got the fan speed button, the sleep button right there marked with a little nighttime moon with a Z. We got the filter reset button right next to that where it says HEPA. The timer button after that, and the child lock button. And then on the display up here where it says number, like up there on the numbers, PW 2.5, that does not indicate what that is in the actual manual. 2 is the air quality indicator, which is that blue line. And in the middle, there would be a HEPA if you had to replace your filter. There's a timer over here on the right, which is not lit up right now. And down in the lower left-hand corner, there are some LEDs which are not up yet. And there is some lower right, there should be a sleep mode if you're in sleep, but that would be next to the Wi-Fi indicator there. Right in front of me is the remote for the JetSow air purifier, and if we open this right here, looks like it uses AAA, and we may or may not have AAA batteries in the Supercar Street Racing battery storage facility, but it looks like we do have a couple of AAA batteries available right here. Is it AAA or AA? Ah, it's AA? Oh, it's AAA. Okay. And batteries go straight in like this. And this other battery is being a pain, but here is one right here. And the remote goes back in just like this, guys. And here's our remote for the jowl set, all ready to have fun. And as we see on the instructions here, we have the on-off button, we have a fan speed, we have a filter reset, a timer, and a sleep mode. So let's play with this. And we see right here the first indicator came on, which means low speed. That means middle speed, and I heard a pickup in the fan. And that is high speed there on the indicator. And that is turbo mode. So it has gotten very loud, as you can hear. And now we are in auto mode, which is the mode that I prefer, and that means the unit will decide how much or how little the fan speed will be on or off. As you can see, we are in auto mode right now, but we could go into timer mode where we would press this button and we could set a time that the unit will run. And this little sleep mode thing here with the little moon and the Z's can be engaged to go into sleep mode. And then there's a child lock right there at the end that you can also use as well to keep anyone from playing with your amazing HEPA filter. And I'm still not sure what the digital display is indicating with the number because it does not say. It does not say what that number even means, but I'm assuming it's something to do with the air quality, but we will look that up. And right here we can go to this link and we can extend our product to an extra year of warranty just by scanning this barcode right here. Everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. It is hot in the SCSR Studio A because I forgot to turn the air on early in the morning so we could shoot all day, and so it's having trouble keeping up with the hot. But regardless of that, we have something else hot right here in my hand. This is the RD Diag 600 Pro OBD2 car scanner. Now, TopDon did reach out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we were willing to take a look at this, and I said I thought you guys would enjoy this very much, and they sent one of these out. So today we're going to be taking a look at this on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get to work. We're back in the hot but beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studio A today. One of my favorite places to be if it's not hot. It's probably about 75 to 76 degrees in here because I failed to turn on that air conditioner early enough for it to keep up, and it is very hot. If you reach up here, you can feel the heat. coming directly out of the ceiling. But what else is hot is also this RD-Diag from Topdon. The 600 Pro they sent out to us just to work with you guys on and show you how this works. So what we're going to do today, our plan is we're going to unbox this thing first. We're going to take a look at this guy and see what's inside the box. We're going to walk directly across the street over to Rich's house also, and we are going to hook this up to his truck and see what this thing can do. Thank you so much for 200,000 subscribers. It's amazing. It took a while to get there, but I am so happy with the progress of the channel, all because of you guys. You made it possible for us. Thank you so much. Now, this RD-Diag 600 Pro is the upgraded version of the last model. It does use Android operating system. If you were wondering, most of these do use an Android operating system. Now, this RD-Diag is able to analyze a lot of the different systems in the car, like the engine, transmission, sensors, and things like that, and report back to you what kind of condition those are in. This guy will give you detailed fault codes and descriptions so you understand exactly what you're working with. It also does maintenance functions like your battery. It does things like ABS, things like oil, throttle, and injector coating as well. And also cool things like TPMS reset should be able to be done by the RD-Diag Pro. Now, this guy also does live data monitoring. It can read your car's data and show it in real time. This dude does do one-tap code fault clearing as well. You just hit one button and it goes ahead and resets all the active codes in your car. This guy uses auto VIN and auto ECU recognition to identify your vehicle. It's pretty future-proof because it uses CAN FD. This will keep this guy on the cutting edge of technology for a really long time. This powerhouse is compatible with 90 different vehicles and also 12 languages, so no matter where you are, you probably are able to use the RD-Diag 600 Pro. It says that it has 2 years worth of updates built in. And now right back behind me up here, you can see some of the essential features it does for maintenance. It does things like oil reset, ABS bleeding, DPF reset, throttle relearn, SRS reset, brakes, battery matching, injector coating, and SAS reset as well. This guy has been on quite a few automotive sites online. You can see here, it's been featured on a lot of different places. You can see some of the technology right up here that it has: a 7-inch touchscreen, 3350 milliamp hour battery, a 4-core 1.5 gigahertz processor, and also it runs on Android 11. Now, I am really hyped to get this RD-Diag 600 Pro directly out of the box and see what's included with it. Let's go ahead and do that right now.
All right, guys, right in front of me here, we have the RD-Diag 600 Pro by Topdon. Now, Topdon sent us the 600 Pro. They call it their mid-range diagnostic tool here. They wanted us to check it out with you guys and go ahead and open it up and then maybe fire it up inside of a vehicle. So what we have right here is the Topdon RD-Diag 600 Pro, and we're going to get this opened up right now. Now, taking a look at the box first, though, you can see right here just a picture of it on the front and a little car logo right there, RD-Diag 600 Pro by Topdon. On the side, all it says is Topdon. So there's not much on the side of the box right here, but on the back, we have a lot of information here. It says master the essentials. There's some contact information. They do have a North American phone number, and they do have other country phone numbers right here, and their website, www.topdon.com. There is a code right here indicating which one this is, and on the outside, there is not much more to this box than that. Now let's go ahead and get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, so the first thing I see here, the presentation is real. We have a nice bag with all the stuff for the Topdon inside of it, so we don't need this box anymore where we're going. And nice looking case here for your OBD2 scanner. Let's go ahead and open it up and see. It has a nice handle on the top also for you to carry it. And inside of this, we do have the OBD2 cable. So it looks like it has an old school serial. I think that's a 16-pin connector there, and that's your OBD2 connector right there on the other side. Everything is nicely packaged in little bags, and inside of this probably is a charger. It is. It's a USB type A on one end, and thank goodness it's a USB type C on the other end. More and more companies are finally getting smart and putting USB Type-C in their devices so that everything is one standard. Then we've got the actual scanner right here, and there is a couple of little manuals as well. There's a quick user guide here. There is a user manual if you scan that. And the first part of the manual here is in English, and it kind of describes everything on the front of this, but let's get that opened up so you guys can see it in person. There is the nice art diag, really nice looking box with a nice large screen. It shows you what's on the front and on the top. Your top has your power button and your, I think that's a 16-pin serial connector right there. On the front, you have your OK button, you have your return button, and then of course you have your keypad here. There is something on the side of the box, a charging port, and inside of there is your USB charging port. So there's not much else to do here except charge this. I'm not going to charge it right here. This is a slow charging. This is from the computer, so it won't have much amperage. So I'm going to go plug it in the kitchen and start charging it, and I'll let you guys know how long it took to charge.
All right, guys, we're back in front of the Top Don, and I'm happy to report that that took about 20 minutes from 60% all the way to 100%. So now we're ready to go ahead and fire up the Top Don. Let's go ahead and turn it on. There it is booting up, the Top Don. It says copyright 2024 Top Don. Let's see how long it takes to boot up. Now, I'm assuming this thing has Wi-Fi that it can download new things. Let's see. So we're in the setup area right now. It is a touchscreen. Nice. Okay, cool. English US. Next. That is the correct time zone. Now it's looking for my Wi-Fi network. Here it is right here. I'm going to go ahead and put in the code that you guys can't see. All right. I put my Wi-Fi information in. It says connecting. All right. So now it wants us to update the version to 2.3.0, and it's going to fix known bugs. Let's see if it updates. It's got a line. It's indicating the progress right here. Let's let it do its thing. And finally, it is at 100% on the download. Now it's telling you here when you first use this thing, there goes the firmware update. It's going to probably restart and update the firmware. Let's watch that process. Oh, no, it's on. Okay, cool. So let's hit update. Oh, okay, this is loading. It says there's a bunch of updates. Let's look at that. So this might be updating for the cars and stuff. There's 74. It says there's 74 updates. This has to be like vehicle updates. You just click this, it selects all of them to update. So there's 63. Let's do it. And you can see a readout up here of the speed that it is downloading updates. Let's let that update in the background. We're back now after a couple of hours of break, and my GoPro overheated, of course, because it's absolute garbage and we're inside the air conditioning. This tablet did eventually finish all the updates. You can see right here, there's nothing left. It did let me know that I have a free year of updates that is usually $29.99. But there's a lot of things here that we can't do right now because we're not connected to a car. It does diagnostics, OBD2, EOBD. So if you go into OBD2, you got to connect first. So what we're going to do after this, here's the different maintenance items you can do depending on what vehicle you have. So let's take this thing directly to Rich's house when it's not 115 degrees, get in his truck and connect it right up and see what it can do. Guys, I wanted to take a short break from the video to introduce you guys to our new sponsor, Trond. They sent us this very cool desk lamp right here, which is sitting so fly and bolted directly to Studio B desk. Now this lamp is awesome because it does tilt and articulate in a bunch of different ways. You can rotate it and do all kinds of stuff with it. And it is also kind of perfect for this area right here where we do the shooting. It does have controls on the very top, as you can see right here. All the controls that are on the top are also located on this remote control. The remote control does have a timer on it. It has brightness on it. It has color temperature. So as you can see right here, I'm rotating through the color temperature on the light from cool to really cool to warm white. And on the remote control right here, you can do the exact same things, if you guys can see that right here. The lamp just bolts right to the desk here. It bolts right from the underneath, and then all of the different areas of the lamp are articulable, so you can move everything. Especially these two little wands right here are very cool. I love that. You can almost see it in the webcam picture right there. So Tron donated this light. It is a 360-degree rotating architect desk lamp. It has 5 colors, 5 brightness levels, a 24-watt light with eye care, and a 45-minute timer, and it does come with a remote control. Now, right now, it is $69.99, but there is a 20% coupon you can apply to this, and also there's a promotion that you can save another 10% when you check it out online. And you can see right here on the picture, they're actually using DaVinci Resolve, and they have the nice desk lamp above it. That's what I'm going to be doing, because I'm going to install this guy right here. I'm going to put a link in the description to the Tron LED desk lamp. Make sure you support Supercar Street Racing. Tell them we sent you and show your love for SCSR. Now back to the video. All right, you guys just saw us unbox this Diag Pro, and you saw everything that was included inside of the box. Now there's only one thing left to do. We're going to go ahead and walk directly across the street, get into Rich's truck, and go ahead and see what all this guy can do. And let's see what maintenance does. You can reset different things in the car, like your oil light, your throttle position, your EBP, steering, ABS, DPF, BMS, injector, and TPMS. I pushed maintenance, and now I'm going to go to Toyota. It found the VIN again, double cab, confirm, and there's the manual oil reset, so you can go ahead and reset the light if you do get your oil changed. That part is not supported with engine and ECT. And here's all the other functions you can use to reset to do maintenance on the car. So for example, if you need to reset your injectors, you can go in there and do that. So the mall is where you can purchase things for the Top Don. That's that button right there. The library has a bunch of useful information here, like a DTC repair guide, DLC location, warning light library, a user manual, and a quick support with TeamViewer. I guess they can remote in and work on this. And I'm doing one more auto scan on it. There it is, reading directly off of the computer. All the live data is like the fuel trim. The RPMs are right there. I'm at 700 RPMs. You can see right here. Vehicle speed sensor, timing. You've got all kinds of things that you can view in real time with this nice Top Don Diag 600 Pro. User info is just where you get all your information. You can also do firmware updates or system updates. We've already done all the updates. You saw that yesterday. That took a while for the cars to go ahead and get updated, but everything is current here now. And that is a look at the Top Don. It does a lot of cool stuff. Let's see what battery voltage does. All right, it shows you real time. The battery voltage is at 14 volts. That's cool. And under history, you can look at reports that you saved. You can replay old data. You can actually do screenshots as well if you need to. And you can screen record, which is pretty cool. All right, we are recording now on this device, and I'm going to play back a little bit of the video that I record on this device if I can figure out how to get it off of here. This is recording right now, so if we go back into diagnostics and we go to VIN, all right, it's scanning now. Let's do auto scan. I'm going to record this. the screen and see if I can get the file off of there to play back for you guys. And it is scanning now. It's at 30%. You can see at the bottom, 40%. It said no DTCs actually, but it is on. The light is confirmed on the dash. And it is at 70% now. Occupant detection, passenger door, driver door. And it said no TTCs on occupant detection. Passenger door, driver door now does not exist on that one. And if we do a report here, there is the report that you can get from this, and then you can save it and look at it later, and you can see the codes right there and what they mean. Pretty cool 600 Pro scanner. We just took this RD Diag 600 Pro directly out of the box, walked across the street to Rich's house, and installed it in his truck. We pulled all of his codes and checked out his entire truck with this cool little device, and it's very awesome, and I highly recommend this guy. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. You probably won't be sad about it. It's got 34 reviews at 4.4 stars. That's actually really good. It's hard to get a 4.4 star review on Amazon. You guys know that. And now that we've done all that, there's only one thing left to do, and you guys know what that is. Let's throw it to Brad. I will show you how you can get your own RD Diag 600 Pro on Amazon. Go ahead and order it from the link in the description. Let's toss it over to Brad right now. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to Supercar Street Racing. It's so nice to have you out in Studio A again with me. And thank you for 200,000 subscribers while I am thinking about it. Today we have a special product that was sent to us by TopDon. This is the RD Diag 600 Pro sent to us by TopDon. They asked if you guys might want to see this, and I said, yes, I thought you did. So we went ahead and got this thing, and it's pretty cool. It is a diagnostic tool for OBD2. You plug it into your OBD2 port right underneath your dash there. It does pull codes from your car, shows you all your fault codes, and then allows you to reset them and also Google them, so you know exactly what's wrong with your vehicle. And you saw today, we looked at Rich's truck and he did have one fault code. I gave him that fault code so he could go to his mechanic, and then he could not get ripped off by them because they won't know what he knows. And that's why you guys should have your own RD Diag 600 Pro. Now this thing does have 4.5 star reviews. It's got 36 reviews sitting so fresh right here on Amazon. It is $208 right now. It's 20% off. So now's a really good time to go ahead and order your RD Diag 600 Pro. It also allows you to do screen recordings and screenshots. So if you want to play that back later like I did, you saw how I did that when I put it into the edit session here while I was talking over the actual diagnostic on Rich's truck. It says it comes with 2 years of free updates, so you can look forward to that. Not having to subscribe, you're going to get 2 years from these guys of nice updates. It also does 9 different service resets, a bunch of different maintenance items as well. So you can do things like reset your oil light and like your battery. When you get a new battery, this thing can help you learn your battery type for the car if your car supports it, and the tool does too. It also does live data monitoring. You can actually watch the car's data in real time on the screen so you can get indicators of what your vehicle is doing. This thing can identify your ECU automatically and know what kind of car you drive. This thing does 90 plus vehicles in 12 different languages, so you can be assured that you're probably covered when you have this thing. So go ahead and check out the RD Diag 600 Pro. I might have called it Art Diag a couple of times in the actual video. Sorry about that. It's RD Diag 600 Pro by TopDon. There will be a link in the description. Pick yours up and help out Supercar Street Racing. It really does help us a lot. We just need a few dollars here and there to keep the channel going. Here's a look at the channel metrics right here. We have 201,255 subscribers, and we couldn't do it without your help. Thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Everything you do matters. Please like, please subscribe, and please buy all of your Amazon products through any of the links in the video description of any of my videos. You can click any other link and buy something, and it helps me out greatly, and I do appreciate it. Thanks for the like and subscribe, and I got to get out of here. It's about to storm out here. It is thundering and lightning. Let's go. Welcome to Florida, where we had a hurricane. It's completely sunny and pouring down rain in Florida. Yeah, this is Florida. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing matte black garage, there's a surprise coming for this guy. But what we're doing today is we are going to be removing the Trojan batteries from this guy. They are shot and they need to be taken out, so we're going to go in there and remove them, and at the same time we actually get to see what controller we have finally, and that's today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, so the first thing we have to do right here, right now, is get this seat off because it is blocking the lovely batteries. We no longer need this charger, probably ever again. And the seat can just sit happily right here while we disassemble this entire unit. Pretty much everything with red gets 48 volts. Okay, wow. I wasn't expecting the batteries to be that heavy. They are beasts. Got all the batteries out, and now we are going to clean out this. Made a mess underneath there with all the corrosion that fell out. But I'm going to try to clean this out as best I can. It's going to be difficult. I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Now that we got everything out of here, I'm going to go ahead and vacuum out as much as I can. And we'll get a good shot of that. All right, I got the golf cart all nice and detailed and ready for the eco battery install. And I am about to call those guys here at 9 o'clock and see what the deal is with getting the eco battery and the AC motor and controller. And then I'll update you guys after that. But this thing is ready. The engine bay is cleaned out, and let's get to getting. All right, I dropped my mic feeding the alligators. I had to go figure that out. Are you guys ready to go beyond today? Because today we have the HP Envy, and it is from Best Buy. It has the Ryzen 7 processor and 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. Let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. Now we're right in front of the HP Envy and also in front of the iMac that we did purchase from a thrift store. You can go ahead and check out that video later. But right now I've got this backwards actually because it does open up from this side. But if we go around the side here, we can look at the model number, and it is a HP Envy X360 2-in-1 laptop. This thing does have the Ryzen 7 processor on it, and it does have a terabyte SSD in it and 16 gigs of RAM. Now, one of the things we're going to be doing today is actually we're going to edit this entire episode on this laptop. This is not an editing machine by any means. It doesn't have a super fast video card. This is a super fast processor, but not a fast video card. But we're going to set this up for Rich and Trish live. While we do that, we're going to be recording that, and then we're also going to get this thing going for them, as far as we're going to take all the bloatware off and install all the necessary antivirus and other software that they need to work every day. Now, this thing did come from Best Buy, and I believe it was $749, so not a bad deal. And looking at the back of the box, it doesn't really have much on it, just a little barcode and some battery information. Everything important is on the side, and like I said, I'll put a link in the description to this guy for later. Back in front of the HP Envy and ready to unbox it. And it does open up backwards, which is better for you guys because you are backwards, but the camera would hit it. So let's roll this thing around and see what's inside. And here we have a nice HP Envy logo on the back of the box, which you guys can't see. And then the Envy is inside of this black felt right here. And right underneath that, inside the Envy, we have a package here, which I'm assuming has some software related items in it. It has some setup instructions here. And then underneath that, we have a power adapter, and it is a USB Type-C power. Let's see if I have enough cable to actually plug this in from where it has to reach. All right, of note, the very first thing that we can say about the HP is that it does have a decent amount of cable from the power adapter. I would say at least around 10 feet. So here is the HP Envy, and this is what it looks like on the top. And flipping it over, not much to see. Apparently, if you want to get this thing opened up and do some RAM upgrades or something like that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They don't have an actual place to open it up, and I don't know if the battery is even replaceable. We would have to read our manual for that. But there is no battery place for you to actually just eject a battery on the back of this, as you can see. Now let's get this thing opened up and check out and now let's take a look at the ports on the HP. So on the side here, you can see it does have one USB Type A, it has an HDMI, and it has two USB Type Cs, and on this side another Type A USB port and a headphone jack. Now they have done away with the card readers on these now. There is no card reader inside of the HP. And we do have the laptop open now, and you can see it has Radeon graphics. It has a nice sticker here to show you that it has a Ryzen and Radeon graphics. It is called the Poly Studio. This is a touchscreen laptop, by the way. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug in the laptop and power it on now. And on the side of the laptop, we do have a white power indicator indicating that this is charging. And next, we'll go ahead and power this laptop on. And to make our life easier, we are gonna go ahead and plug in a USB Type A mouse to the side. It'll be much easier for us to do our setup on the laptop if we do have a regular mouse rather than the touchpad mouse. So let's go ahead and power this guy on. First, we have to find the power button. It is right here. It did light up here, indicating that we do have power to the laptop. We finally have an HP. That took about 25 to 30 seconds to actually power on, which is interesting. Now you can see Windows booting up here. Now this laptop does come with Windows 11, supposedly. We're going to take a look at that as well and see what updates it needs for Windows 11, if any. I'm sure there's going to be a round or two of updates. And here we are at the initial Windows 11 setup screen, asking us what country we're in. We are in, and we are in the United States. We'll hit next there. We are in Windows. No, we want to skip a secondary keyboard layout. We're going to go ahead and connect to my network, but we are going to stop you guys down while we do that. Here we are connected to my Wi-Fi now, the Starbase. It's looking for updates now. So they did find some updates. It is going to go ahead and install those. We won't bore you guys with that. We'll stop down while it does the initial update procedure. We're back, and we have our EULA in front of us. We're just going to accept. And it just did rename the computer, and so now it is proceeding to restart. Okay, we can go ahead and do location-based services, find my device, and give advertising data and all that. We're going to turn off advertising data. And I did skip a couple of the things, but We don't want to do any of this stuff. Okay, so it is updating the software now. We'll get back to you guys when it is done. Okay, we did just put the pin in to sign in, not the actual password. So computer is now in the setup mode here again. It says it might take a few minutes, so we're going to leave it right there while we check on dinner. All right, we are all signed into the desktop of the machine now, and we are going to, first things first, remove a lot of the bloatware, including the dumb McAfee that comes with this, because it is worthless. We got dinner. Prime rib from Cody's Roadhouse. So the first thing we're going to get rid of is this ridiculous McAfee. We're going to put AVG on there because McAfee is terrible. And we have to restart, and it wants to do more updates. Let us get AVG now and Chrome. And AVG is installing. While that goes, we can go ahead and get Google Chrome. Microsoft will try to convince you not to get Chrome. I'm going to go ahead and set up Google Chrome. And AVG is done setting up. And it's going to run a smart scan. I'm impressed with this laptop so far. I just made Chrome the default browser. Now we're going to download, WinRAR. And this prime rib is absolutely fire. We don't want to launch it at this point. Now let's go back into add remove programs and see if there's anything else we can clean up. Just anything I see that she will not use, I can disable. The clamp video editor, uninstall. Dropbox promotion, uninstall. Don't need it, uninstall. OneDrive, uninstall. Teams personal, whiteboard, uninstall. Movies and TV, uninstall. Office, Omen Gaming Hub, uninstall. Outlook, uninstall. People, uninstall. Power Automate, uninstall. Solitaire I'll leave in there for her. Voice recorder I'll leave in. Weather I'll leave in. Xbox Live, uninstall. And there, my friends, is how you clean this up immediately. Okay, we did install Driver Booster Pro, and now we are going to go ahead and scan the PC for driver updates while Microsoft Office is installing in the background. So we have 28 outdated device driver. Don't see any reason why we shouldn't just install all those. I'm not going to use the official drivers. It is downloading the drivers now. And this thing is installing us drivers right now. While this happens, we are going to take a little break and throw away a bunch of food that we need to throw away. All right, I dropped my mic feeding the alligators. I had to go figure that out, but we are now copying everything that was on the last memory card to the laptop. Now we got to get the free beta installed for DaVinci Resolve. Okay, now we're installing all of the latest updates from Windows Update. DaVinci Resolve free, it is completely legal. This is still copying from the USB 3, what's a Ryzen 7 8840HS with built-in Radeon graphics. It is 8 cores, and we have 16 gigs of memory and a 1 terabyte SSD, and it is rocking right now, as you can see, everybody. This will be DaVinci Resolve 19. It's loading, and we still haven't touched the CPU yet, which is impressive. Now we are on plug, not battery. Using 8 gigabytes of 16, and this thing is busy in the background. And DaVinci Resolve is loaded without any issues. PNV. And here comes DaVinci Resolve with its familiar screen, which I'm happy about. Let's close it. Okay, we got our NAS open right now. That's where we're gonna be dragging our editing stuff from for our, this is gonna be difficult with one monitor, but I'm down to try. Drag the second clip down. So far, no slowdowns, let's see. Are you guys ready to go beyond today? This is actually not a bad editing experience at all. Because today we have the HP Envy. Welcome back, guys. Today we have something really special. We have the HP Envy X360 laptop. It is a 2-in-1 laptop, and I'm going to show you exactly what that means here in a moment. Now, this is my neighbor Trisha's laptop. She lives across the street, and I told her that I would install the software on it for her, take all the bloatware off, and also put on anything else she needed for work. So we did just that, you saw in the video, and we also edited about 95% of this video on this HP Envy X360 laptop. Now, I do have the X360 right here in front of me, and it is quite a beautiful laptop. You can see right here and right now. And look what it does when you want to use it as a tablet. You flip it over like that and it sits on the ground in a V shape, so you can use it upright, or you could lay it flat completely like this if you really wanted to. But yeah, so this is how you use it in tablet mode. So let's go ahead and fire this guy up right now and get it booted up. It will be on batteries. So let's see what happens here. Now, I did fire up the HP Envy laptop, and I gotta say I'm pretty happy with the performance, and you can see it just did get logged on just then. All right, we have the Envy laptop right here in front of us in tablet mode, and you can see right here, you turn it like this into a V shape, you can very easily use it in tablet mode. So for example, I can double click Chrome and Chrome opens right up right there. This is how you use it in tablet mode. It's pretty cool, and I think you could actually lay it flat as well. All right, so I just did test the laptop. Now, when you have the lid open like this and on reverse like this, it disables the keyboard. That allows you to lay it down flat. You could lay it down on a soft surface or a hard surface, it shouldn't matter, but I would probably put it on something very soft. Now, the performance of this laptop is awesome. I had no problems whatsoever editing this video on the laptop from my NAS too, so it was actually using Wi-Fi over NAS to edit this video. I am going to leave an Amazon link in the description for this laptop. It is the Ryzen powered laptop with 16 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte SSD. You see it on the screen here. It is $858, and they even do have payment plans if you want to go that route. Guys, that's going to do it for today. I hope you enjoyed this, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. I got to deliver this laptop over to Trish. Let's get out of here. All right here in front of me, I do have the second part of the equation of the Kimimoto generous donation to the channel. We're going to get this thing opened up, and this is going to help us fix something on the golf cart that has been broken for a minute. So let's get this thing opened up now. And of course, inside of one box, there will be another box that you have to open. So let's get this unboxed now. Directly in front of us right now, we have the Kimimoto Ultimate Light Kit for the Club Car Precedent. And we already have a kit on the cart right now, but it is not working properly. So we are going to go ahead and install this kit instead and see if we can get this working the whole entire way. So we have everything in here that we need to go ahead and install a light kit on the club car precedent. All we have to do is get out there and get it done, and there is a horn. So my horn doesn't work right now, and my blinkers don't work right now. But here is everything in the kit. We already have a brake switch like this. This is the LED headlight portion of the kit here. This is part of the stock controls, and this is also a stock thing right here. So yeah, we're gonna be installing this guy and removing a lot of the other kit, if not all of it, to see if we can get our blinkers working again. And our taillights don't work either, I don't think, but we gotta check that. Definitely our horn doesn't work anymore, and our blinkers don't work anymore. Our headlights do work, but we gotta get this thing out and installed on the club car precedent, so let's do that. All right, we are back out here in the garage at Supercar Street Racing, and this is a day I've actually been dreading. We have the golf cart ready to get torn apart to fix the lights, but we want to thank Kimimoto, who provided this light kit here for us to go ahead and repair the golf cart. The blinkers do not work at all, and some of the lights on the front here on the kit are flashing and blinking. Don't know what's going on with the blinkers, or not sure if the control box has died or what, but as you can see, we are ready to start working. We have the correct star bit on our drill here to pull off this dashboard, and we should be able to pull it out enough to work. It is kind of a pain, but we do have to replace this stock, this little wire protector, and then rewire the lights in. Hopefully we can use the same taillights. I do not want to get into that mess of redoing the taillights because they do work. The brake lights work as well, but the blinkers do not work. So I'm thinking maybe the control box died. So we know one thing, when we do have the switch on, the lights only work when the switch is on, so it is wired to ignition somehow. Once we get this dash out, we'll be able to see exactly what I did, and we can just unhook this kit and hook the kit up that we just got. So it's a lot of work. We're gonna have to get going pretty soon. So let's get busy, let's get to work, and let's get this dash off. Okay. There are 4 bolts here. I'm gonna try to put these somewhere where I don't lose them. I don't have any more of these, so I'm gonna grab a plastic bag to put these in, or a Tupperware container. Got a nice Tupperware container here now. This should just lift right out, no problem. And this just does come off as well. This is where the wiring goes. This pops off for the stock. Just like that. This pops right off. There's the wiring underneath. We have all new of that. Basically, this just comes right off now, this top ring. And now this thing is kind of hard to get off. It kind of sucks. This is why I didn't want to do this. It fits up underneath this lip and over the carpet. Getting out is not fun. I always think it's gonna break. And that is it. That's how you remove the dash panel. Now you guys can see inside the dash, I did do a nice wiring terminal right there for anything 12 volts. If we needed to add anything, all we have to do is just basically go right to that double terminal set right there. I got ground and hot. So what we're gonna do now is we gotta get this old kit out and watch closely where it is wired to. The wiring is right here. Yeah, okay, so I didn't use the flat emergency flashers. Okay, I just tested everything using the new switch. It all works fine. We are going to attempt to remove this headlight. Looks like 2 bolts and 2 nuts on the bottom holding it on. Okay, on this side, all we have to do now is get this dash back together and then go ahead and build the stock. Of course, the camera keeps overheating, which is par for the course, but I have everything going back together now. Stock's gonna go back on. So I push the wires through there, the connectors, then just goes on like this. It looks like you have to loosen this side some more. So they give you very long screws, and you just put the other screw in like that and tighten it back down. There's little clamps that go over your steering column, so you just want to make them even. Same tightness on both sides. Make sure you tighten it good because this will move when you go to grab the blinker. But it is plastic, so don't strip it out. Okay, I got my new wiring cover here. Just goes on the bottom of your steering column and covers up all the wires. There. Guys, I wanted to take a minute and thank our sponsors for today's video. Now we have two sponsors on the side besides from the main sponsor that provided for the actual video, but today we are also sponsored by Enviroscent here, and Enviroscent was so kind to send us one of their safe scents, and they did send us lemon leaf and thyme, and you can see right here it's pretty cool. So this is the thing that plugs into the wall. They give you this with the package. You take the scent out of this thing. They give you a little can for it. And then this just slides directly into the Enviroscent. It does have arrows to show you which way, and it should just slide right in like that. And then it just plugs right into the wall. It gives you 45 days of freshness. Now Enviroscent is safe for you and your pets. Everything in the Enviroscent is liquid free and non-toxic. And this is made for medium-sized spaces and guaranteed not to overwhelm your home with scent. So if you're planet conscious, this is perfect for you because that is the approach that Enviroscent does take with all their products. Right here on the front page, you can see they have 5 different scents available, and this one is the lemon, leaf, and thyme. We're gonna go ahead and plug that in Supercar Street Racing Compound and see how it smells. Now they did include a card, and it does have 6 different scents that you can choose from. Pineapple coconut, sea salt aloe, lavender tea and honey, spring water lotus, rainwater bamboo, lemon leaf and thyme, and pineapple and coconut. And please be sure to buy from the link in the description and leave them a nice review on Amazon. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. We'd also like to welcome The Good Stuff Rug Tape to the channel as a sponsor. Now this stuff is double-sided, heavy duty, and it is completely residue free when you use it. This roll here is 2 inches wide by 10 yards. And checking out here on the Amazon page, you can get 10 yards, 30 yards, or 100 yards, all by 2 inches. So it's a well-known fact that a lot of people are injured every year because their rugs do slip out from underneath them. It says right here, over 40,000 people are injured because of that. So this stuff is super easy to install and reposition. It's got an easy tear backing and a no-slip rug gripper tape. You can effortlessly tear it to any desired length. And on any type of carpet or rug, this stuff is designed to last. This stuff is highly rated and highly trusted by all the customers, so you can trust it too. I'm gonna leave a link down in the description for the Extreme Strength Rug Tape. Please support our sponsor by going down in the description and buying yours there. This little cover just goes right on top of here. It's got 4 screws. All right, guys, we're back out here with the golf cart. Now, we didn't show you a lot of the install process. We did get the Kimimoto kit installed. It is not that difficult. All you have to do is follow the diagrams in the instructions and you can get this installed. We did go ahead and replace all the wiring in the golf cart after all, but the camera kept overheating, so we did not get good shots of that. We have just shots of the front being replaced. And then, of course, we did go ahead and put the new stock mount on here. We did not use the switch that mounts on the dash, but you can see right here, our lights do work fine. We do have good headlights. And if we look at the blinkers, we have a blinker right there, and we have a blinker right there, and a blinker right there. And the other one does work as well. We kept our old taillights because they are smoked. There are plenty of videos to install this kit online, so I'm not making a video of front to back install. It is not difficult. You can see right here the new stock. We do have a brake light now. The brake pad goes right over your old existing brake pedal. And of course we have a horn installed as well. And so that is the Hdmi Moto kit. Look at the lights for now. We're done in here. We just got to clean up. All right, guys, we are out here on the golf cart. Give you a little bit of a sense of what the lights are like. So that's what they look like at night. Pretty good. We're moving. I'm going the back way. So this is the light kit at night. Does a good job of lighting up the road. All right, guys, we made it back into the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we did test the lights out. They are probably about the same as what I had before. They're not super bright, but they're not dim. I would say they're just adequate, so I think they're fine for any golf cart. I would actually like to get a couple of lights here and here to complement those, or maybe a light bar right here pointing down, or up here pointing down at the top. So we'll see what we can figure out, but this is gonna end the video, guys. Thank you for supporting Kumamoto. They are always generous with the channel. Please pick up their light kit. It's available on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. As always, thank you guys for the support. We'll see you next time. All right, so we got Joe here on the channel again. He's in every video. Oh, look at this. They're definitely turning.
No.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna roll. There's a truck in this lane, by the way. So whoever gets out first has got to go that way.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna go.
Speed code 4 versus high test motor versus your controller.
Okay.
Right?
Whatever controller.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna do 3.
Yep.
We'll go on the third honk. Ready?
Oh, my horn.
Oh, you smoked me! All right, so that was a stock-ish, I think, golf cart, maybe with a speed program, but Joe's gonna get his golf cart, and his, I think, will smoke this one, pretty sure. We got 50 volts. So we're just waiting on Joe to come out here for the races. All right, I have a secret method. I'm gonna brake boost on him. He doesn't even know it. Shit. Stage. Ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Shit, I can't. I got a car right there. I had a car. I was gonna get smoked. These things are like almost identical. Dude, these things are really close. Same wheel, same tire. This road sucks because that thing's in the way. So I thought I could brake boost, but you can't hold the brake.
No, you can't.
It turns off the motor, so you gotta like,
Yeah.
you gotta barely put it.
Just say when you're ready.
All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh! Yes! Smoke! They're literally exactly the same. They're literally, it's all about the launch.
Well, so the way I have mine set up is that it's so jerky when you have it set up to like the highest.
You have to tune it down. This one feels,
Yeah.
this one feels tuned.
It just hits you so hard, you know?
I want that to, but I want the hit. Like, you can't hold it to the floor, and, okay, that time it worked, but if you do it for too long, it just turns off the switch.
Yeah.
But this isn't long enough to even do anything. Oh, you want to go out here? All right, so how do you actually brake boost it? Like,
It's not.
one, you ready?
Or straight
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Wait, it did. Oh shit, that was it! Yes! I'm coming up on you! I'm catching you! I'm catching you! I'm catching! These things are like the same, man. These things are exactly the same. It's sick.
Until you go to the hill.
Like,
Until you get up.
dude, the only thing that would make a difference is lithium. Lithium would 300 pounds.
Listen, up the hill, I was going to smoke you, man.
I know, and I had a bad launch. I was like, I don't know how to.
No, I had a great launch.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
No, it's.
I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming! Oh! Oh! I'm passing you! I'm passing you! Oh! Yes! Those brakes!
They work good.
Yeah. Okay, I could not figure out how to get this for the life of me, but it looks like you're supposed to use this spacer because the short screws don't fit it. The long screws fit if you use a spacer. It came with like another O-ring thing with a spacer. This nut is really close to the actual throttle body. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the project for the mini bike. And we got a package in the mail, and it is a high performance racing carburetor for a bunch of different kind of bikes. Supposedly it's for this bike. I don't know how it works or how to actually install it, but we're going to open it up right now and see if there's a clue. It does come with a new throttle cable, which is interesting. I don't know why. This is the actual new carburetor. Now it's completely different from the other one because I don't see butterflies as the throttle opening. Really strange. I don't know how that works. On the other carb right here, if you look in this part, I have it right here. If you look right here, there's an actual butterfly for the throttle, and there is a black thing right here that modulates the butterflies. So I don't know anything about this new carburetor and how it is supposed to work, but let's put it down there and see what else we've got. All right, we've got a breather cap. I don't know what that's for. This is a little spacer, plastic spacer for mounting the carb to the engine. We have a tube, and it looks like a fuel line and something else. Fuel filter and some accessories here. And literally 0 instructions. And then we have our new exhaust system. So I have not a clue how this is supposed to be done. But check out our new muffler and exhaust in matte black. Very cool. But this is a puzzle to me. I don't understand it whatsoever. There's no springs or anything for this. There's no like instructions on how you hook it up. I don't even see where the throttle cable would connect to this, guys. I mean, okay, we're looking at all of our components here with our upgrade kit for the bike, and we have the Mikuni MK22 carburetor here. And so the first thing you want to have handy is a small screwdriver like this, and you want to take this idle adjustment. You want to tighten it all the way hand tight. Just hand tighten it till it's all the way to the right, and then take it and back it off at least 1/2 to 3/4 of a turn, and that is going to be kind of where you're going to want to be on that guy right there. And then the next step is to go ahead and mount the MK22 to the actual bike. But before that, you want to take these 4 screws and open that up, and inside there you've got your float. Open these 4 screws up, make sure your float, hold your carburetor level, make sure your float is also level, and then put your 4 screws back on, and be sure not to over torque those. Okay, we are taking a look at this carburetor install now. This is our actual spark plug wire. Needs to be degreased actually. It did not come with a new spark plug. I'm gonna grab some gloves. Okay, I could not figure out how to get this for the life of me, but it looks like you're supposed to use a spacer because the short screws don't fit it. The long screws fit if you use a spacer. It came with like another O-ring thing with a spacer. This nut is really close to the actual throttle body. I don't know if it's going to actually tighten properly or not, and I don't know how tight to do these. There's like no instructions whatsoever, but here is the actual thing. It's really tight. Okay, so I went ahead and mounted the carburetor to the engine. So what you do is you put the gasket in between and then you tighten them by hand. Then you tighten it with the wrench and you alternate from side to side and you just snug it up on both sides. Okay, so we got the inside of the carburetor out and it has a little clip inside there with a needle. And to hook up the throttle cable, you run it through the cap here. Don't lose the gasket. Through the spring, like that. And then I think you put it down the side here. I'm watching a video right now on how to do that. But I think it goes, oh, well, we lost it already. Keeps falling back in. Okay, so you run your cable through the hole in the slide at the bottom, like that. Make sure your gasket's still in place here. Don't forget your black cap like I did. I didn't see it in the kit, honestly. There's your cable cover. Your spring. Grab your float. Goes under like that. And then everything goes back in. It should drop all the way to the bottom. If it doesn't, it's not in there right. Ah, I had it in there backwards. It dropped that time. Okay, it's in there now. Assuming you just zip tie it up like that. Maybe through this little... Oh man, was I supposed to go through that? What the heck, man. Well, it's getting zip tied. There's really nothing to kind of hold it in there. Did I do something wrong? All right, we got our air filter on there now. Just needs to be tightened up. Just uses a Phillips clamp. Just like that. Good and tight. Here's our old throttle assembly. I think we gotta take this apart. I'm actually gonna order a new one, I think. It's got 2 screws on it. I'm assuming the throttle cable hooks inside here. I've never done this before. Never worked on bicycle, mini bike, nothing. Okay, so that part just comes straight out. Okay, apparently this part comes out somehow. Okay, just like that. Okay, I do not want to forget how this piece goes in there. Goes in just like that. Okay. How am I going to get this back? Shit.
kind of sucks. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it. Let's see. Yeah, I want to order a new one of these anyway. Didn't snug up at all. That feels like it, but we got to put the handlebars back on before we can do that part. Okay, I got the governor all ground off, so it's prepped for removal completely from the engine whenever we take the side of the case off. At least that's what I read online and watched a video of it. We need to get our fuel filter installed and our gas tank installed.
Oh my gosh, we are live again. Get this mic close. We are live. Alright, so we are live again. What up, guys? We are live, test 1, 2, 3, 4, adjusting the microphone level, making sure that we are live, and it looks like we are live. We had an epic fail yesterday on the audio levels. So today we're trying a little bit better audio levels on both the game and on the mic. We raised the audio levels up quite a bit. Looks like the game's a little bit louder this time. Hopefully it's good. Go ahead and get to playing. And we have all this left over from yesterday, but today we are going to be looking at a different type of event here. Let's look at some of these maps here and see what we want to do. Yeah, why not? Let's do the beach. And let's go with some actual World War II people. Let's do 500,000 American shotgun soldiers and 500,000 WW2 assault soldiers. These guys will be storming the beach. How the heck do you turn this? Hold right click to rotate. Okay. Alright, so we're going to be coming in on the beach here with our American forces there and there. Hopefully we don't lose 1 million to death as soon as they launch in the water. So we got our American forces here. Let's add our German forces. And these guys are going to get the same amount, 1 million. Whoops, I guess I can't type. 1, 2, 3. There we go. These guys are going to be up here at Normandy Beach, and they have the advantage of all the cover behind this, just like we did back in the day. So we got our US Army here, our German Army here, and let's start the battle. I don't know how my audio is. If you're watching, leave me a comment and tell me if my audio is good, if you can hear me. Let's get this party started with a 2 million battle. Got the RTX 3080 Tough cranked up and ready for action. Germans versus US. Here we go. I'm hyped. Let's get this party started. Alright, so there is our American forces on the beach. That is quite a sight to see of Americans. Look at all those guys, man. That is a lot of American soldiers on the beach. Then up top here, we can only do this from literally a drone view. Look at the rest of our American soldiers. 500,000 Americans there, 500,000 Americans there, 1 million Germans up here with all the cover, with their gunnery cover here. Check out the Germans. 1 million Germans, and here comes the Americans up the beach, and let's see what happens, and let's hip hip. Here they come. So far so good. It is not lagging. Here come the Germans. Here come the Americans. Looks like the Germans are going to beat the Americans to the beachfront. They're not going to come down the hill, I don't assume, or if they're going to fall down the hill and die, that'll be interesting. There is a place for them to come down over there. There's a path. Let's not forget we've got short-range shotgun soldiers and we've got long-range rifle soldiers. And here they come down the hill, and we're going to see some engagement here pretty soon. Looks like some of the soldiers are coming down the hill. They're not using their cover at all. They don't even care. So these are the Germans here coming down the hill. Right down the rocks. Already starting to see some deaths here. Here come the Americans up the hill. The Germans are standing their ground up here on the side of the hill, not making their way down. And already we've got a lot of kills happening. Team 1 is absolutely getting slaughtered at this point as they move their way up the beach and get the gun. They're actually going through the gun turret cover here. They're going right through it. It's magic. They're getting killed right as they exit. And here is our German guys sitting on the beach at the base of the mountains and just absolutely killing the Americans. Right now, not looking good for the Americans as they come up the beach. No cover, and the Germans have the high ground on the beach. They're still making their way over the hill. Honestly, they haven't even gotten over the hill yet. You see the blood spill on the beachfront. And the Germans have racked up 150,000 kills. The Americans only have 3,000. They are taking it hard. The Germans holding their ground tight. 191,000 kills to the Americans. 4,200. Just an absolute slaughter. From the Germans' point of view, you can see what's happening. They got the high ground. It's easy for them to really do whatever they want. Pretty handily in this battle. Looks like they're going to take a huge loss here, so let's go ahead and end it there and make it interesting. Let's swap sides and see if the ground that they're on has anything to do with their gameplay. Germans will start there. Wish I knew how to leave run on permanently on the camera. Americans will start here. And it gives them, this gives the Americans time to get closer. Then, or actually, let's leave it just like it was for our apples to apples comparison. And here we go, hip hip. Now we got the Germans on top. Americans are at the bottom, and let's hip hip them. Americans are on top, Germans at the bottom now. So exact opposite of what we had before. So we're testing if it was the ground that they were on, or if it was the strength of the troops. They both have 1 million troops. We've already got troops dying. I don't know what that's about. Team 1, the Germans. Team 2 already has troops dying. I don't know how that's possible. Yeah, the American team is just getting pummeled already by what? I have no idea. They haven't even started fighting. I guess if I can find a way. Makes no sense to me. The Americans are not even fighting anybody. They're being killed. Wait, who's fighting up here? Did I do something wrong? Did I do this wrong? Oh, yeah, I totally did this wrong both times. Look at this, I got them lopsided. Alright, now they won't fight each other. I had them fighting each other. Okay, that's why the first battle was so bad. I had them fighting each other. How do you lock the run on? UEBS2 camera speed. I have to hold down shift. So I'm looking on Reddit. Double tap shift. Okay, try that. Alright, so I borked that up. I had them on the same... First I had the teams lopsided, then I had them on the same... Had them on exactly the same, like the same plane. Let's get it now. Now we shouldn't see people dying instantly. I had them opposite teams up here together. Here come the Americans on the top, 500,000 shotgun soldiers, 500,000 infantry, and the Germans working their way up the beaches here at Normandy, seeing if they can fare as well as they did. And we can hear them talking to each other, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And they are coming right up the hill, but the Americans are going to be working their way towards the hill now to meet them. With the same amount of soldiers, and yep, they got up the hill, so they've already infiltrated the land here, because I let them get a slightly better advantage since they were going to be down the hill and lose their ground immediately. And they're going to make it all the way up the hill. Team 2, the Germans, already with the kills. But we're going to start to see the U.S. team 2 coming back here quickly. And now the kills start racking up with the U.S. The Germans as well. The U.S. has the high ground. They're working their way up to the hill. And now the U.S. is on top of the hill, not using the bunker here. Let's see if they're going to use it. The Germans are right at the top of the hill trying to cross over, but the U.S. has a 6,000 to 3,000. 1 million troops on each side fighting it out. It's very close to it. With the U.S. holding the Germans off. All fronts here as the Germans try to march right up the hill and reach the front. And we got the Germans here at the top of the hill. So just fighting them off here. But taking some losses themselves. What do you guys like? Look at it. U.S. racking up 65,000 kills to 28,000 for the Germans. U.S. holding off the German assault pretty good. You can see here the Germans just cannot get to the top of the hill. No matter where we go over here. And look at the Germans on the beach. The beach completely covered with Germans. They can't even move. It's so packed. They have racked up 40,000 kills with the U.S. troops. The U.S. just holding off the German assault. It's like being the German front line. The U.S. still having many troops back here that can't get to the front lines to fight because it's just a wall. Just a flat out wall of troops. U.S. racking up 185,000 kills to the German 71,000. Using every bit of that high ground advantage here. Trying to get over here to the edge of the hill. And dead bodies sliding down the hill. Just falling down the hill as they die. And they slide down. Hit the rocks, which isn't pleasant for them. And they get to the bottom. Right there. See the wall of dead bodies sliding down the hill. Comes right over the top of the edge. And they have 260,000 kills. And those dead bodies still falling down. This one we have another just river of dead bodies. Stuck on the rocks. Not able to get up the hill. The U.S. just flows down the hill with the dead ones. And over here, same thing happened. And we just gotta talk to them soon. Here's what the Germans are trying to do. They're trying to get up the hill right here. They're getting taken out. Just as they hit the top of the hill. And the U.S. has 360,000 kills. And the Germans are not out of it completely, but they're taking a beating here. Let's do that because this is going to end like this. So obviously the high ground is huge here. And she's saying she's having issues. All right, so we're going to add to the German team here. Add. We'll give them a couple of Shermans, even though they aren't Sherman. Team 2. We give them like 10. Nah, let's give them 5. Which is right here at the front. and we will move them up a little bit with the opportunity to get closer. This is Susie texting me with the toasty. Alright, we moved everybody up a little bit. They're going to be able to get closer. We've got them 5 Sherman tanks on their side, which are actually American. But let's give it to them and start the battle and see what happens. Now we got the Germans with a little bit more of an advantage here. And we should see the Germans with a better opportunity here. We should see some of our good old American tanks somewhere. I don't know where I put them. There they are right there, so let's hip hip. Look at the tanks rolling right over the sandbags there on the way up. They're going to try to get up the hill. I don't know if they're smart enough to go where the openings are. Let's see what they do. I'm kind of curious. See if they roll right over rocks or whatever. They're headed for the openings here. Maybe they do know how to get up there. Tanks right up the hill. They floated right up the hill. And they are first up on the hill to take on the Americans here. They're going to have quite a feat when they get to the top. That's right, Sherman tanks on the American, the other side of the and the tanks already taking a hit and they are gone already. They took that many, but that didn't do anything. They're already dead. That did not work. They're going to need a lot more than that to make the fight even. So those tanks got killed right away, so let's do 100. This ought to be interesting. 100 Sherman tanks on the German side. Bunch of traitors. Let's go see while we hip hip. Where are they? There they are. A wall of German tanks that are actually American tanks that have defected to Germany. And up top we have a wall of Americans heading towards the high ground. And it is pretty close when they get to the top about who gets to the top. So let's see if our tanks do anything. We might actually put the tanks behind soldiers next time if we can't get this, if this strategy isn't effective. And here come the tanks up to the top, some of them. We have issues here. These guys are totally stuck. And there they finally made it. The tanks getting absolutely killed. Lost the 2 tanks. Cover soldiers. Tanks got blood on them. You know they're getting killed. There's another one gone. They're lagging now, so quite a bit. But the U.S. still. Now the kills start coming up for the Germans. Team 2 is Germany. Right? Team 2 is Germany. They have one. Here they come up the hill. Not getting much. I think Team 1 is the Americans. Team 2 is the Germans with the tanks. And it looks like Team 2 has a look in. Tanks all dead. Wow, we got some tanks holding in there with the Germans. as they are actually doing better than I thought. Team 2. Germany getting to the top of the 100 tanks and staying right at the top of the list. I think that Germany was team 2. Let's go back and start that over. Yeah, Team 2 is Germany. They are getting the upper hand. So let's move them back a little bit. Move all these guys back a little bit. And start that battle again and see what happens with them having to travel a little bit further over the beach. Let's see what that does. Let's go ahead and hip them. Should give the Americans time to get all the way to the beachfront mountains. What a place to fight. I mean, if you're coming up that hill, that is a tough thing to do when you have these guys with the high ground, 1 million soldiers. And there comes the Germans with the defected American tanks somewhere. Don't see the tanks offhand yet. Where do tanks go? I don't see the tanks. There they are. I'm blind. Duh. We got Germans topping the hill already from the beach. Here comes the Americans. Germans are team 2, don't forget. Americans with 0 kills. Germans already with 100. And the tanks are rolling. Slowly. But stuck. They're stuck. Going up the wrong way and causing the blood to flow. Although the Germans had more kills. Germany down on the beach if you just joined. Germany on the beach, U.S. up here. Germany with defected U.S. tanks on their side. Germany with the bodies down. Look at the bodies drop. Takes it. Bodies are flying through the air. Due to the German stealing our German tanks. Bodies are flying. U.S. not sparing. The tanks have given the Germans 14 distinct double kills. Tanks are getting 10 or 15 kills per shot. And that tank's not up. Germans have not crossed the line yet. They're holding at the hill. They can't get up the hill, but yet they are beating the U.S. in kills. Here comes the U.S. up to the front line. Blood flowing down to the beach. And the Germans just tripling the kills. The Americans coming up the hill. When tanks fire, you can see the Americans. Right there. The Germans with 120,000. fight is going lopsided one way. Let's give the Americans some artillery. Okay, so Americans already have that many soldiers, that many. Let's add to Team 1 stationary artillery. I don't know, I can't talk. Stationary artillery. And rotate this guy right here. And all right, so we gave the U.S. some artillery because they were getting beat due to the tanks. Let's move them up a little bit. Get them in a tighter formation, and let's hip hip. This ought to be very interesting now. U.S. has some artillery at the front now. Against the German tanks. Where is the artillery? Not seeing it. Thought I placed it right at the front here. Well, all we can do is start it. There it is. Looks like trees to me, but nope. The artillery is strong. The U.S. with 20,000 kills already. Due to the artillery fire, and it is just a lopsided destruction here with the high ground going to the U.S. and the artillery. The Germans are not able to deal with the strong artillery fire. And you can look down here and see what they're facing. Look at that artillery fire coming in and just taking out people left and right with 50,000 kills as the Germans are making their way up the hill here. Here come the Americans to back up the artillery. We're losing artillery now. Fight's going to start going back the other way in a minute because we're losing gun by gun here. Look at them disappear. One by one, the Americans are losing their advantage, and the Germans starting to get some kills here. As the last artillery is now gone, the Americans have lost their advantage. And here come the Germans up the side with the tanks. The Americans are quickly losing their big advantage that they had with their artillery sitting on the side of the high ground. It's great for the Americans. Little bodies falling down and getting blasted. As the Germans quickly overturn the tide with multiple kills per tank, they're about to catch. Americans put on the pass up. Even with the low ground, the Germans are just able to overcome the Americans. Here they go. They just pass the Americans in kills, and that is the other, is the turn of war, the turn of the tide, so to speak, as they say. As the Germans take over the battle with their tanks. All the tanks being killed here. Let's see. Looks like maybe they are out of tanks, but they are yet still. Yep, tanks are all gone, it looks like. Now it's just a good old-fashioned battle to the death, and the Americans working their way down the hill. to the beach almost. They didn't have 150,000 kills, but they are getting slaughtered here. The bodies are piling up. They're trying to work their way down to get that German offensive off the beach. They're taking some heavy hits. They're outkilled. 180,000 to 113,000 as they come down here and slaughter. Germans are out of tanks though. The bodies flowing down the hill of the river here. There's a guy that's floating down there. Bodies. Steadily, the lead is increasing. 100,000 more kills. So this is not a fair fight. So let's give the U.S. a little bit of an advantage here as well. Let's go team 1. Team 1 will get some Sherman tanks. Let's give them 50 Sherman tanks. And Team 1's tanks can start. Right behind them. Let's get it started. We're going to find a way to get this battle a little bit more even. Alright, so the US has got some tanks now on their side. US has artillery, which immediately takes out tons of Germans. So let's hip these guys. And there's the artillery already taking out thousands of Germans. Before they can even do anything, they are getting slaughtered. 20,000 kills for the US as the US and their tanks roll forward to the mountainside, where they should enjoy an advantage of cover, but they don't use it properly. They're not trained properly. And here comes the Germans. And the artillery getting taken out already. But the U.S. enjoying a 50,000 to 14 kill advantage right off the bat due to the infantry. Artillery fire here that's getting taken out now slowly. And I don't see the tanks yet. Looking for them. And the Americans have made it partially down the hill here with the advantage of their artillery fire. Down to 1, and they have no more artillery now. Where are the tanks? There are the German tanks, not seeing the American tanks at all. You see tank fire getting some Americans there. Not seeing the tanks. But the Germans are coming back again. There's the American tanks. They haven't made it to the front yet. They haven't even started their assault yet, and the Germans are coming back. They're having trouble getting through the piles of people. Now they're on the top of it. They are firing into the crowd. You can see that here. They're working their way up. They just can't make it due to the crowd. The crowd is just crazy. Is that friendly fire? I don't know what the tanks fire is. Absolutely. The tanks are making it to the front line. Maybe we put them in front next time, but the Germans would be huge kill back here. 137,000. Tanks barely on the front line. Americans. And the Americans are holding fast, getting up and again, even with the tanks. I believe I positioned the tanks in that because they're rolling down the hill flying these tanks. Tanks getting a little advantage here, but the Germans are up 138 tanks. 200k kills for the Germans now. We are still way away from the beach front there. They're at the edge of the beach, still racking up 220 kills. So the Americans 100. Americans rolling down the hill with their bodies. Tanks just not able to do enough damage. 3 tanks here and a bunch of tanks here right on the edge trying to get down. They just can't because there are too many dead bodies and live bodies. So let's try a different strategy for the Americans here. Let's put their tanks at the front with their artillery, and then let's start the battle. One sec, I gotta get my streaming back up. Alright, let's do this. Now we've got our tanks. I don't know, I think I have the strategy this time, I'm not sure. We've got our tanks and our artillery already working to the tune of 20,000 kills already. Our tanks now have the front line. They can do some real damage. 1 million. They are taking a beating already at the front line and getting pummeled back by the tanks. Germans losing their 40,000 damage already with this massive artillery fire. And now give the US more artillery. Every time the artillery fires, we're talking about 2,000 or 3,000 kills here. And the tanks gone? The tanks are gone already? The tanks already wiped off the earth. You know what that means. The advantage is slowly. We're going to be in trouble here shortly when they start getting this artillery. Germans still have a ton of tanks. Moving up the hill again, at least 30 or 40 tanks are going to start taking out the artillery. But for now, the U.S. enjoying an 80,000 to 15,000 damage. Watch this artillery slowly. That will tide will turn because the Germans right here. US 87,000 to 33,000. The US is completely out of tanks. And I think it might be them to get some more artillery. Because here pretty soon, so, oh, we got artillery. Okay. Two left. 3 left. Once that advantage is gone, so is already see the Germans picking up the pace here. The U.S. is going to need something very much to do. Backing up. Hills are slowing. Germans are picking up now. That is going to be curtains for us. That is going to bypass the control. So let's do that. It's not quite an even fight yet. But I can tell you what would be an even fight. We're going to make that happen. Let's add a team to the U.S. Team 1. Let's give them artillery 50. Here. Give them artillery 50. And give them artillery 50 and artillery 50. There. One more. Now they have some real firepower. And let's move it up. And now let's see. This is going to be fun, guys. I'm hyped. Now let's look at the firepower of the U.S. as they have their guns. I like the lone gun right there on its own, but we've got some guns here. Actually, those could have been a little bit further forward. Their tanks are up close. The U.S. with the artillery fire now up on the front lines. And let's see what kind of a difference that makes. And right away, the artillery is right on the beach almost, and it is already doing what it's supposed to do and letting the Americans get a little push before the Germans start their crazy offensive assault. They're losing artillery already. The Americans have killed already 130,000 with their massive artillery front here. They've got artillery there that is taking out tanks. It's taking out massive amounts of Germans. Look at their artillery fire. And here comes the U.S. to back up their artillery and their tanks. The U.S. just lost a tank there. U.S. with 175,000 kills before their troops even get to the front. Their artillery is just pounding away. The Germans here, you can see it, taking out thousands and thousands as the U.S. finally able to get on the beach for the first time. The U.S. coming down the hill for the first time, really, and getting to the beach. As their artillery backs them up, they are marching down the hill as best they can. And they're actually making it. As the Germans now coming up the hill. But the U.S. pounding away at the Germans with their artillery, giving the U.S. troops chance to get down the hill. 200,000 to 40,000 advantage. Now, German troops starting their inevitable overtake as the U.S. has lost all their artillery fire. The river of dead bodies are flowing. It's just a non-stop. Go down the hill, hit the rocks, go around the fire. They're starting their push and making the U.S. very tough. And their kills are actually racking up faster than even with the load. Again, Germans with absolutely no artillery fire. I've done it again. They're coming back strong. All their tanks are gone. The U.S. is losing the advantage quickly. As soon as they get overtaken, it's basically over. Toolless. As the rivers of dead bodies are flowing. I believe we should move the U.S. soldiers closer because this is turning. Let's move the U.S. closer. Let's get them up here to fight. Let's give them some more artillery. And more artillery, and more artillery, and more artillery, and more artillery, and more, and more, and more, and more. And let's try that. Now, this is a decidedly one-sided fight. Let's see what happens. Hip hip. The artillery absolutely making dents into the Germans already. You can see Germans flying like puppets through the air, into space. That guy still didn't come down. I love it. U.S. 200,000 killed already. This might be the turning point of the war. That's the U.S. coming down the hill. And their tanks are up front, getting beaten, but still there. They're getting poofed out one by one. They're almost gone. The U.S. is not stuck on the hill anymore because the artillery is giving them a chance to get to the finish. They have 300,000 kills already. 330, still there. Still have quite a bit of artillery left. As they have shrunk the German army to almost half. And fire going all the way out to the back here. Fire going all the way to the back from the artillery. I saw some Germans back here in the back absolutely getting pummeled right there. They just made a hole. That hole they just created. The U.S. finally able to do some damage with their artillery. Germans getting just as many kills as the U.S. though. But the problem is they are down to I don't know what happened to my stream. My stream keeps going in and out. I have no idea what's going on. I'm back. I think I'm back. I don't know what happened. Alright, so we're back in action here. We were frozen for a little bit. The U.S. has a 645,000 kill advantage here. And they are crossing over the beach with their artillery still intact, being the key to victory here in the U.S. And check out their artillery fire here. They are working their way to victory here in the beach. You can see the artillery is still taking out thousands of German soldiers at a time. The U.S. is finally going to march on victory here. Double. As long as the Germans don't make it to the side of the hill, it seems to be a guaranteed victory for the U.S. here. Still, artillery fire. Well into the battle here, they have planes here. watch them do their damage on the Germans. Oh, we lost that gun right while we were watching it. Germans are definitely targeting the artillery. There's no doubt about it. As they get close by, we lost some more artillery. U.S. made 300,000 kilograms leading up to the end of this fight. Germans just cannot make it up to them. They're getting stopped right there by the artillery fire still. On this side, not seeing any artillery left here. Waves of U.S. troops moving down beaches as they store. It looks like actually the Germans are getting more kills per second. So that's a good stat we should put. It's kills per second. And the Germans are actually coming back. Believe it or not, the Germans are tough. They are coming back. As the U.S. has moved all their troops to the front and are slowly getting down to the battle here. The Germans making a comeback now. The Germans pull this off. That is just epic because they were down so many. And now the Germans, kills per second, are out gunning the U.S. kills per second. Look at the Germans' kills going up. 542,000 maybe. And on this side of the battlefield, a few stragglers here on the end trying to make their way down. But the Germans with the big comeback are coming up the hill. They are coming up the hill. They have pushed back the U.S. on this side of the battlefield. Here they come. The U.S. kills slow, the German kills are rising fast. Check it out, the Germans coming back after being pummeled with artillery. And I think they have taken out all of the U.S. artillery. They have. Oh, no, there's 3 left right here. 2, 3 left. It's the U.S.'s only hope here. They are not firing. Why are they not firing? These guys doing absolutely nothing. Firing backwards. Oh, wait a minute. These guys doing nothing. And the Germans, as our artillery does nothing. Possess. I've never possessed anything. That's not just R&D, but it's supposed to be with the Germans. The U.S. about to go down here because the Germans are killing them at too high of a rate and their artillery is doing nothing. Now it starts to fire. Into the field there, and it takes it. There it goes. the U.S. getting some kills. Overcoming that with a higher kill per second ratio, what I call it. That's my invention. The U.S. is on the beach. They are now getting overtaken. Down on the beach, moving away. Slowly. Because we are out of artillery up here. Going to go down to the wire because the Germans are at 790,000 kills. The U.S. is at 823,000. The Germans' kill ratio is climbing fast. They're going to overtake the U.S. in kills or die trying. As they move up the hillside. They'll try to take France. U.S. is about to be overtaken. Started with a huge advantage with their artillery. They have the high ground. Just cannot hold high ground on one side. Here come the Germans. I'm saying something about it's going to go down to the wire. Kills. 825 to 840, the Germans are catching the U.S. And this fight is almost over. Germans will pass the U.S. 830,000. Germans at the top of the wall. U.S. at the top of the wall. There's a face-to-face fight here. See what happens. And this is climbing almost identically now. This fight is insane. What a good fight. Germans cannot make it across the top. They are slowly getting to the top here and coming and flanking back the U.S. here. They're about to catch the U.S. in kills. They're close. We're running out of people in the U.S. The U.S. doing their best, but they just can't pull it off. And it is almost tied now. Almost tied as the Germans top the hill there. And 8:59 is about to be tied. 8:59 to 8:62 as the Germans take the hill. It's a dead even fight. From the Germans over the hill. When they take the flank, surely it's over. And I don't know if this artillery does anything. It's not firing. No, they can't possess it. That's just the look. Here comes the Germans, 867 to 869. Going all the way down to the wire, guys. I've not seen a fight like this good. 117,000 to 127 remaining. As the U.S. putting up a fight here. U.S. not giving up. U.S. holding a 2,000 person advantage here. Unbelievable fight to the death. Germans coming over the hill, getting killed at the top of the hill. Death rate almost identical. U.S. still has plenty of troops over here. U.S. coming down the hill. Unreal. The U.S. Big push on the beach. Taking back a slight advantage. The U.S. 3,000 kills ahead and counting have started to push their way down the hill. I think they have the Germans outnumbered on the beach. This is such a close fight. Where are the Germans? The U.S. moving down the hill here. U.S. just fighting their hearts out, maintaining that 3,000 kill advantage here. What a fight. Just unreal. So close. 2,000 advantage for 3,000 advantage for the U.S. as they have made their way down the hill to the beach and are fighting what few Germans are left on the beach because they all went up the hill. Look at the U.S. go. We are down to less than 90,000 troops for the Germans. The U.S. trying to take the beach, doing a good job of it. Look at the Germans that are left here. Slowly taking them one by one. The U.S. with a 4,000 advantage now is slowly overtaking this fight. They have fought back valiantly here. Got the Germans on their toes here, on their heels, I should say. And the Germans on the beach trying to hold off the U.S. onslaught as the other Germans went up the hill. They left these guys on the beachfront, and this U.S. force is trying to overtake the beach now. They have this whole entire area basically taken out. Don't know what they're firing at back here. There's fire going everywhere. They have racked up a 4,000 and they're keeping it at a 4,000 kill advantage. Germans with 900,000 kills, the U.S. with 905, almost 906. And the Germans are losing the beach from here. Germans slowly losing the beach, the U.S. easing their way forward to take the beach. Some have cover here. They have a 6,000 kill advantage now in the U.S. as they start to flank the beach. They're coming in on every side here. And here are the Germans still on the beach trying to make their way out, but not able to do it as the U.S. 7,000 kill advantage, slowly creeping up. And they have these German forces here completely outnumbered. They are dying slow down here. They are going. There's probably good 1,000 left here. You can see by this. Many thousands of British soldiers coming in. They are about to take out the Germans. They have over 9,000 killed. Germans hanging tough. slowly coming up. Picture can't move, they are surrounded. These are actually Germans over here moving up the side of the hill. That's the US. There's the Germans. US here. Let's check out the beach and see if the US has totally taken the beach yet. They have not, but they're well on their way to doing it. Here's what's left. 23 to 14,000. 923 to 924 to 913. Is the U.S. holding tough here. So they're trying their best, but getting out. Here's what's left on the beach. $10,000 kill advantage for the U.S. What a fight this was. This was epic. Just like the title game. Really, really good fight. Started with the Americans and they racked up a big advantage in the beginning. The Germans came back hard to even the fight out. The U.S. has held this almost 10,000 kill advantage for a good amount. We're down to 61 and 16,000 troops as the beach slowly clearing. The U.S. will move elsewhere once they finish off this feud. The last assault is on the beaches here. They're going fast now. Surrounded. The U.S. will have to find something else to do.
Freedoms per minute.
Now the U.S. has turned their attention elsewhere. Now we have another fight on the beach coming. The U.S. has turned their attention to this group over here, slowly trying to come up the hill. Here comes the U.S. The U.S. turning their attention to the Germans over here that had it good, and now they are fighting the U.S. on two fronts. They've got a mean front coming up the beach. Big group of soldiers here on the beach headed their way. They are not going to have a good time here, I'll tell you that, because there is a group of soldiers heading this way that is massive. They are walking their way down the beach, right towards the Germans. What a fight, what a fight, what a fight, what a fight. It's going to be down to the wire. Here's the German onslaught on the beach, and what's left of them. As the U.S. marches this way. The U.S. enjoying some cover here as they slowly march. And they have come up here to the treatment. 9,000 kill advantage for the U.S. Headed towards this group of Germans here. Actually looks like the Germans have more troops left. Could win the fight if that's the case. Look at the troops remaining. They have 54,000 remaining to only 48,000 in the US, so they could potentially see what happens. Makes sense, right? US holding tough here. They're not advanced past that part. Determined to see the end of this fight. I don't know what's going to happen. The group of Germans here has been whittled down. Now we have this group of Germans here firing at this group of Germans on top of the hill. There's quite a few established Germans up here. Now working their way down. Now on the beach. US with the low ground now doing well. Getting more kills per second. Still says the Germans have 45,000 troops left, and the U.S. only has 41,000. How that's possible? The U.S. has. But I think the German number is shrinking faster than the U.S. number, which makes sense. As the Germans sit on the side of the hill here, and the U.S. try to take them back. Move to the beach. Try to take the beach from them. Did take the beach from them. US hanging tough. US with more kills but less troops remaining, which does not make sense to me. A bunch of Germans here hanging on the side of the hill behind this camp here, some tough shelter. The U.S. has troops here fighting. The U.S. still less troops remaining than the Germans, which I don't understand. 12,000 more kills, but 4,000 less troops. They're going to lose if that keeps up that trend. I don't understand. Taking a look at the battlefield here. Do we have anything going on here? We do. These are U.S. soldiers flanking Germans. These guys haven't even gotten into the fight yet. They're about to. It's about to take a turn here. U.S. decided to come up the hill from the back here. Now they have thousands and thousands of soldiers coming off the beaches. Around the backside of the Germans, look at all the U.S. troops coming. This is going to be bad news, I think, for the Germans. U.S. here, Germans here, and here comes the U.S. by the thousands just behind. To reinforce this line of U.S. troops here, we have thousands and thousands of them. Here they come, guys. Look at the numbers coming from the U.S. And they're still coming up the side of the mountain from the beach, but they took the beach. Now they are ready to engage and fight the Germans right here, right now. This will most likely take that little clump out right there. They are taking the ones out here on the front line. They're going to get reinforcements here quickly. U.S. is losing this front line, but they are about to get reinforced hard by this whole group. 10,000 kilograms. The stragglers over here. About to see a force coming at them, but they had no clue was there. Backing up these American soldiers from them, who are taking the beating in the front line. Here comes the U.S. They have reinforcements coming in here. Reinforcements coming here. Can't even get up their hill. Here the Germans about to get onslaught of the U.S. The U.S. have now moved up to the front lines. They're advancing. This fight is epic. I hope you guys are enjoying it. U.S. coming over the top of the hill for the first time. Look at the line of U.S. soldiers. This many Germans together, which is quite a few. Just like about an hour. Toe-to-toe, 10,000 kilograms. The U.S., however, they have 6,000 less troops. How is that possible? Because, oh, I see, because they have more soldiers. But still, this is going down to the wire. Sure. U.S. still on this side of the beach. The Germans are coming down the hill to take them out. By quite a bit of U.S. troops on the side. Still away the Germans on this side. Very good. Still holding here. Pretty even fight. Still a 10,000 kilograms. Nothing really changing on that. A lot of Germans moving down back to the back here. Trying to figure out what to do. Not flanking the U.S. The U.S. offensive here looking a little bit weaker than the German offensive. Less people. The U.S. have a ton of people still on the side of this hill. They're trying to take out this little group of Germans here. It's massive. Slowly doing it. 10,000 stays exactly where it is. With the U.S. holding this part, tons of troops out here, not really doing anything. This will be descending wave after wave up this hill. 85, 980. Still having this battle here. Pretty even. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens here because the US are down to 10,000 troops. If it ends at 0, the U.S. loses. And they will lose with our kills. That is what is on the way to happening here. The U.S. troops. They have gotten this a little bit better taken care of. When they step up that hill, they get pretty much pummeled. Down to 7,000 American. 13,000. Looks like the German kills are going faster than the American kills now, which is not good for the Americans. The Americans are on the way to losing this war after putting such a good fight here. Keeps up like this. Down to 6,000. Let's check out what's going on top of the hill. Definitely dwindling here. End up losing this battle. Americans losing the battle here. 9,000 Americans. They were down to 5,000 troops. Fighting so hard. Losing this. Most of them being right here on this line. This line is as they shrink in numbers, it's going to be most of them. This line is almost defeated. The Americans are on their way to 4,000 left for the Americans. Going to lose this fight. They're shrinking over here as well, quickly. With the Germans having 10,000 left, the US is having 3,500 left. This line is almost on here. few Americans left over here, stragglers. Fallen. It's our last hope, and it is not unfortunately. We've got a few at the top of the hill here. Here goes the Barebones. Last few guys over here. All very much here. Overtake the hill. Here come the Germans. Look at the Germans trying to overtake this one guy over here. He was playing, but he took him. And here come the Germans. For the rest of what's left here, flanking the U.S. here. From every side, they're going to take the U.S. out. To only take out 2,000 more. In this fight, didn't realize they had North beginning, of course, that's why here they go. This is going to be great for the brave U.S. Army. Quite a fight. They're going to lose on the side of the road. Down to 1,650. Might have been the difference in 2 or 3 more artilleries would have been the difference. But hindsight, the U.S. shrinking their troops. German army coming earlier. All. Here's what's left. Just lucky that they're not completely surrounded here because they were getting taken off from 900, 800. It's falling fast. We focus on what's left here. This guy will fall downhill dead. These guys right here, all this stuff, great. Not going to be able to do it. Last few Americans. Beaches at Norton. Falling at 400. 300. The Germans overtake this whole thing. Falling. On this point. Now they're looking for the remaining 200 Americans. There they are. Where are they? Don't see where they're fighting. Numbers are dying down. Where are they fighting? 40 remaining, 30 remaining. I don't see where they are. Oh, they're right here. We're down to 26, 22, 21. They're all right here and getting killed, I guess. There is nobody left, but I think there is. Can't find the 20 remaining, and that is going to be it. They will not get their victory because there are 20 soldiers somewhere that they can't kill, and now the Germans are killing themselves by rolling down. They let it go. They might eventually lose, but that's going to do it for today. Oh, the U.S. put up a good fight. My hands hurt. They really put up a good fight. But that is going to end the stream for today. Thank you guys. Please click through my links for the merchandise you're going to buy on Amazon, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for another Let's Play. Peace out. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have the Scar Audio SDR12D4 dual voice coil, 4 ohms per voice coil subwoofer. It handles 800 watts RMS, is what it says. Big ferrite magnet. It's got 2 voice coils rated at 4 ohms each, and the plan is to parallel them to get a 2 ohm load. And it is a 32, what does that say, 368 frequency response? Can't read it. But yeah, I've got that there. I've got the enclosure down here. So the mini plan today is to unbox this guy and then mount it in the enclosure so you guys can see the Scar Audio unboxing. Guys, here we have the Scar Audio SDR12-D4 to take a look at here on the channel. And I have opened it once, so you guys are getting gypped this time, but I had to open it. I can't tell you why, because then it wouldn't be a secret anymore. But here we go, opening the Scar Audio. They give you a nice Scar Audio sticker here, which I don't know where I'm going to put it, but they do give you a sticker. And then right here we have a protective cardboard condom on top with a foam condom and then a plastic condom. Taking those off, we see the Scar Audio lovely woofer right here. We're going to get that out of the box, and there is a nice instruction manual here. And it tells you the square footage that it needs and all that, but we are putting it in here regardless, and we will stuff it full of polyfill, which will give it the effect of having more airspace. Let's get this Scar Audio big concrete I don't know why I call it concrete, cardboard condom out of the way, and look at the Scar Audio woofer sitting nicely here on the table in front of me. Let's get it out of the packaging. I have not unpackaged it yet. This will be the first time. We will not put holes in it when we go to screw it in. I promise you I will give my best effort not to put holes through the Scar Audio. So taking a look at this woofer, pretty nice woofer. Not expensive at all. I think I paid around, I don't know, $80 for it. It looks like there's a ring here that comes off, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So they give you like a, I'm not sure what that's for. I've never had one that has that on it. I guess I need to read the instructions and see what they want me to do with this ring here. Look, I almost put a hole in it already. But yeah, so it's got this ring around here that I'm not exactly 100% sure what that's for. So let me get into the box here and see if the instructions tells me what that is for, and then we'll take a look at the back. So it doesn't really say what that is, and I've never owned one that had this rubber thing in it. I guess it's just a gasket. Let's look at the back of the Scar Audio. I'm not going to flip it over because it'll hurt the surround, but we have the push type terminals there. It's pretty nice. It's painted black on the back. Very, very heavy magnet. And there is a gel pack here for you guys to eat later when you're hungry. And there's one side, so that's 4 ohms there, and then that's 4 ohms there. Taking these two voice coils together would yield you a 2 ohm load on your amp if your amp can handle it. You cannot usually bridge a 2 ohm load and make it 1 ohm unless your amp can handle it, but this is going to be a 2 ohm non-bridged load. And next, we will show you guys a good close-up of the SCAR audio front, and then here is the back. You get a good look at the two voice coils there, and the SCAR audio logo right here on the basket, and the high-quality magnet. Pretty heavy guy. Trying to figure out if I could see how heavy it is, but it's probably in the ad, but I don't know, 30 pounds maybe, 25, 30 pounds on that SCAR audio woofer. And now we'll take a look at how we're going to wire them up. All right, this may be overkill for the amp I have, but if I ever upgrade amps and get a nice subwoofer amp, I want to be sure I have the enough wiring to handle it. I ordered some 12 gauge wire, but I don't have any now, but I want to go ahead and get the woofer mounted, but I've got plenty of 16 gauge wire, so I'm going to double up from voice coil to voice coil, then double up from this voice coil to the actual speaker input on the box. So I'm going to grab all the tools to do that now. This is my new heat shrink kit with all the connectors we need for hooking up the amplifier. Came with all these heat shrink connectors and also this really nice crimp tool. So I'm guessing you crimp, then heat shrink. I've never used it before, but I'm going to take a look and see which connectors. It's going to be one of these style that are going to go over inside the subwoofer box. I'll show you guys that in a minute. We're going to need female, probably these spade connectors here. And it looks like you crimp up here and then heat shrink here, which is awesome. So I still need my heat gun, but I'm going to go ahead and test and see which size fittings fit inside the speaker box. Here we have the speaker box. I've got the yellow, which would be the largest connector that is available, so we can put the most wire inside. But let's see if those work. Totally. So yeah, we're going to use the yellow connector and put, hopefully, stuff two wires inside of that guy right there. All right, let's go ahead and we don't need much wire at all. This will actually work for the voice coils. I found these two little pieces, and I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out here real quick. Much better. So these two are for the voice coils. That'll be fine. And then this piece I'm going to double up on and use for the connection from the other voice coil to the box for our 2 ohm load. It doesn't have to be that long, but if you want extra to be able to wire up your woofer, you leave extra. So I'm just going to use this and go ahead and cut it. meter here. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it. 200 ohms. I think I've got this on the right setting. Let's see what happens. We should get a 2 ohm load. Through this 2.0 ohms, and that is perfect. So those wired in parallel, those voice coils, gives you a 2 ohm load. We have a visitor, Mr. Binks. Hi, kitty. We got our woofer here. He's so interested in this. But our woofer goes this way. And then we got to hook our wires up, and positive is on the top. Positive is on the top towards me. And I am blind as a bat. This is positive. This is negative. Mr. Binks is purring like crazy. Okay. That's that. The woofer is officially hooked up. Now all we have to do is screw it to the box. Ah, there it is. And we gotta try to get it centered. Gasket's a little off. Not that worried about it. There we go. So there's a good look at our woofer mounted in the enclosure. It is wired up and ready to go. It looks so sick. Love it. Forgot the polyfill. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are in Supercar Street Racing kitchen where it is dark, but today we got an exciting thing happening. The Tesla Model S Plaid is sitting here so fly and so fresh, and today we are going to be taking this thing to the Tesla dealership because we have gotten something in for the inside of this thing that we have been waiting for a couple of months and also been waiting for like a half a year. Let's go ahead and get in the Model S Plaid and take it to the Tesla dealership. What's up guys? We are out in the Tesla Model S Plaid right now, and we are heading over to the Tesla dealership. So that's our current situation now, but unfortunately we probably just got behind a super slow individual. But anyway, yeah, we're heading to Tesla right now to go ahead and see if we can get our seats installed. I did also notice another problem just now, and that is car will not connect to Wi-Fi. I tried both my house Wi-Fi and my hotspot, and neither one works. So I'm gonna let them know. Maybe it'll be fixed with a reset, or maybe they're gonna have to probably flash the software for the new seats, I would guess. We'll figure it out, but it won't connect to Wi-Fi right now, so it won't update the software. Yeah, let's get on over to the Tesla dealer now and see if we can get some sport seats put in, guys. All right, guys, so it is 2 Fridays later. They ordered the wrong seats for me last time. I know we ordered black. Black did not come in. They never told me what actual color did come in, but they did do a quick turnaround. They got the seats in a week and a half, and I did message the service department yesterday, and they said that they opened the box and verified that the correct seats were actually there. So I am en route again to waste a whole nother day to get my new sport seats put in at the Tesla dealership. While they do that, I'll probably borrow one of their loaner cars and go ahead and go get some breakfast and all that stuff. But yeah, we're headed up to Tesla right now. We'll update you guys next time we have some more relevant information for you. Well, I'm in the Cybertruck. They gave me a Cybertruck, and it is the weirdest feeling. It has 4-wheel steering. It turns on a dime. This is crazy. I'm in a Cybertruck, guys. I never thought that I would be able to try one of these out, and check this out. I'm in a crazy Cybertruck. It is the strangest feeling to drive this thing. It's so big, but yet it turns like on a dime with the 4-wheel steering. But the 4-wheel steering is insane. Like, it makes the sharpest turns of any car I've ever been in, even like super sports cars. And right now I'm headed up to see Jared, and I'm gonna drive right up to his window. All right, we're gonna go in here and surprise Jared with the Cybertruck. This is basically it. I have a Founders Edition Cybertruck, and it looks like this. It's got fingerprints all over it. People have written on it. It's got a scratch right here, pretty good scratch. But now we got to go in here and see Jared, let him take a look at it. We are, unfortunately, another bad problem at the Tesla dealership. There is a stuck bolt on my seats. Like, how does that happen? I have no idea. But apparently I'm driving the Cybertruck for a minute. Found out it was on chill mode, not sport mode, so that's why it was so slow. Just waiting to see if my car is going to be ready today. So we are headed back to Joe's house in the Cybertruck. We'll update you guys when we hear about the car, hopefully today. All right, we're back at home now with the Cybertruck, and I thought that I would be able to back this thing in the garage. And the first thing I learned is that this thing is way bigger than you think it is. So check this out. Like, I was backing up and I was using the GPS. I mean, I'm still putting half away, but I thought that I was like way more than that. And also when I went to back in from the driveway, I tried to get it in this slot right here, and it just was like way too big. And so I pulled the golf cart out here, and then I went ahead and backed it down right down the center. And I could have come over here another 3 or 4 feet, but I just figured, you know what? I'll just back it in here, plug it right into the charger, and then let it charge up for a couple hours at least. Yeah, man, this thing, look at this. This thing is in here. Supercar Street Racing Garage is full of Cybertruck action. Now I got to pull the golf cart through this tiny little slot. I don't know if I can make it back in. That is a smallish hole to fit a biggish vehicle. Let's see. Maybe. There's actually plenty of room in here for this thing and the Cybertruck, but the Cybertruck's too long. But as of right now, this guy's chilling in here, and it doesn't fit at all. So fire. Okay, it's dark, 7 a.m. and I can't see. Parked this outside last night because it doesn't fit in the garage. The car supposedly is ready. It was ready probably right when they closed last night, but I wasn't about to run over there at 6:30 p.m. and try to grab the car. Kept the Cybertruck overnight, took it out last night, ripped it all night long. Going to grab the car. I only got like 5 hours of sleep. Second of all, I must have slept weird on my neck because I have robot neck. So yeah, I'm on the way to grab the car, and this guy just pulled right out in front of us. All right, it took me a minute, but I found the car. It is parked right over here. It's 7 a.m. Saturday. Look at the crazy tent. But this is the first look at the sports suit. Can't see anything. It's got sports suits, so... Oh, these are sick. You can't see them. It's too dark. These are way more firm than the stock seats. I'll show you these when the daylight comes up. All right, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage this morning after being up super early to go get the Plaid from the Tesla dealership. And we have successfully installed the first, I believe, according to the dealership, they have never done this before, retrofit sport seats in a 2023 Model S Plaid. Check it out, guys. These are the retrofit seats. You might not be able to see them amazingly well in here, but they are pretty cool. They're higher than the other seats, so be aware if you get these. They are on the lowest they'll go, and they're a little bit higher, so just be aware if you get these. They sit a little bit higher than normal, not too much. They do have the Plaid logo, as you can see right here. They look awesome. They are more fitting of a Plaid than the regular Model S seats, which are a little bit comfortable and not very sporty. So yeah, this is what they look like from top to bottom, the sport seats in the Plaid. They look cool, and then also you get the back seats. All right, here's a look at the back seats in the Model S Plaid after the sport seat retrofit. You can see that you do get new bolsters on each side and on the bottom. Check it out in the center as well. It definitely gives the car a more sporty feel, and it looks a lot better than the factory seats. Yeah, that's a look at the back. Now here's a lit look at the front. You can see the Plaid logo right there, and the more sporty headrest and the firmer bolsters and bottom part. And there's the other side. This is how it came out. It looks awesome, man. I'm hyped for the Model S Plaid sport seats. Definitely added a new sporty feel to the car. The only thing that I'm kind of bummed about is that the backs are not carbon fiber. For that amount of money, they probably should have been carbon. They're just regular plastic, but I'm sure somebody will come out with a carbon fiber back for those seats, and as soon as they do, I am getting that somehow. But yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed the video. These are available in the Tesla app. If you have a Plaid or a Model S, I think can also do it. You can go into your app and go to interior upgrades, and you can order yourself the new Tesla Model S sport seats, and they are about $6,000, and they will retrofit these to your car. They have to upgrade the software and do all that to make these work, so it is kind of a process. But go onto the Tesla app, go into the upgrade section, you will see these beautiful Model S Plaid sport seats available in there, and you can order your own. And guys, thank you so much for 72,000 subscribers this morning as I counted. It's huge for us. Please support the channel by liking and subscribing, and buy all of your Amazon merch through our affiliate links in the description. Leave us a comment, tell us what you think, and throw some hate down in the comments for the Cybertruck also, because people love that. And we'll talk to you guys later. All right, this is how you punch it in a 1,000 horsepower Tesla in Mexico. Punch it. Oh my God. What the hell? We are back in full effect on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have something exciting. We've got this Delilah 2-light floor lamp, which is going to be paired with this Govee smart bulb. And we've got 2 smart bulbs here, and we are so hyped on the channel to be able to install this into this, because this lamp got ruined in the hurricane, not because of the wind, but because of absolute stupidity. And we're looking at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Get hyped! Guys, right in front of me right here and right now, not later, but right this second, we have 2 Govee smart LED bulbs. These are standard Edison-based bulbs that will plug into any receptacle, and in fact, I'm saying receptacle, but any bulb hole is what I like to call it. And there is one right there on that lamp. And then right here, we have the Delilah 2-bulb lamp. It says Globe there, but it says Delilah. Maybe that's the model number, and that's the company, or the model name is Delilah. But today we are replacing one for outside there that got absolutely destroyed because I was an idiot. And when I moved it over from the chair to the side of the house, it got destroyed because it fell over in the wind. And the whole point of moving it was so that it would not get destroyed. And so right here, we're gonna replace this guy and zip tie it back to the chair so it can't fall down. And at the same time, we're gonna be installing 2 Govee LED smart bulbs inside inside of the Globe Delilah lamp, which I think was about $30-ish. If I have to go back and look, I will let you know right now. And so we got to get this open, we got to get that open, and see what is happening on the channel today. We are back again on Supercar Street Racing with this magical Delilah lamp from Globe. It's a 2-bulb lamp, and we are going to be inserting these Govee smart LED light bulbs in it. These are 800 lumens brightness, and they are Wi-Fi connectable light bulbs. But first, we have to unbox this Globe Delilah for you. And of course, they are going to make it extra difficult to unbox and make it difficult for the presentation level on Supercar Street Racing. And as soon as you get into the box, it says that it's made with respect. Edward Weinstein, the CEO of Globe, is hoping that you will enjoy his product. Now, I'm wondering if this is actually the same as the Globe light bulbs, because that is a pretty big company. And inside of the box here for the Delilah Globe lamp, we can see, and that was a weird sound that probably we will save for a sound effect. Inside there we have this lovely lamp, and it is cardboard secured. And when we take the cardboard off on that side, we have the base right here. And on the other side, looks like we have, oh, the actual shade is in there. Right there. And then we flip it to the other side, and we get the styrofoam thingies all over everywhere. We can then take off the tape, and we see the lamp is enclosed in a plastic goodness. And of course, like every other lamp of this type, you have to get every single piece out of plastic, and every single piece screwed together in order to make this thing work. And so begins the process of plastic removal, like this. And then the fun part of assembly. And so you literally just rip each piece off. Anyone who's ever had a lamp has done this before, so I don't feel like this is even necessary to explain. But you know how this goes. You take all this plastic off, and then you screw all the pieces together to make a light tower. And then this other part just screws to the side. This part. Actually it doesn't. This is the top, so that just literally goes in like this. And then you can take off this ugly sticker. So the top just screws in like that, and then you work your way down and you pull the cord through. And it is twisting the cord like that. And you just take the next piece
and run it down like that. Work your way to the bottom. When you screw the top part in, it does twist the cord. Don't worry about it. No big deal. Both of the light fixtures have ugly stickers on top. Go ahead and remove those now. I'll do that after I get this whole thing put together. And don't strip these. They're really easy to strip. You won't know it till you're done. If you put too much force here, like that one was kind of hard to get in, but that wasn't being stripped. It was just hard to turn. Stuck to me. 2 more of these guys. Like the last one felt stripped, but in fact it wasn't. It was just difficult. And this one is similar. And we have 1 more to go. We are down to 1 and the base. And we are running out of space here to assemble and be on camera. Oh, that looks crooked. And we are so tall now that we're hitting the roof. And this is the last section before the base, and then you can tighten all of them up. Start at the top and just twist and tighten the whole thing up. And now we have to move to the base installation. All of your base belong to us. Let me make sure that we're still set up here. And we are. All right, so the base is right here. So you have to remove this cumbersome plastic. And you could actually just cut it if you have scissors like me. Or you can be dumb and fight with it forever. And then pull the cord all the way through the base. I mean, this is all basic stuff. Get it, base? Ick. Push the cord through the top. You're going to have extra cord that's going to be available once you screw in all of the pieces. But you're going to push that through like so until there's no more cord. And then you're going to screw the base on like this. Hit yourself in the face like I did. It's awesome. Pull the cord through the other side of the base. And that is going to make it so there is no slack at the bottom. The cord tends to get twisted. Don't get it twisted. And that is it. The lamp is assembled, brother. Here we go. Let's go. All right, let's get the base put on this thing. All your base belong to us. All right, we got our base assembled on the bottom of our lamp, and now our only job right here, right now, is to put on the bulbs, take off the ugly stickerage, and we will be finished with assembly. And then we can get to mounting.
We have worked in the past with Govee, and we have some Govees here right now. The Govee smart LED bulb, as my phone goes off over there, ruining everything, but we have a mess back here as well. So today we have two Govee smart bulbs. Now, the last Govee bulb did not survive outside, but that is not the fault of Govee. These are not outdoor bulbs. I think that they got wet from like the rain blowing and nothing more, and then got destroyed. But let's see if we can open this guy right here and right now with one hand, and it does not allow me to. Do it. But I will get the best of this. Sorry guys. I took the GoPro off the tripod here, but we have the Govee Wi-Fi smart bulbs right here to install on this lamp. These are pretty simple. There's nothing special on these. I have videos about these guys. You just literally take them out of the package, put them on the lamp, be within range, and add them on the Govee app. And we will be unpackaging these guys right here, right now, on the channel. And man, GoPro batteries last about 10 minutes. Outdoor patio, there they are. Seen. And now they are both set to the same, well, they are supposed to be. There is profound, so yeah, so we have them in the same device control, and we can put the same scene on either one now, and that's how you control them at the same time in the Govee app. And the battery is dying. Turn on the patio. All right, we got the new lamp outside here. And now we have replaced the patio lamp, and it is set on a pinkish color out here along with the other lights. All these globe lights need to be replaced. They are actually failing, and we should have new lights coming from Walmart.com. But you can see now we have replaced the light on the patio, and it does add quite a bit of light out here. Now let's take it into the Supercar Street Racing Studios, where it is very early. We're back once again in Supercar Street Racing, and we are in the 4K production studio out behind the Supercar Street Racing compound. And today we're taking a look at the Globe Electric Torchiere floor lamp, an adjustable reading light, and also the Govee smart bulbs. Now what we did here today is we bought a new floor lamp for outside on our patio, our outdoor patio here in the back, because the one that I have was destroyed in the hurricane because I left it out and did not secure it. So that was totally my fault. The bulb was already burned out though, the Govee smart bulb. So we bought two brand new Govee smart bulbs for this guy here, and we are installing it right back in the patio area. Now taking a look at this on Amazon, and there will be links in the description for you to buy this. It is a adjustable reading light silver floor lamp, and you can get this in about 4 different colors. We chose for the silver color for our floor lamp, and as you can see right here on the screen, and you can see the base here, this actually does have a very weighty base, which was one thing I was concerned about because the wind does tend to blow things down in the back here. However, what I do is I have a chair right next to it, and I take a zip tie and I wrap the zip tie around the chair, and that way the lamp will not fly over in the wind. So you can see right here, this thing has 4.4 stars, and that's pretty good because it's hard to get good ratings on Amazon. So many people are all over the place. It's really hard to tell. You can see it's $26.78, which is about as good of a deal as you're going to find for one with 2 bulbs on it. And I wanted 2 so that I could have it brighter, and I could aim one at the floor down on the patio and aim one at the ceiling, and then make them same type of device on the Govee app. These 2 are tied together on the Govee app, and you control them with one button, and you can do a scene or a color or any number of things on that inside of the Govee app. Then taking a look at the Govee smart light bulbs here, this is what we ordered, the 2-pack, and we had a coupon for it. It was $23, and then a coupon untied on top of that with a 30% off. So not a bad deal. And these guys, you have seen them on my channel before. I have reviews pointing to those guys, and basically they are Wi-Fi enabled smart bulbs that can be controlled with Alexa. They do any number of things that the Govee app will control, like different scenes, different colors, and also they can be music controlled. And you can see right here, right now, they have a 4.7 star review out of 3,164. Very, very high review level. You can get 2 for $23 or 6 for $59.99 right here on the store on Amazon. Now guys, when we put these links in our description, please click through them to buy anything from Amazon. You don't have to be buying the product that is in the link. You can buy anything, and it helps my channel out so greatly because we get a tiny bit of money, and we already lose money on the channel. So today we would appreciate it if you would go down in the link in the description and buy something, or buy these smart bulbs and this lamp, and tell them that Supercar Street Racing sent you by clicking through our affiliate links. And please like and subscribe if you aren't already, and we will see you next time on the channel with another awesome review or something car related. You never know. But for right now, peace, I'm out. All right, we're shooting in 4K now on the Insta360 because I finally figured out how to use it. Now what that means is like, I'm gonna put the selfie stick way up here like this and put it back right here. But I wanna know how you shoot it, like hold it sideways like that, and then it auto landscapes for you, because I don't know how to do that. But like, this is pretty cool though, because I'm gonna shoot about a minute of video with audio and then take it directly into that program and see if I can figure out how to export it, because I want it to be 5.3K since I'm using single lens. I'm not using all the lenses, guys. I'm only using a single lens. So just stop it. How do you like rotate that way? Can you? I don't know how you do that. I'm gonna have to look into that because that's weird, but I feel like the selfie stick is pretty fire, like this, because it looks like somebody's shooting you. You're not even shooting yourself. But like, it doesn't be, it's pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and export these two clips and see what they look like, dog. Bye, dog. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys, and directly in front of me is the Easy Surge 40-volt electric lawnmower, rechargeable lawnmower, 18-inch deck. Easy Surge reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to take a look at this with you guys, and of course I have to do it for you guys. So we have the Easy Surge 2x20 volt brushless self-propelled lawnmower right here in front of me, and today on Supercar Street Racing we're going to open this guy up, get it out of the box, get it assembled, and go ahead and cut my front yard and see what you guys think of it. I'm gonna test it before you buy it. Let's get this show on the road, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, directly in front of me is the Easy Surge 2x20 volt electric self-propelled lawnmower. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. This is very cool. They wanted me to test it for you guys. You guys saw me test robotic lawnmowers, and now we have an actual self-propelled lawnmower for me to get out here and cut the grass on. I'm super hyped to do that. The box is sitting right here in front of me. Now this thing uses Easy Surge technology, and that is a different RPM than a grass mower would typically do, but apparently it is supposed to handle all the grass with ease and no problems whatsoever. Now typically you can expect a 30-minute runtime from this guy, 1/6 of an acre cutting distance. Now that will vary depending on your terrain and the length of the grass, so if the motor has to work harder, you might get less time out of it. Now you know what's also crazy about this thing? It has an electric height adjustment. It's not the manual style. You can do it without even bending over to the mower. You press a button and it lower or raises the height deck so you can change your cutting height. Now this dude is also self-propelled. It goes from 1.3 miles an hour to 2.9. That's pretty cool. I cannot wait to test this in the front yard. Another thing that's awesome about this guy is the storage. It has a single handle fold design, which makes it easy to fold up and store. Unlike the other designs which have two rods, it's very easy to store. 22 reviews later, this guy is sitting at a 4.4 stars. Right now, if you act quickly, if this video is timely on this, it might not be at the same time of the sale. It's 23% off right now. You can pick this dude up right now for $269 and start cutting your grass. All right, guys, you just saw me talking about all the features of the Easy Surge. This is a 40 volt. It has 2 batteries. It is awesome. It's self-propelled. It's made by Lethelli, and Lethelli was kind enough to reach out to Supercar Street Racing and see if we wanted to show this to you guys. All we have to do right here and right now is get this mower out of the box, assemble it so that we can go outside and cut the grass. I say we should get this open right now. Okay, we have this Lethelli self-propelled 40 volt lawnmower chilling so fresh right in front of us, and now all we have to do is open the box and see what's inside. And I think after looking at the instructions, this is going to be a pretty easy unboxing. I don't think there's a lot of assembly. Now, I did cheat. I put the batteries in the charger about 2 hours ago because I knew I was going to have to get this thing out and start using it. So the batteries are actually sitting over there in the kitchen on the charger, leaving us with one mission right now to get this out of the box. And so the first thing I see right here is it's well packed. So there's a lot of styrofoam around it, keeping it very secure inside of the box. So that's great. There's a few things inside the box here. There is a nice instruction manual inside of this big plastic condom right here. We'll take that out. This is protected in shipping. And then inside of that, there is a user manual and then a power cord here for something. I don't know what that's for, not sure, because I plugged the batteries directly into USB Type-C to charge them. So this stuff can go back here. We don't need that where we're going right now, that either. And then the lawnmower itself is sitting right here. This was where the batteries were, so they had them separately packaged in this little white box. And then over here, there's another little white box. Let's see what that is. The one thing I can say is this is packaged better than the last product I unboxed. Ah, okay, so I didn't know this actually had a fast charger. So that's cool. So they give you an actual charger here to charge the batteries. I didn't use that. I went directly to USB Type-C from the kitchen. There's a little charging area in there that you guys saw in another video, but this power cord is the power for this. You plug this in the back of there and you can charge your two batteries directly with this. The rest of the inside of the box is just the actual mower, but let's get this out of the box. So I'd say this thing probably weighs about 40 pounds, not that big of a deal. And then this is the handle. It just folds back like that. They have everything nicely packed in here. Everything's wrapped nicely and they have a bunch of styrofoam protecting it. And first impressions on this lawnmower is it's really sleek looking. I feel like it's kind of futuristic looking and I like that. Like that's kind of my style. The whole house is kind of that style. So this looks great sitting right here right now. And there's really nothing to do here. There's no assembly required. I think this is the locking mechanism for the arm that props up. So all you have to do right now is go ahead and cut the grass with this Lithelli electric rechargeable lawnmower. It almost looks like a car. And I did notice that when I opened the battery area, there's actually a spot for 4 batteries. They give you 2 batteries, but apparently you can put 4 total in here at one time. And so that gives you extra capacity for mowing. We showed you guys the mower, we showed you the charger. So the next step is to get this thing directly out onto the grass and do some mowing. We got the Lithelli Easy Surge out here. We have it joined to the app. We're also recording on GoPro. To raise and lower the mower height, you go here. I don't know what height. That's cool as hell though. So I'm gonna cut a little bit and see if it actually cuts anything. If not, I'll lower it a little bit. This is miles per hour and then I guess you just...
There you go. Wow.
But I'll take that.
Did you change it? Better.
Dang, that thing rips. After doing some research, basically for $259, you get 2 batteries, you get this charger, this lovely charger here. But when we look deeper into the mower, we figured out that you can get actually 4 batteries and install them so that if you have like a larger area, you have more duration on your batteries. That is $309, so $50 more, you get 2 extra batteries. Might be worth it. Think about if you have a large area that you need to cut, and if that's the case, maybe go ahead and get the 309 version so that you have the 2 extra batteries. You don't have to stop down and maybe charge your batteries in the middle of a cut. So if you get the 2 battery setup, you get 30 minutes of runtime. If you get 4 batteries, you can get 50 minutes. Maybe that works better for you if you have a larger area, a bigger yard. So if even 4 batteries isn't enough for you, you can have extra batteries in the charger sitting inside the house ready to go. And when you run out of juice, go grab some batteries, finish your whole property. All right, guys, here is a look at the Lithelli Smart app right here. I'm gonna go ahead and power on the mower. Here is the lawnmower right here. This does use Bluetooth. I had already added this to the mower, and you can see it also sees the batteries as well, so it adds them both to Bluetooth as well. Here's the actual mower itself, and what you can do here is you can set up the entire mower from this app. So you can set up the height, and you can set up the speed and everything from the app. I did want to show you guys this from the app. And you can see right here, you can also set up Easy Surge. I just switched it into Easy Surge. You can see that. We just went directly into the front yard here at the Supercar Street Racing compound. We did the front yard, and you guys saw how this mower did. I want you to make your own opinion about this. I feel like it did good on my front yard. My grass is not super tall though, so keep in mind, if you have like really tall grass, this thing will struggle more with taller grass and you might get less battery life. If you have nice short grass and you keep it mowed, this thing might be perfect for you. You don't have to buy gasoline anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. It won't leak fluids all over anything you have. So think about the Lithelli as an option for your yard. And then we'll have a link down in the description. Make sure you buy all your products from our official affiliate links. It gives me a couple dollars and it helps keep the channel going, and we really appreciate it. So it's not a super expensive lawnmower like maybe the Greenworks, which was about $500. I had one of those, you guys saw it. We're gonna throw it right here to the Amazon page on the computer. Tell you guys how you can get your own Lithelli 40-volt lawnmower, support the channel, buy your Lithelli directly from our affiliate links. Let's throw it to Brad in Studio B. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio B. I am so happy to be back with you guys. I had a great experience with the Lithelli, the awesome self-propelled lawnmower with electric height adjustment as well. That's one of the coolest things about this thing, and you can see right here, we're gonna put this Amazon link right here for you on the screen of the description. It's got solid reviews. I cut the entire front yard with it and had no problems whatsoever. It did amazing in the front yard. You guys saw the whole thing. We had a GoPro strapped to the actual mower, and I had a camera person filming the whole thing, but check it out, guys. Right now it's $269. At the time of the video publish, it might be more or less, I'm not sure. They would like to see this video out within a couple of weeks, so I'm gonna work on that in the background. Now it comes with 2 4-amp-hour batteries for one price, or you can opt to have 4 batteries for a longer runtime. Now I got my entire front yard out there cut with just 2 batteries, and they said that they were a little low at that point, but I think it would have kept going and I could have got my backyard. My backyard's like literally a tiny little place. So check out this Lithelli Easy Surge mower from our Amazon link in the description here. Buy everything from our Amazon links. It helps us out greatly. This guy does have a cool app. You can adjust everything from the mower in the app as well, which I absolutely love that. Check out the cool Easy Surge features, the app. This mower runs at a lower RPM than most gas mowers do, and it rips right through St. Augustine. That was like this tall. I had no problems ripping right through it. You saw the video yourself. No issues at all with it. I didn't use the bagger. It does come with a bagger. You can use that right on the outside of the mower if you want and bag up all your grass. I like to let mine go back inside of the grass to mulch up like my lawn care guy does. Now at the time of this video, we have 175,000 subscribers. I expect that to get bigger by the time this video publishes, but we want to thank you so much for being a subscriber. Always like and subscribe, hit the bell icon That way you know anytime we have a video coming out, you'll be the first one to know. You can hop on and check it out. I thank you guys so much for liking, subscribing, buying everything through our official links down in the description. It helps us out so much. You know, we don't make any money on the channel. We actually lose money on it. So if you guys could just help us out with like a couple of clicks here and there, it would mean so much to us. But right now, we definitely have to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs tonight. It's Friday night and we need to party. Actually, I have to work tonight. Okay, this is how you, if you forget your cutter,
You take your axe.
right,
Normally throw.
your heavy axe.
Yeah, and don't hit your thumb.
Right. Oh, hell yeah. Bye-bye. Oh, here they go. He got it. He got it. All right, today we got this entire frozen turkey to throw to the alligators, and I'm really curious what's going to happen when we throw this out there. What do you guys think? Put it in the comments right now. Let's do this. The first thing we got to do to get this frozen turkey out there to the alligators is get this guy unpackaged. This thing is old, so it's time to get rid of it. Now I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to unpackage it, so I'm going to try to get this skin off of here now with it completely frozen. Let's see what I can do. We got this thing unboxed, unpackaged, whatever you want to call it. Now we got to put gloves on. It's freezing cold, and get this outside and see what happens when the gators grab it. All right, we got some eggs to get the alligators interested first, and then we're going to throw a frozen turkey out there and see what happens. Now you guys saw when we threw a dead bird. We're going to find out what happens with a frozen turkey real quick. Let's do this. And we already got one coming over. Let's throw him some eggs. Oh, he's the big one too. He's hissing at me. All right, let's give him an egg. Get your egg. Here comes another one over here on this side. And we got another one coming up. We got one over here. And we got a bird. All right. And he got that one. He got the egg. He spit it out. They are not too interested in the eggs. Oh, look at these two fighting. They totally fought. And this is all the eggs. Now let's see if we can get that. Oh no, 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 don't go in the water. Don't go in the water. All right, it almost went in the water. Are they or not? Are they interested in the eggs? All right, let's see if he'll take. He's trying. Let's see if he'll take the frozen turkey. All right, here we go. Completely frozen, 100% frozen turkey. Oh, he is so confused. He is so confused. He's trying to eat eggs. Oh, they're fighting. He doesn't understand it. He just cares about the eggs. He almost got it. He doesn't understand it. Okay. I think he smells it, but he can't really get it. You can see the turkey is putting some smell out into the water. Let's see if they're going to do anything. There's a turtle right next to it. Soft shell. A turtle's trying to drag it in the water. A turtle thinks he can drag it, and he almost had it. There's all kinds of turtles coming up. Fish. A turtle was dragging it into the water. Oh. Alligator got the egg. Oh, he might see it. He might see it. All right, here it comes. He got it. He got it. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, here they go. He got it. He got it. He went down to the bottom with it. He's rolling with it. Shut up. Awesome. He grabbed it and started rolling with it. That's amazing. Look, he's still going after it. Wow, crazy. He got a piece off of it. That was insane. He took it to the bottom and started rolling with it till he got a chunk off of it. And now it's just floating in the water. I'm waiting to see if they're going to grab it again. But there's fish jumping around near it. He did take it though. He's right there. Come on, get it, dude. It's right there. He took that thing and rolled with it. Let's see if he's going to do it again. Oh, here comes the other guy. Right for it. Here he comes. Yep, he got it. He's got it underwater. He's rolling with it. He's rolling with it. He's got the whole thing in his mouth. They roll around with it. I guess they're having trouble getting the meat off of it, and now he's over there with it. He's taking it to his homeland. All right, he's got it way over there now. He took it way away from the other gator, which is right down here, and he's going to take it to his own little area where he can chomp down on it. Crazy. What a cool thing to see, them rolling with these things. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Little football action going on up there. And FedEx just came over and dropped this package off for us. And this is mini bike parts. So let's take a look and see what's in here first. There's our packing list. Small parts enclosed, don't know what that is. There's our nice clutch cover. Gonna look good on there. And there's another bag of parts that I don't have any clue what they are. So I'm gonna put the phone down here and open these guys up. Okay, we have the 2 chains right here in that package. In this package, we have a new accelerator grip and a new hand grip for the other side. And we have our new black brake thingy. So yeah, that's all that came today. The rest is back ordered. The key is ordered for these sprockets. And the wheels are ordered, and I do have to order tires. I'm going to do that right now. All right, guys. I just ordered the Sun F street tires for the cart. So I don't know when they'll be here, but I did order them, and hopefully they will come in soon. And we'll run these new wheels that we're expecting up to the tire shop and get those new tires put on the new wheels. And now we're going to take a look at some of the parts that we received and get these guys installed. And we really only have 3 things that we can install today, and one of them is this black, beautiful brake handle from Monster Scooter Parts, I believe is the company. All right, I watched the video again. So it definitely goes on like this. And this does go on with the indentation facing out according to the video. And then this guy, I believe, goes on like this. Just like that. And then the key holds everything on. So once we get the key, we can reassemble everything pretty much. Guys, welcome back to the channel again. Brad here with Supercar Street Racing, and last night we got in some parts from Monster Scooter Parts. We have our tensioner, chain tensioner here, and we have our long-awaited key for the bike. So let's go outside and see if we can start reassembling this thing. This is the current state of affairs with the bike. The chains are all on. The tension seems okay on this. It might be a little tight, not sure. I haven't tightened down this yet. I'm about to tighten down these bolts and then get it off this jack stand. I also got to put washers on the front wheels, which I didn't do last time, so I'm going to do that now. Hey guys, supercar street racing early in the morning. It's cold, freezing, and here is the club car precedent. Can't talk this morning, still half asleep. But we are actually going to be plastic dipping this guy today, and that's going to take some prep first. And I haven't decided whether I'm going to spray the trim while it's on the cart. That means if the cart was ever taken apart, the trim would peel off the dip, which may not be great for a lot of things, but if I don't, if I do the trim separately, I have a ton more taping and all that, so I'm thinking of just spraying the whole thing and just not worrying about it. I'm not going to take the back off either, just try to spray underneath there as best I can. But I do have some taping off to do on the taillights, or either remove them, one or the other. So probably removing them is the best bet. It only looks like there's a couple of screws there. Looks like they're actually held in with like wood screws. But yeah, I'm gonna get busy on that and prepping right now, and that's what's happening on the channel today. All right, guys, welcome back. As you can see, we got the badge removed, we got the head tail light removed, and now we're going to be deglossing the cart with this. This helps the paint stick. Let's do this. Okay, we got the entire body deglossed and prepped. Now we got to tape off some key areas because this stuff will go everywhere. All right, we are back inside, and always remember to warm up your Plastidip cans. We are actually going to be using Rust-Oleum peel coat, which is more or less the same thing. I'm doing some hot water here, and while I give these about 5 minutes to warm up in the water, I will take a break. All right, guys, we are out here, and we have our Rust-Oleum peel coat ready to go here. We're going to start putting on the first coat, and yes, we have warmed up our cans because it is probably, if I could guess in the garage, it's probably in the 60s, maybe upper 50s at the coldest, but I've had the heat on in here for about 3 hours, and I've got a fan blowing on the garage from the inside the house, and the heat is on in the house. So I brought the temperature up quite a bit in here to try to get this golf cart warmer. This stuff doesn't like cold or humidity, so this is perfect because there's no humidity. Remember, when you start spraying, always spray off to the side to clear the nozzle, and every time you spray, turn the can upside down and spray once every time you take a break, or the nozzle will get clogged and you'll get like a splurt will come out and it'll mess up your job. So remember, first coat is always light. Okay, we're going to go ahead and black out these taillights with Plastidip. Welcome back, guys, and it is time for the last coat. And remember, your last coat is when you peel your tape. The Plastidip has to be wet when you peel your tape, or it will peel up your actual dip. So you peel immediately after you put your last coat. We do have a few issues here where the Plastidip didn't stick, and I see a hair in it, which is driving me crazy, but I can't get it out of there now without peeling up the dip. So here I go. I'm going to put the last coat on and peel the tape at the same time. All right, guys, welcome back, and I have totally finished the murdered out Plastidip golf cart, and it is about a 7 on a scale of 10. I do see some striping in the Plastidip. You can see there, not sure why that happened. Didn't have great results with the Duplicolor Plastidip. I have better results with the original Plastidip stuff, but for now, It's good. If I ever want to take the real Plastidip and do another coat here, I could try that. And I got the taillights all murdered out as well, and it looks awesome. And I did get the windshield back installed, so here is a look. I went ahead and dressed the seats, and I dressed the tires. The dash is not fully in yet. The mat is on order, so that'll be here within 2 or 3 days. And this is the murdered out Batmobile cart. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you want to try it yourself, I did prep the cart completely, but there are some troubling spots that didn't stick. I don't know why, but it's probably best to sand very lightly the entire cart. I did not do that. I used deglosser instead, and I have mixed results with the deglosser. But overall, the cart is completely black now. There's no white anything. There's no brown anything. And wow, what a transformation. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I will see you guys soon. All right, guys. So I figured out that my nice expensive headset here doesn't work with OBX at all. The mic will not record. It refuses to work with that application for whatever reason. But we're going to take a look at my friend's hacked computer today. Let me go ahead and get logged in. So she was hacked yesterday. Someone first started sending emails out on her behalf asking people for gift cards. Then started getting messages from her on Facebook asking for gift cards. So I immediately texted her and told her she was hacked. So I haven't been on her computer yet. Let's take a look. So we're connecting now. So what we're going to do is take a look and see what exactly has happened to this computer. So the first thing I am going to do here is open AVG, which is the default antivirus that I go to. And I'm going to make sure that's updated. Let's see. Update. Virus definitions. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and update her antivirus now. We also got Malwarebytes on here. It's probably really old now. I haven't been on this machine in a while. This might be very old, actually. Let's go ahead and install this new version. Go ahead and install Malwarebytes. This guy's installing updates. So her internet was also down, and she can't get into her email anymore. I have a sneaking suspicion that they have hijacked her email account too. Probably won't be able to resolve that today. Didn't ask her if she was locked out completely, but I don't want to put her name up on the screen, so I probably won't do that on this video. But yeah, so we got AVG updating here and Malwarebytes. So what we're going to do is we're going to run Malwarebytes here. As soon as it gets done, it might want us to restart. Yeah, AVG wants to restart. Let's go ahead. Malwarebytes did not ask us to restart. Let's go ahead and run the first scan. Let's do fake at email.com. Start the 14-day. No, thank you. All right. Let's scan this guy. So I don't think she's going to have any issues on the actual machine. I believe what we're going to find out is that someone just got a hold of her email password and started changing her passwords on her other things in order to extort money from people. So far we got 0 detections. We're going to come back on and scan it with AVG though. So I actually built this computer. Actually didn't build it. We ordered one. We custom ordered one for her it's been about 3 years, I guess, since we did this computer. So no browser threats found. Got both these scanners going at the same time. I can't remember. I think this is an i5 with 16 gigs. I think I asked her to get the maximum amount of memory. Oh, she's got 32 gigabytes. That's right. Yeah, I made her max out the memory, which is awesome. Fun computer. It's an i5 6400T, 4-core with tons of RAM, which absolutely rocks. I wish I had that in my machine. Mine maxes out at 16, unfortunately. Just my motherboard's that older one that doesn't have but 2 memory slots, 8 gigs each is the maximum it supports, from what I understand. So far, so good. Nothing there. After this, we'll look for updates. No malware found. Good. Oh, one detection here, though, on Malwarebytes. Nothing on AVG. Got one here. Ah, that's just a KMS. No big deal. It's not a risk. Got one notification. I think that's because it needs to restart. Yeah. So this is not a big deal. We're not going to worry about that because I know what that is. And this is still going. While that's going, let's go check for updates. See, she could actually probably go Windows 11 at this point. I don't know if her CPU qualifies. They cut off a lot of CPUs. Yeah, see, there's a way to get around this. There's a hack for this. So let's see. Let's do disk cleanup. Let's go see. Oh yeah, she's got a gigabyte in the recycle bin, 2 gigabytes of thumbnails. And we don't care about 4 megabytes, and that doesn't have anything in it for now. Recycle bin's emptying. I don't think we can do these because we're not. Let's see. Malwarebytes. Let's get that out of there. And let's go ahead and go here one more time. I don't want to let us do anything here. This thing's being irritating. downloading these updates now, and then we'll get this thing restarted. So far, so good. I don't see any really major issues here. I think that she has a Lenovo also, and there might be a firmware update. Seems like it's freezing up a little bit, or either mine is. Let's go ahead and restart this guy, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back. She is back up and running here. So I am probably going to try to put Windows 11 on this machine today. Going to show you guys that in a separate video, how to trick your Windows 10 PC into installing Windows 11. And so we are back up here with Carolyn's PC. Let's go back into check for updates now. Let's see what this thing says. All right, so it does want to restart again. Let's go ahead and see what happens now when we restart. I'm watching the TeamViewer icon on the other side. So it says restarting here. Let's see what happens. So just so you guys know, so this is very common. So what these guys do, these bad actors, they get your, once they got control of your email address, they go in and they find your other accounts and they start changing your passwords, which is a good idea if you have, if you can set up two-factor. So two-factor is basically two different methods of proving your identity to log in. So one factor is like something you know, like a password, and then another factor is like biometrics, something you are, fingerprint or eye scanner, things like that. So two-factor a lot of times will send. Really, it's two-factor on your phone's not really the safest method because if someone gets your device, unless you have biometrics on your phone enabled, then they can then get to your accounts. Her computer's back up. Let's go ahead and get connected here. Not sure what that means, but okay, it is still working. Let's go check for updates again. Let's see what's available here. So we're probably going to do Windows 11 here. The reason it says this here is because her PC, her processor doesn't meet certain requirements by Windows 11, which is completely ridiculous. There is a way around that. I have it on my machine, so I'm going to do the bypass on hers more than likely. But while that's going, let's look at the Lenovo updates. There might be a BIOS update. And then we'll do driver updates. So if you guys don't use it, Driver Booster is amazing, absolutely amazing program that throw it on a, as long as you have internet access, this thing will automatically download all the latest drivers. So it's probably going to say that there's an update available for this guy. Actually, it looks kind of new. 8.3, I think, is like the latest. That's interesting. Okay, so we do have our AVG got updated. That's downloading a Windows 10 cumulative update preview. AVG is good to go. This guy's got pretty good amount of drivers that wants to update. I'm going to go ahead and let it do these.
on the free version. So you can see here, driver booster 8.3 free is downloading her Intel HD graphics, her Intel audio, her Realtek audio, her network adapter, and her few other things. It's going to probably drop us when it installs the network adapter driver. So dual band wireless AC. So Windows is complete. Well, actually, no, Windows is not up to date. It's downloading this preview. I forgot about that. So this is going ahead and installing. If you notice, her machine's never really busy. CPU is busy right now, but the RAM never really gets, used that much. She does have a solid state drive and a backup spindle drive to put all of her data in. So here we go, updating the drivers. The Lenovo didn't ever open, did it? Huh. Thought that was it. So this is the Lenovo updater. Now, if it tries to install some drivers, I will let IOBit do the driver install, not the Lenovo, because IOBit has the latest drivers. Lenovo might try to install some proprietary drivers for her system, which I don't want those. So she's saying she can't send or receive emails. So I have a feeling that somebody has set up either a redirect on her email, so maybe they are forwarding all her emails to another email address or something like that. So I'm going to get on her Comcast and see if I can locate anything. This guy's still going here. Okay, so it wants to do the LAN driver. That's a Lenovo driver. I'm going to let Driver Booster take that. I'm not going to install it from here. She's probably texting me now. She's saying her landline's down as well. So she got the double one too. She got hacked and her Comcast went out yesterday for the whole entire day, and that wasn't related. Comcast was having an outage yesterday. This is a BIOS update, and I'm going to let that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and get this driver booster done, and then we're going to do the BIOS update. So what'll happen is we won't be able to see it when her computer restarts. So it'll do that, and then we'll be able to come right back on when we get done. But I don't think this LAN driver is necessary. I believe this is the one that is the same thing, but not 100% sure. Sorry for the drink. This guy's installing her graphics adapter. We'll go ahead and do the flash BIOS. Let's see where we are with the Windows. Well, it did say 100%. Now it says 20%. Oh, installing. Okay. I was going to say it started over downloading, but I guess it's good to go. That's installing. These guys are installing. We got a busy CPU, I'm sure now. I mean, it is only an i5, so it's going to be, yeah. CPU is maxed out. Memory is not being used that much, and neither is the SSD. Driver updates are almost done here. They're going to want to reboot. Oh, it doesn't want to reboot for the drivers. Okay. So that guy's done. This guy's still going. We're going to do the BIOS update. Surprised that that's. I'm surprised that that is doesn't have any more. But wonder how old this BIOS is. This computer is fairly old. It's a ThinkCentre M700. So IBM bought Lenovo years and years and years ago, and they have these nice little tiny M700. This is a ThinkCentre M700. So it's like a small factor PC. This guy still says he's at 20%. CPU is pretty busy though. So at 60%. I like how in the task manager you can actually go, click on the big task here, or the big column, and then you can see details. So she's got 5.8 gigabytes in use. Some of these I don't really understand. I'd have to look them up to see what these mean, but yeah, and then this is her solid state drive. It's a SanDisk. This still says it's at 20%. But yet it's chugging along. So I didn't empty all of her, I didn't do her system file cleanup yet because we're still doing Windows updates. And so some of those updates will get deleted when you do the disk cleanup. So see, this PC doesn't meet system requirements. If we go in here and we go bypass, and we do this, here it is. An article on how to do this. So we will do that later on another video. And so this thing's still chugging along at 20%, so I'm going to come back to you guys whenever it is ready to do the next step. Yeah, so they're really putting her through the ringer right now. Basically, she couldn't sign in again, and she can sign into her Xfinity to get her email, so I'm having her sign in again so I can go see if her email is being forwarded to someone. So I'm waiting for her to sign in right now. All right, guys, so we're into her email now. I'm just going to check to see if forwarding is set up. It's not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was good. It's actually just, she can send to her other email. I think this is good. Yeah, so far so good here. I don't see any email forwarding set up. I thought she might have that. Let's see where we are with this guy. So this is at 80%. So I'm just going to tell her I made sure emails weren't getting forwarded to anyone else. Oh, got a text from Toasty. All right, so that's good now, and it wants to restart. Let's go ahead and do that, but let's do the BIOS update as well. This failed last time I tried to do it. And I don't know why. I think it failed multiple times over and I couldn't get it to install. So there goes the BIOS update. So it's flashing her BIOS now, and now it's restarting the computer. So what that's going to do is going to restart and then flash our BIOS. We're going to lose our connection here momentarily. And that's okay because we have this shot glass. It doesn't have crown in it. It's got vodka in it, but still says shutting down here. Waiting for that to reboot. Dude, I love my shadow under my webcam. I had to read a tutorial and go crazy to get that to work, but yeah. So she's still online, so it's doing something. It's shutting down. I'll update you guys when this comes back. All right, guys, so her computer is back up, so I'm assuming that she doesn't have any more updates. So let's go back to the Lenovo thing and see if the if the BIOS update was successful. This is pretty old now. I would say this computer's at least 3 years old, maybe more, maybe 4. Let's see. It's to reopen everything. All right, that's checking. Lenovo is checking for updates, guys. So, I don't know if you see what I'm talking about, but like, see this little shadow here? That just tickles me to death. It just makes my day brighter. Okay, so it looks like our BIOS update went in good. We're not going to install that LAN update. Let's go back in. All right, Windows is up to date. So let's go back into this guy, disk cleanup. C drive. Now notice here is pretty clean, but it'll go clean up system files now before we do the Windows 11 update. So I did clean up system files. So it's going to delete any leftover Windows update things and any other files that are just literally just taking up space on the machine. So she's got 2 gigabytes of system error memory dumps. Don't need these upgrade log files. We don't need any of this. Error reports, shadow cache. That's good enough. Let's delete that. So we're cleaning up this drive right now, the C drive. So she's got, let's see, this PC. And this is I believe that's the SSD. This is the spindle. And then Lenovo has a 12 gigabyte recovery drive on there as well. I am now, so her computer's like completely up to date, I think. So I'm going to say that we have successfully cleaned this computer. I'm going to run this driver booster again one more time just to make sure there's nothing left. Next video is going to be
how to update. No, this they want you to buy their like VPN stuff. All right, so she's completely up to date here. All right, guys, so I found it finally. Oh, I've been fighting with this forever. So she was getting a couple of emails, but not all of her emails, and I found it finally. So this is what happens. They get your email address, they get in here, and they set up a filter here. Look under filter rules. You see where it says they set up a filter so anything that goes here is forwarded to a fake email address at Outlook. So we're going to delete this and this. We're going to delete this rule. So this is why she wasn't getting emails, guys. Wow, they really like did a number on her. So let's go back and check her email now. Let's send her one real quick from my phone. Let's do test. So I looked for that at first, but I didn't see it. So they got her email password, they got onto her email account, they went to settings, they went to email settings, they went to filters, they set a rule in here to forward all her email to a fake email account, and that's how they did it. And so right now she's going to get her email from me. Yep. Solved. This is definitely fixed now. So you can see here she's getting email. She was hacked. Absolutely 100% hacked. And this is now working. So guys, we did our job today. We helped our friend. She's good to go. And I appreciate you guys watching. IT security engineer fixes a hacked computer. It's actually just her email that was hacked, and that is now fixed. Talk to you guys later, man. All right, folks. Today we're going to be working on this paddle shifter conversion. And we started this video the other day with kind of an unboxing and an overview of what's going to have to be done. But I'm going to go ahead and open these paddle shifters. There's the paddle shifter G paddles in these bags here. So basically what you have here is, if nobody watched the first video, go back and watch it for kind of an explanation. But the older AMG cars didn't have paddles, they had buttons behind the steering wheel. So somebody really smart invented these G paddles, and they replaced the factory shift buttons. And they are still not going to make the transmission shift faster, obviously, but it's better than paddles. They're a lot easier to get to. So what you're going to need for that is the paddles. You're going to need a hair dryer. Reason being is that the factory shift buttons sit in a carriage. If you can imagine, like a bolt going through a hole, and that hole is plastic, and to get the factory buttons out, you have to heat the factory buttons with a hair dryer. So you pop them out of the steering wheel, you heat them until they're all too hot to touch, and they become more pliable, and then you can take a little screwdriver and pop out the buttons. Now I haven't taken them out yet, but I'm about to do that and see exactly what I'm up against. Or, you see those tabs right there? You can just file one of those off on the factory buttons if you're never going to use the buttons again, and it makes your life way easier. They come right off. So I'm going to take a look now and see what that's going to be like and show you how to get the buttons out of the steering wheel. Got the top down for easier access and lighting. But if you look back here at the factory shift button, it's a housing that just pops out. So I am going to pop that right out, and then we'll take a look and see. I know the wire's not very long, so we're going to take a look and see exactly what we're looking at here once I get this housing out. Supposedly you can just pry it out with a little screwdriver on the edge there where you see the opening. Alright, so I used this small screwdriver in my jeweler's kit. At first I was kind of nervous because they weren't coming out easily, but if you take that screwdriver right there and you put it right on the corner there and you just pry towards the steering wheel like this, that way, they will pop out. And here's what you're looking at. So this is the part that breaks, everybody breaks off, where the paddle, where my finger is. Whoops, I was hitting the zoom button. Right there, right on the corner. If I had two hands I could show you, but it's literally, let me grab the camera a little bit better, right there. So now apparently you can file that center section out and these buttons will pop right out, or you can heat it up and pry them out and hope you don't bust that little tab right there. If you do, you got to super glue it back together. You cannot buy these. Mercedes does not make them for a reason, so you have to buy the whole entire steering wheel. So I'm going to take a look at this off camera and figure out the best way to get this off. I think if you break that middle section off, you can squeeze this together easier. So I'm going to give that a shot right now. I think I'm just going to go ahead and break it. Okay, this is what I did because I don't care about the existing paddles. I took this awesome set of little wire clippers that I have here, and I stuck them inside between the paddle and the housing, and I just kind of chewed the button up until the notch on this side fell through. So now that side is free, and as you can see, the paddle pops right out. Super easy. Now I'm going to attempt to put the G paddles in, and I will show you how I did that. I got my hair dryer here. I'm going to take this hair dryer and heat this up a lot till it's almost too hot to touch, so that the plastic becomes pliable, even though I may not need to now. I heard that they're a lot easier to get in than take out, but I'm going to go ahead and, as a precaution, I don't want to break this housing, so I'm going to heat this up really good right now. Got the other side out. I decided to do this so I could figure out which paddle goes on which side. You can see I did not damage the holes, but I did figure out a way to make this stronger. I don't have anything with me to do this, but a washer, a little metal washer glued to both sides would definitely make it so you would not break it, or you could repair it with that as well if you did break it. A little tiny metal washer or a ring of some kind glued right there would fix that problem for good, if you wanted to do that before you tried to pop the paddles in. I'm going to see if I can figure out which side goes on which now. Alright, I got the first paddle installed. It was simple. I heated both of these. I literally held the gun up to the housing right there for a good 20 seconds, got it very hot, and then with my finger I just kind of bent this part right here outward and popped it right in. But it's got to be very hot. If you don't, you will crack that housing. Now the next thing is, a lot of people have trouble with that button being partially depressed when you insert this unit, so I'm going to go ahead and do the other side and I'll report back quickly. Just a little bit of clarification here. If you put this in there like this, put that side in its hole, very difficult to do with one hand, but if you put the one side in the hole, the other side, you stick your screwdriver in and kind of turn, it will move the housing outward enough for you to pry that button in right there. I'll show you once I get this one installed. Got both sides installed now. Let's see if I can hold this so I can show you. So with the screwdriver, if you can put it right in there and turn to the right, it will pry the housing out enough for you to slide that right in there. But heat that thing up really good. I put that thing on there for a good 30 seconds and got it very pliable. Once you do that, you're not going to break it. You just need to be careful. Now the key is, does this work or not? This point right here, some people, the button is partially depressed when you put this back in the wheel, and you have to take this out and file the bottom of this button down a little bit, which will be not fun because I don't think I have anything to do that with. I'm going to test it right now. Okay, I screwed this up and I don't want you guys to make the same mistake I did. I had to take the paddle back out because right there, that tab right there was on the wrong side of the housing. It was on the back side right here and the button couldn't press. Make sure that little tab is on the inside of the housing before you seat the carrier. Okay, I had to take it completely back off, so I had to heat it up, and now I have to put it back in without breaking it. Okay, lesson learned. It was so easy before because that notch wasn't in the right place. It's very difficult now because really the whole entire housing back here needs to be spread outward. So I'm going to see if I got some needle noses that I can spread this outward while I push the buttons in. Alright, I finally got the button in there without breaking the housing. As you can see there, they're in good shape. I don't know how I did it, honestly. I heated that thing up so hot it almost burned my hand with the hair dryer. So that's how hot you have to get it to make it pliable. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and install this right now. Wanted to get this part on video. I'm going to go ahead and heat up this housing. I'm going to hold it on there for a while, get it very hot. Good and pliable. And I'll be right back. Okay, notice I got the second side installed with no problems. I heated it up a lot. I got one side in with my finger, and the other side I did with the screwdriver. I put the screwdriver right inside that little tab and turned it with the housing to come out enough, and it popped right in. Okay, I made a huge mistake on this one. I actually did break the button holder right there. I used professional car stereo installation tools, but that little black piece right there is broken off and nowhere to be found. So this button does not stay in now. It comes right out. So I have to figure out how to fix that. Chances are I'll have to stuff something in there to get it to stay, or put some silicone sealer, but the problem being that if I get any on this button here, then it's not going to work anymore. I don't even know if the buttons work yet. They feel kind of bound up, so I'm going to have to test it right now. As you can see by this demonstration with the numbers on the screen, on the right hand side there, it does shift. So this button though is completely loose, so I got to figure out how to fix that. Out taking a drive. Buttons do work. I don't know why it wants to go from 4 to 1, but that's the behavior of the transmission, not the shift pedal conversion. Does shift. Seems to be working properly now. I got to get that other button fixed. So here's where it broke. Right on the end right there. That piece broke off. And it no longer will. You can clearly see it broken. And I don't think I have the piece. I'm going to try to find it in here, but it's probably gone. Okay, how I'm going to fix this after all is I'm going to get some silicone sealer. I'm going to put it right here on each side, a drop of it on each side, and then push it back in and let it dry. Alright, this is all finished. I got the button mounted back in there. I put some fast dry silicone sealer around that edge, verified that the buttons do still click. So this project is done, but I'm just gonna warn you, I did everything possible when I took out this button. I used a professional installer tool, put it in the edge there, and if you push too far in there, you're gonna break it off. So this one I did not. I used a small screwdriver to remove this one, so lesson learned. You might be better off trying a small screwdriver, a very tiny one, but I couldn't get it in there, get the button out with that. So I broke this one trying to pry it out. Doesn't matter, I'm gonna get it glued back in and it's never gonna come out again, so no big deal. That's gonna wrap up this project, folks. I hope you like the AMG button to paddle shifter conversion, and please subscribe for the next video.
I bet I could.
That's gonna be the best. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have Dukes of Duval with us here, and we have a special video for you guys because Mousesaur has been so generous to sponsor this video, and they asked me if we would help them promote their new battery, which is doing very well on Amazon. So let's take a look at this battery. Joe, what exactly do we have in this box that's off camera?
Yeah, so what they provided us was a 48-volt lithium battery that can be used for multiple applications, but in this particular situation, we're going to be placing it in my golf cart, which is pretty exciting.
And so why is it so easy to just take this battery and put it right in here without doing a lot of extra work?
Yeah, so for the most part, they're kind of a plug and play situation. Depending on your setup and what you have on your golf cart, mine may be a little bit different because of some of the things that I've included on the golf cart, whether it be converters, other things of that nature that are in there that may be some additional wiring. But for the most part, it's very straightforward. You're taking the lead positive and the lead negative, and you're connecting it without having to use all the additional batteries that you normally have in the golf carts. And then amongst other things that you have to hook up, like I said, whether it be the converter, radios, things of that nature, but for the most part, very simple.
So when I did my golf cart, I had also lead acid batteries, but I had to do my motor and controller and my solenoid at the same time, making it way more complicated than this setup. I feel like we can get this done in a way faster amount of time. And also, you did order a new dash, correct?
I did, yes. And one thing to know about this golf cart is that I've already spent the time in the past, a couple years ago, doing a full build out of the golf cart. Just like Brad's, I did motor, controller, solenoid, wiring to 2-gauge. So this thing is ready to take on this battery, and it's going to work very well with this particular setup because it's already a great setup, but it's going to be even better with this lithium battery.
Right, and also the only other thing we really have to figure out is that we have to get the battery mounted in there, and it doesn't really come with specific hardware to put a tray down and mount the battery. So we're gonna have a little bit of figuring out to do with how to get the battery flush down in the motor bay, and then once we're done with that, we can start figuring out the sound system and running the wires for the new speakers and all that stuff that goes with the install.
Yeah, and I think that the way the battery's built, I think it's got various different ways that this thing can be set in there. So I don't think we're gonna have that much of an issue, which should be pretty easy because again, this is kind of a universal application with the battery. So I think what we'll find is when we pull everything out, the tray down below will have plenty of different options for us to put any bolts and accessories or what it needs bolt-wise to bolt it down. I think we'll be fine.
And I remember when we did mine, the battery weighs over 100 pounds, so it takes 2 people, one on each handle, to kind of get it up and get it into the bay.
Yeah, and his was a 72 volt, so a little bit heavier than this one. I think by
36, I think it was.
Yeah, maybe by 30 pounds. So it should be very easy to manage. And that's another thing that we're really excited about is get all this additional weight that we have with all these flooded batteries that we have in there now to be able to go with this. Huge benefit, amongst many other benefits.
Also, we'll be able to pull out all the cables that connect the batteries to each other. So again, that's weight savings and just you're minimizing parts, so that's great for this thing. The less weight you have, the faster this thing's gonna be and the more acceleration. So when we get back from this short break, we're gonna go ahead and unbox the Mousesaur battery and show you guys what's in the package. We haven't looked at it either. It's fully boxed right here next to the camera. So when we get back, we're gonna take a look at this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to talk about all the great benefits that come along with this battery. We have a lot of really cool things that this battery does for this golf cart. So I'm excited.
So after this short break, we'll be back and we'll show you guys the Mousesaur.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and open up the box for the Mousesaur 48-volt lithium battery.
With the SCSR patented scissors. Packaged very well. There's a lot of tape on it. And it's clearly marked lithium for shipping.
Yep. The box is pretty thick too for protection, which is good.
Now we saw some videos where some got damaged, but we're thinking that that maybe was a one-off because this box doesn't look bad at all.
Nope, it looks like it's good.
All right.
I think they probably, since the last time, they took some protective measures, maybe redid their boxing a little bit. Unfortunately, you're kind of at the mercy of whoever the shipping company is to make sure that they don't beat up your product. So, all right, so as we come in here, everything's pretty straightforward. So we have the main battery here, good sized battery, but not too big, which is going to be nice to be able to maximize your compartment, to be able to, you know, put other stuff in there if you want to put additional electronics, you want to store stuff in there, whatever it may be. So we have the battery, and then it looks like we have one main box here that's going to probably have a lot of our wiring and whatnot. In here as well, we have some of the stuff for fastening purposes, some covers for the positive and negative, and we have some information from Mousesaur. So
awesome.
Excited about that. Oh, and we got one more box in here, and we'll see what's inside here in just a minute.
All right.
All right, so the first package is obviously we have fasteners here. So it looks like it's just nuts and bolts. These all look like pretty good stainless steel, which is good. So no rusting in the future. And we'll be using this probably just to fasten the battery down, I would imagine. And maybe use these potentially for the charging system, but we'll see how that looks when we get to that.
Okay.
All right, of course we had these covers. Not sure if we're gonna utilize these or not, but these may come in handy just to kind of keep something over top of it after we have all of our wires connected to the positive and negative terminal. And then let's see what's in this box here. All right, and it looks like we have our main dash gauge, which is really nice. In my particular setup on this golf cart, we're still kind of deciding whether or not we're going to have it. I think we're going to go with it, but because this thing has Bluetooth technology and the way that we're going to set up the new dash, we might have an opportunity to be able to display right on top of an iPad or some sort of a tablet, which is nice that they have that feature, but we're going to consider this heavily as an alternative just to have as a backup. Even if we don't put it on the dash, we may put it in the battery compartment just to have that there. So we got the cable and we have the LCD screen for us here.
So what kind of information is shown on the LCD screen?
Yeah, so we got to kind of get into that. What I have to imagine is going to probably give us information on, I would think, number of cycles, how much power it has, maybe give us some information on the battery itself. I believe that there's probably individual lithium separated cells that will probably give us information on that. So I think it's going to provide a lot of good stuff. But the biggest and most important thing is to know where your battery sits at any given time to make sure that you have enough power to get wherever you're going for the rest of the day if you're out having a good time. So, all right.
All right.
All right, we'll go through this in just a minute. Looks like there's probably some important information that we need to know about the battery, and we will break right into here. And I need the scissors again.
Those are patented SCSR compound scissors. So far, so good, man. The packaging's perfect. I don't see any damage to anything.
Yep, looks really good. Again, good packaging. And in here, we have the charging system itself.
And this is something we were really curious about, whether it had a male connector for just a standard extension cord to go onto.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing I'm excited about, that hopefully that is the case. We're going to figure that out pretty quick.
There's your port right there.
So we have a port here that will connect. And I assume that there's an adapter that goes along with it. All right, so we were able to take it out. It is a two-person job. It is very compact, which is great because again, we talked about giving that space back inside the battery compartment, but it is heavy. So it's roughly 100 pounds. So it is a 2-person job to lift this thing up. Which is great from the standpoint that it's only 100 pounds in comparison to what we're going to save when we remove all the lead acid batteries. So as we pulled it out, we did an inspection on it to make sure that everything was good. Their packaging held up very well, and the delivery of it looks great. There's not a single problem with it at all. Everything's good, so it's a good.
Came out good, and it's there's literally no damage, and the fit and finish is perfect. They got really nice heavy duty handles here. Stainless steel screws. They have like a tamper protection thing here that's telling you not to open up the battery. And then up here on the front of the battery, it shows you all the features. So it's 5-year warranty. It's lithium ion phosphate. It's 65, so IPS 65 means it can handle 6 feet of water for 5 minutes. The tolerance of the battery is 140 degrees Fahrenheit at the top end, minus 4 at the bottom end. It's maintenance free, so there's no water, there's no opening up the battery. It's a fast charge, I think 2 hours from 50% to 100%. And they're showing you here that they feel like your acceleration will be better with lithium than you had with lead acid. So that's kind of a look at the outside of the battery. The fit and finish is on point. I see no problems whatsoever with the manufacturing. It's kind of got a little QC pass thing here saying that someone inspected the outside before it got shipped. So that way, if something happens in shipping, you know, you're protected by that. So
yeah, and just based on the size, looking at this quickly, what I would say is that this is equivalent to close to three regular batteries. And most golf carts, you'll find that you have 6. In some particular years, if it's 48 volt, you may have 4. But this is definitely much denser in size, which is great, and it's going to offer a lot of opportunity to be able to put more stuff and to work, more importantly, to work inside there. I know in the past when I've replaced batteries or done any type of upgrade from any electronic, it's cumbersome. There's not much room inside that tray. I mean, the batteries literally just take up the entire compartment. So this will let us have a lot of room to move our hands. So that's going to be a nice feature when we put this in. All right, so we're back. Obviously, we've got the battery unboxed. Everything was in great shape. So I figure we spend a little bit of time talking about the golf cart itself that we're going to be adding this to. This particular battery, I believe it's universal for the most part. We kind of talked about how we're going to fasten it. We'll figure that out. But this cart, a couple of years ago, I spent some quality time and money upgrading the controller, which we did a 500 amp all-tracks controller. We replaced the solenoid and also the motor with an upgraded motor itself. So as it sits right now, it has 6 8-volt batteries, which equals to 48 volts, flooded Trojan batteries. When I first bought the batteries, like always, they had a ton of power. I mean, very strong, very powerful, but over time, that power obviously, dwindles. Diminishes over time. So I'd have to look, but I believe these are 2021, so they've got 4 good years, and I use my golf cart a lot. Like, I go everywhere in my golf cart, so it's got a lot of hours on them. They still hold power, but I certainly can tell you that my distance is not as long anymore, my power is not as strong anymore, and the maintenance and all that other stuff has obviously been something that's been kind of driving me crazy as well. But with that being said, with all those upgrades, this cart is already ready and is dying for something like this here, because it's going to unleash the power that it has in it already that I never got the chance to really do other than a short period of time when the batteries are brand new. And even with the brand new batteries, it still offers so much more that it's going to unleash a lot, and this cart is going to go extremely fast. I don't have an idea of how fast it'll go just yet. I can tell you it does roughly 30 now, but I suspect when I open the controller up, adjust the modifications on it, that we're going to find that this cart will probably do 35, maybe 40. We'll have to see, but this thing is going to definitely show us what it's got. So I'm excited about this upgrade. This is big. It's well overdue, and I think that it's going to be an easy install with everything already done, so it's going to go very fast.
So let's talk a little bit about, with lead acid, some of the maintenance that you have to do. So maybe people have not owned a golf cart before and they don't understand what they have to do with lead acid. What is the maintenance for lead acid? How much does that cost? How often do you have to do this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that the maintenance is a lot, but there is maintenance, and there's side effects to having lead acid batteries. So one thing that you know is that every time you come in, you're going to plug it up. In the charging cycle itself, it's always going to I'm going to say exude or it's going to overflow acid that comes from the batteries. That's just a normal part of the process, right?
What are you actually putting in the batteries?
Yeah, so we use water, so it's a mixture of acid and water.
Okay.
But every time you plug it in, it's going to
it boils.
It boils, right?
Yeah.
It gets hot, it gets heated up, and it flows over. So one of the biggest things is that one, you have to make sure that you're constantly keeping water in there. So we use distilled water. I keep gallons at the house. You're constantly having to make sure every couple of months that you have it. And there's no way to know unless you pull the battery cap off, you know, do a visual inspection to see whether or not it needs water. And then from there, typically if one's low, they're probably all low, and then you're filling it up. So that's happening every 3 months that you should be doing that. And often, if you're in maybe a cold environment or somewhere where you're using you're charging more cycles, that could be happening more repeatedly than that itself. But that is work. And the other part of that is that when that's boiling over, depending on where you're parking your golf cart, it's causing damage.
It goes on the floor.
It goes on the floor.
In the battery bay. So
luckily with the club car, it's an all aluminum based cart. So with the frame itself, so what's nice about that is that even though it overflows, it doesn't cause much corrosion. However, there are other golf carts, including EasyGo, that still, to this day, as far as I know, use a regular metal frame.
So those will probably corrode.
They do.
More.
Yeah, and we've actually made a video one time where we took one apart and it was just absolutely destroyed. We were able to kind of get it back. But it's pretty rough. So that's really one of the bad side effects of having it, right? The other thing is that inside the compartment bay, when you have all those wirings and you have all those connections, you see corrosion. That happens a lot.
From the battery.
From the battery.
It can get on the wiring too.
And I can't tell you how many times that I've had friends, because we obviously dabble in a lot of golf cart stuff, that have come to me and say, I don't know what's going on with my golf cart. And typically what I'll do is, first thing is I go right to all the battery terminals, I'll check the connection, I'll wiggle it, and what'll happen? One just falls right off, right? It looks like it's on there, but it's completely corroded. This is going to be a major help in that regard because you're not going to have all that acid flowing out, getting all over, corroding things, which is really, really good.
It's also kind of the same when you have a solar power system. So these people that have solar power, they'll have a room with like 20 or 30 batteries in it, and the corrosion just over time just kills the battery terminals and it just disconnects. So they have to go back in and they have to put new wiring in and all that. So that's another good thing about this. And also, not to mention the cost of distilled water is probably, how much per gallon do you think it is?
Maybe a couple bucks, but you know, often I'm using 2.5 gallons probably in most cases. When they're really, really low, that might be a little bit over, but you're constantly having to buy it. I keep a constant stock at my house all the time. And it's you know, you got to open it up, you got to pull off all the caps, and it's probably a 15-20 minute process to go through it, and that's just one thing you don't have to do anymore. So you save time, you're not getting the corrosion, and if you lose those battery terminals or those cables, I mean, those are costly too. So if you have to replace those, it's expensive as well.
So everything has gone up in price, so I'm sure that the wiring for the golf carts has gone up equally as well. So they're not cheap. They're high gauge cabling to handle the current on the batteries, and so I'm sure replacing those probably adds some expense as well.
Absolutely.
So I think, but we haven't really tested this yet. For myself, I know that I had to buy distilled water probably every couple of weeks, and I would spend like $10. So the price difference for the lead acid versus the lithium ion is sort of falling directly into line with not having any maintenance.
Correct. Yep. The savings alone from that perspective. Yeah, and I think we could talk about that because that's probably the biggest thing is the pricing. Most people, again, want them, but they've just been fearful of the price. They know all the benefits, and that's admittedly one of the reasons why I just hadn't made the change yet. But now, mind you, these are 2021 batteries, so you know I had 3 years of wait time to figure it out. And they're there. Masasaur especially, they got great pricing on this battery right now on Amazon. We'll show you some details about that in the video. But it is, to me, it is pretty much equal to having buying lead acid batteries versus having lithium, and it's an absolute no-brainer. It's time to get rid of the lead acid, and it's time to make the conversion to lithium.
So right now, I just wanted to touch on that, what Joe just said. So the Masasaur 48 volt, this is 105 amp hours. So that's the big one. That's the biggest one you can get, even if you get 72 volt. 105 amp hour is the biggest battery capacity you can get. Right now, the battery is $18.99 with a $700 coupon.
Wow, that's huge.
So it was $400 yesterday.
Even cheaper.
So they've dropped it to $700. So this battery's what, $1,300?
Yeah, and that's a great deal. That with that additional discount, It is less, I believe, now than lead acid batteries. I'm almost positive.
It's very close, and it's worth it, even if it's a couple $100 more. But yeah, literally yesterday they applied this $700 coupon, and I think that they're trying to reach out to a bunch of the content creators. And when they got that going, they did the extra discount so they can get some more batteries moving.
Yeah, so hopefully by the time this video comes out, the discount is still there. Even if it's $500 or any discount, even at the $1,800 price mark, it's still a fantastic deal right now, in my opinion. And we've got a lot to break out about this battery, but all things tell us this is going to be a phenomenal battery, and it's going to be well worth making the conversion for that price.
So, versus lead acid batteries, what kind of charge cycles can you get out of this lithium-ion battery? What are we looking at before it's not always guaranteed that it's going to die at a certain time. It's kind of like a light bulb. It might die, it might not. But what are they telling you that you can do charge cycle-wise with this 48-volt MASA?
Yeah, so there's a lot of information about this battery. Not all I can recite off the top of my head. So it's probably best that we refer, because I know there's information that's online about that. But the biggest thing is that you're going to get an increased amount of cycles. And what we consider cycles is wearing the battery down to a certain percentage, then charging it back up. With lead acid batteries, every time you're doing that, it's obviously wearing the batteries down, and that's what causes the batteries to wear out over time. I would say that based on what I know about the battery and what we looked at quickly versus this, you're going to get 4 times the life cycles that you would get out of a lead acid battery, maybe more, you know, depending on.
Not only that, they charge faster.
They do charge faster.
So they'll come from almost 0 to 100% faster. But I remember this in my head. The 50%, so if you charge your battery, discharge your battery down 50%, it's 2 hours to go from 50 to 100%. So that's good. If you're out all day, you know, whether you're on the golf course or whether you're in your neighborhood, if you need to take a little break, you can put your cart on the charger and it'll be back in 2 hours and go out and start having fun again.
And again, those amount of cycles that you can go through, that's a lot of time. So I suspect, and I kind of calculated in my mind how often I use mine, how many times I charge mine, that this battery is going to last me over 10 years. Easily.
And in that time, you probably would have bought at least 2 sets, maybe 3. 2 optimistically. If you stretch them out when they're on the end of their life, but
for the flooded batteries. So the one thing to know is that there are different manufacturers for these flooded batteries. I've always been a Trojan fan. They admittedly are the best when it comes to flooded batteries, but they're costly. They're the most expensive. You're going to pay for it. If you're not buying Trojans and you're buying some other knockoff, a Die Hard or whatever battery it is, I promise you're not going to get much time out of it. You're going to find that you're going to have a battery that dies, and before you know it, I see this often. If you have Trojan batteries, what I typically see is that you will have those same Trojan batteries through the entire time until you're ready to replace, right? With those knockoff batteries that you think you're saving money on, every time I see it, they'll have 4 batteries that were all the same date, and then they'll have 2 other random batteries in there that failed that they had to replace. So that's another big benefit too as well, because you want equal power coming from all of those. So you don't want a couple of batteries that are 2 years old or 3 years old and then a brand new battery. This literally is going to be the lifesaver because it's going to stay in perfect harmony all the way across.
You don't have to balance the different batteries out, so they're not going to fail.
It's going to be great.
And also, not only that, but your resale value from this is going to be higher than lead acid. If you have lithium, somebody's going to be more willing to pay you more for your cart. It's all the work's already been done. All the money's already been spent for the lithium. All they have to do is get in the cart and drive it. You don't have to worry about this for, at least 5 years. 5-year warranty also on the battery.
Which is a great warranty.
5-year warranty. So if the battery fails within 5 years, Muscle will take care of you within 5 years.
Absolutely. I mean, at 5 years, if it hasn't failed in 5 years, it's gonna stand a long time, in my opinion, in most things. If we're on the topic of power, the other thing that's really beneficial, depending on your application, what you're using it for. So, like Brad, I like power. I want to go fast on my golf cart. I want to be able to get on the main road, get up to speed, get up the flow with traffic. This battery is going to give you constant power through the entire ramping up of speed. With batteries like I have now, when I hit the gas, it's a slow, gradual, and I can watch the gauge, and it just drops that power down immediately, and then it has to build back up over time. You're not going to have this problem here. You're going to have power immediately, a strong surge of power that's going to last all the way through, and it's phenomenal, right? So that's going to make this thing not only very strong from the get-go of taking off, but to be able to give that additional power that you really need when you're going uphill, and then if you're getting up to the point of your your top speed to be able to push past that, which is really good. So this is going to be a phenomenal addition from that respect alone, with the power that you receive from it.
Not only that, the discharge of these batteries is slower, so you could probably, they're saying with this battery you're good for 35 or 40 miles of range. Now I don't know what that would equate to with lead acid, but this guy, I have never run mine below 60%. I'd say now I have 72 volt, so it's a little bit different, but I've never run it past like 60 or 70%, and I've gone 20, 25 miles. Never even come close to even discharging the other battery that I have in mine. And they're both lithium ion. The only difference is 72 volt versus 48.
One thing to know is obviously every application is different. If you are taking a bone stock golf cart that's got a 250 amp Curtis controller in it, stock controller, stock everything, this battery is going to literally drive you around for hours and hours and hours.
It doesn't have to draw so much power because it's only a smaller amperage controller. So yeah, you'll get more range out of your stock golf cart as well.
Absolutely.
We don't know the actual specs because we haven't really done any kind of testing, but we already know that this is going to be sick with upgraded motor controller solenoid. So I'm excited to get this thing installed, but first we have to remove the current battery. All right, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. We got Joe here, Dukes of Duval, with his new Mosasaur 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. But what we failed to talk about is some of the performance gains that you get from this battery simply because of weight savings. So there's a significant saving of weight when you go from lead acid to lithium ion simply because of the cells are lighter in the lithium ion versus the same amount of voltage and amperage. So let's talk a little bit about that. What are we looking at as far as weight savings here?
Yeah, so what we looked up was, and we confirmed, I believe it's around 68 pounds per battery. So in here, I have 6 8-volt batteries. So you do the math on that. So we looked online, we're gonna verify it, but I believe that they weigh around 63 pounds per battery. So you times that over 6 batteries, that's a significant amount of weight. These come in right at around 100 pounds. So basically this is equivalent to less than 2 batteries, which is pretty phenomenal. So if we're gonna get a savings of 230, 250 pounds, that's significant because if you're a golf cart rider, you know adding 2 additional bodies is a lot of weight, right? So that's the way I look at it, right? Adding 2 more bodies to it really slows you down. So you're reducing that, which is gonna be significant in regards to your overall power, speed, and all that. So huge savings in weight.
So right here in front of us, we have a scale. All we have to do is just tap the scale, it'll come on, we can throw our battery on, well, eventually it'll come on. Throw our battery on here, a single battery, see what that weighs, and then compare it to the 105 pounds for the lithium ion. We'll know exactly how much weight savings we have, not to mention the cabling and other things we get to throw away as well.
Correct, yep. So I think we're gonna go ahead and get started removing a battery. So we'll take one out, we'll weigh it, and let's do a comparison. I'm also interested to see comparison with the size of the battery. This may be less than 3 batteries in size.
Yeah.
This itself.
Definitely skinnier and also less wide and less long than 3 batteries, I would say, just by looking at it.
I think the battery is probably equivalent to the
same width.
To the same width, but I think that it's going to come up less than 3. So we'll put them all together and we'll show you guys.
It is 13 1/8 wide by 20 inches, we'll call it long.
Yep.
So why don't you measure one of those batteries, and then we'll show you guys once we get the battery out. Make sure you go across the terminals.
Roughly 10 inches.
10 by?
Roughly 7 3/4.
Oh, okay.
So 2 inches.
2 inches less with this one, right?
Yep. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get in here and start taking out these batteries. So obviously we're gonna take off the seat here, set that to the side. Right now, when you're looking at this setup, right? So obviously these batteries are in a series. So what will happen is that you'll have a positive that comes off the solenoid, and then you'll have a negative that comes off the controller.
Okay.
But with that, from here, you're going to see that you have cables that are connecting to each one in a series, right? As you can see, these are not your typical wires. I custom made these 2-gauge wires to really beef it up in preparation for my controller that I added the solenoid and everything else. And now that I have the battery, it's perfect timing because it's really going to be able to handle a serious load on it. So what we'll have to do to get these batteries out is that with this particular card. This again has 6. We'll have to remove these brackets right here that are what we would call like a tie down for it. Okay. Once these are removed from here, we'll go in and take out each individual battery. I have a specialized strap that you take to use to lift them out. Okay. So we'll get working on that, and then we'll show you what it looks like from a weight perspective and comparison.
Perfect. All right, let's get moving.
Got him! Got him!
62.6 pounds.
Wow, so the internet was right. It's 63.
And it's probably missing a little bit of water too. So I bet if it had fully topped off with water,
that's crazy.
63.6 yep.
pounds. All right, guys, we took all the old lead acid batteries out, and you did see that the battery weighed 63 pounds.
Correct. Yep.
Incredible. That probably weighs more than like one of your children.
These nuts.
One child.
Yes.
So we're gonna get the new battery in, but first, we're gonna conclude this video by showing you guys the compartment here. So what we have left here basically is an inverter. So this converts 12 volts to 110 volts. We have a voltage reducer here that goes from 48 volts to 12. Then we have a fuse box here for all the 12 volt accessories, and everything for the golf cart is located behind this metal panel here. When you pull this off, everything's mounted to the back of this. So what is our next step on the next video?
Yeah, so obviously the first thing I want to do, anytime that you have an opportunity, in my opinion, to clean up, like this is a good time. Don't just throw it back in there. Get in there, clean it all up, make sure it looks good. And then we're going to start measuring out. One of the things that I kind of forgot about was this center spine here, which I think that's going to give us a little bit of a challenge, including these wires. So I think in yours, we had to come in.
We cut that.
We had to cut that out a little bit, which is not a big deal. A simple Sawzall, Dremel tool, something like that. It's just plastic. Should come out there pretty easy.
And if I remember correctly, we also had to cut out part of this part where the charge port was because it was in the way of us getting the new charge port installed. So we cut some of this guy out right here too, this little hump right there.
Yep.
So in the next video, we're gonna go ahead and get this all prepped up for the new battery. Go ahead and get that battery installed, and then we will update you guys when we're ready to do that.
Sounds good.
Sounds good?
Yep.
All right, let's get out of here. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. How's it going today? Wanted to take a few minutes to show you guys my whole home audio system, and I'm gonna do that now. So look around. So when I bought the house, I started on the whole home audio immediately. I knew it was going to be a lot of work, but I went ahead and got up in the attic and ran all the wiring and everything. I kind of want to show you guys this before I show you the smart home stuff in a different video. But closet's a little messy because this is where I keep all my Amazon package for returns. But so this is the whole home audio system here for the house, and basically it's a less expensive way of going than having a switching system for each room. I'm basically doing a manual switch for the rooms there, and this is a Pioneer receiver. This is a VSX 1124K, and it is actually my leftover receiver from when I got a new receiver for my home theater, which you guys will see here shortly as part of the home audio. Now this monitor up here is strictly for the receiver to be able to look at the setup menu because without that, some of the features are not available. Like, it's very hard to find them on the remote. So if we just press home here, we should see, yeah, see how now we can see the, oh, it still says no signal, but may have come unplugged, but that's, oh, there we go. Well, I'm not sure, but that's supposed to be the menu for the receiver there, like when you press that home button. Oh, there it goes, okay. So that's how you set up the receiver, all the speaker modes and everything on it. So that's why I have this monitor here. Right below that, you can see that there is a speaker selector switch for each room. Generally, I leave all the speakers on all the time. They are not individually level controllable. That's the only thing about this. There are selector switches that do that, but they don't have this many rooms available. Oh, also, computer, turn on the audio closet light. So I probably should have done that first, huh? So I have a smart home plug in here with the with a fluorescent light back in the back. All my wiring goes up through the walls into the attic, up through there behind the speaker selector box. And this is my Behringer Ultra Bass Pro. So this is a sub-harmonic synthesizer, or what this does is it enhances bass. It actually creates lower, fuller bass, and it has several settings. There's a DBX unit that's similar. I think it's the 120 or something like that. But basically you can adjust the amount of, you know, synthesized bass you want. It's got a frequency adjustment for how low you want the bass to be, the frequency wise, a dynamic punch, and then it's got a subharmonic or an ultra bass. Then you can select ultra low or punch. You can adjust. I've got it right in the center. And then, sorry, the camera wasn't even on there the whole time. You've got a bass limiter if you want it, and then this section over here is to send bass to your satellite speakers, which I do not use that part. I've got my satellites in the ceilings all running full range because some rooms don't have subwoofers. Most do, but some don't. There is a JBL 10-inch subwoofer here in the closet as well that handles bass for this side of the house very well. And the main source of music here is this Audio Echo Dot. See the music just stop, but there's some more playing now. It's supposed to be royalty free so I don't get copyright struck. But basically the way this works is from any room, and I'm gonna do a smart home tour another time. From any room I can say, I can tell, you know, if I say it now she's gonna wake up, but if I say, you know, the smart home thing and play something on this device here, like what kind of music I want, it will start playing in the house. Now there's some other smart home options that I'll show you guys when I show you the smart home stuff. There's ways to play music from any room that has the Echo Show or a Fire Stick. You can create music groups and then you can play in various other rooms. So this is the audio closet. This is the amplifier section that feeds the whole house. And really like the ability to just have the dot right there. Just makes things so much easier. Now, if you really wanted to, you can control this from the phone as well with the Pioneer remote app. And this guy will play, this is internet capable too. It will play internet radio, Pandora, but you don't really need it if you have this guy because that's really all you need. But yeah, so that's the closet. Give you guys a tour of what the in-ceiling speakers look like now. All right, guys, let's take a look at the in-ceiling setup here. So you can see in the bedroom here, we got, these are actually 6.5. They're not the 8s. I have slowly been upgrading these speakers to 8-inch speakers when they fail. I haven't done this room yet because actually I am going to be putting 5.1 audio in this room, and so I'm going to be using that for the center channel. That's going to be the rear center if I have a rear center. I don't even know if I'll have that, but I'm going to do 2 more in the front there for left and right, 2 here for the mid speakers, and then 2 more in the back for the surround. So that's the bedroom. Now let's take a look at the living room. So the living room has the upgraded ones. Those are actually 8-inch. They're 8-inch with a tweeter in the center. The other ones are 6.5 with the tweeter in the center. So this room actually eventually, when I have time, will get 5.1 sound as well, all in the ceiling. This room also has the refurb Hulk PSW 10 from yesterday that we acquired for $30 and cleaned up really nice. The only thing it really needs is the screws cleaned up. I got to get the same screws from Home Depot because those are rusted out. Taking a look at the sunroom here, we've got the 8-inch with the tweeters in the center there. It's a different design. See how those, you can't see the tweeter? The ones on the sunroom you can. Kitchen. Got the 8-inch there with the tweeter in the middle that's covered with the grills. Moving into the office area, we've got still the 6.5s. Those need to be upgraded. I noticed these speakers will start cutting out after a while. I think the wires on the voice coil come loose a little bit and then they stop playing, because if you like tap them, they'll come back on. Then moving into the bathroom area, we've got, since this is a small room here, I did 1 8-inch there and one 8-inch there. I noticed this one up here is actually starting to do that weird thing with the voice coil wire, I believe, because you literally tap it with a broom and it comes back on, and I believe that's a short. All right, so moving on to the patio. So the patio is a kind of an interesting story here, because it had a cabinet there that literally fell apart, and it had its own amplifier powering those speakers, and then I had a powered subwoofer in the cabinet as well, and then there's a 50-inch television there. So when that cabinet failed, I decided, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet, because I'm going to be redoing my pool here pretty quickly, but these can actually run off of zone 2 of the amplifier in the closet inside. So for now, you can still do Fire Stick here and listen to it on this through the whole house audio thing with the Echo devices. All the rooms have, most of the rooms have either monitors or televisions and Fire Sticks. I will show that on my smart home video tour, which will be quite extensive, as my house is completely smart home, everything. Moving out to the garage, we've got the 8-inch in ceiling out here as well. The only thing that I'm lacking in the garage is a subwoofer, and I'm going to do that as soon as I find another PSW10. I'm going to throw it out here, and then of course run the prerequisite wires. I don't know where I'm going to do that, probably that up in that corner there, come down, since you can't see that up there. That's probably the easiest way to get the wires from the back of these guys. I'll just take speaker level out of these guys and then run them to a subwoofer. So guys, that's my whole home audio tour. Now, I did want to show you guys my home theater, which died last night, literally died. I think the bulb in my projector finally gave out after about 7 years, but this is my theater room, which I will do a full tour on as soon as I get a new bulb for my projector. I think that's what happened. Now the bulb lasted a long time because I run it in eco mode, and like ever since I got the projector, I've run it in eco mode, and I've just got it strapped up on a glass shelf up there underneath, and it's a 120-inch screen. We have a Pioneer receiver, JBL front speakers, and then I did the surround sound 6.5s for the surround sound, and I have a Advent center channel. The screen is made by me. It is paint. It's called home theater screen paint. You can get it at Lowe's. I framed out the screen myself and painted and sanded the wall, and it came out amazing. I ran all the wire. I did pretty much everything in this room myself. I did the paint. I did all the electrical work. I did the audio cabling. So the cables go to wall plates behind the receiver. They go up through the ceiling there to the speakers, and also HDMI to the projector, which is a really, really nice Epson. It's not 4K. Don't think I'm going to be doing that anytime soon because they're really expensive for a true 4K. But it does do 1080p, and it's very bright. And I highly recommend it. I don't remember the model number. I'll have to get it and put it in the description. But yeah, so this is the home theater room. Of course, that light's usually off. I got my art there, my projector up there, and reclining couch there, and a futon there. 120-inch screen. It's actually capable of going wider. That's just as far back as I can go without the door. If you want to get an idea of how big the screen is, there's the door. So that's as big as it can go without taking the door off, literally, which I thought about doing that, but I did not do it. But anyway, that's going to do it for today's video. Wanted to do a quick tour and show you guys the home audio system. I hope you guys liked it. If you have any questions or need advice on anything home audio related, please don't hesitate to put it down in the comments section. Have a good day. We got all the walls patched. Right there, that's where we will power up our power conditioner. And then we need about the same to get to the wall. Good morning, guys. It is a fresh day and I wanted to come in here and show you guys exactly what I got done yesterday and what my plan is going to be for this morning. So yesterday we got a whole lot done. Basically, we got all the walls patched. You can see we filled the huge hole but right up here where wires were coming through when we moved them down there. We filled the hole where our subwoofer jack was up there, and we have basically everything ready now for paint. I'm gonna go ahead and tape the floor off this morning. Notice we have our subwoofer jack chilling in here. We got our plate for our Ethernet in here, so we're ready for Ethernet as well. All we have to do now is tape the floor and go ahead and paint this room. So I'm gonna go ahead and prep for that right now. Little update from the hallway here, and you can see that the closet is 100% painted. It is drying right now, so I'm just giving that about an hour and a half to 2 hours to really dry with the fan on it before I start working and putting wall plates and stuff in. I have the audio rack right here in front of me, and I need to start building out the audio rack. The big question is, where does everything go? Well, we know the subwoofer goes on the ground. That can go in last as long as we have the cabling all run. The tricky part about this is once that rack is in there and the trim is on, it will not come out without taking the trim off. We have to get a few things on the rack. We have to get our Juke amp, our audio distribution for our subwoofer system. This is a distribution amp for the sub signal. We got to get our Behringer Ultra Bass, and we got to get our preamplifier that is ordered, the WIM. All that cabling has to be in place when we roll in the shelf. So it's going to take some planning, because if I don't get it right, I won't be able to hide the wires, and I can't get to the back of the rack once it's in there. So that's kind of where we are now. I'm going to start laying out the audio on the shelf and figuring out where everything's going to go. The WIM is very small. I want to get the measurements out of that and kind of mock up where that's going to go so I can get the cables all done. Okay, so that's where we are. That's our next step, to lay out this audio shelf completely and see where everything's going to go. We need to go ahead and unbox a couple of things here. We need to get our power conditioner out and also our switch. We have a switch to put in. This is our power conditioner. It's a Panamax, pretty good, really kind of expensive power conditioner for the shelf here. So let's go ahead and get this unboxed. Big thick cabling, I like that. Looks like it has rack mountability. Well, it's got LAN also, but I don't think I'm going to use that. But yeah, here it is. It's got 2 banks of power on the back. It's got LAN. It's got telephone, old school. It's got cable TV. Don't need any of that stuff, but here's the front. It does have a USB-A on the front and a plug on the front. It looks pretty cool. I'm not going to use ears for anything. There's the audio distribution amp. It has 1 input and 4 outputs to feed the subwoofers. That's it, besides our WIM. 8 deep, 7 wide. Let's get some stuff laid out here. I think it'll be fun. All right, so here is our shelf, and you can see we have power right there. That's where we will power up our power conditioner. We have 1, 2, 3 racks. The 4th rack is going to be for the subwoofer. Nothing will go there. So we have to figure out a good layout for this with all of our equipment, keeping in mind this shelf is lit. So whatever we want to be lit up needs to be right there. And we also have to keep in mind power and running cables. And once this thing is in the closet, it is in the closet till the trim comes back off. So let's bring some of our stuff over. Okay, the top shelf is designed for the amp because I have the height just perfect to hide the wiring here. So the top shelf will have to be the amp. Let's go ahead and plug in the power. So there is power right under here and also USB type A. I'm thinking the WIM on top, very top, so on top of the amp. It doesn't have any cooling or anything on top, so there's no reason not to put that there. Power management might make more sense here because power is literally right behind it. Wow, it just lit up, that's cool. It has lights on the bottom to light up other parts of the rack if you're in a rack and you have equipment under it. It looks like it lights up the equipment below it. Very cool. So I'm thinking maybe the splitter there, because it uses the output of the Ultra Bass. Let's unbox our switch. We got another Unify 2.5 gig. That switch can go there, lit up all nice. We also have our Echo Dot that has to go somewhere, like that. That is everything except the WIM. All right, so this is about wiring. Let's get this thing turned around. We're back behind the rack again after a trip to Home Depot and some research. I found a power cable for the WIM. So I bought it. I bought a bunch of zip ties. I'll never run out again. And I bought some cable management sticky things, the sticky pads that you use with zip ties. Those are very helpful. Here is the new power cable. Unfortunately, it's 12 feet. I don't need it that long. That's going to be tied up in the back. But yeah, this will allow me to pre-wire for the WIM. That's the whole point, is to get a head start because it's not going to be here for a while. I'm going to put this up here just to hold it for now. All right, guys, a little update here from the closet. I got done with the wiring in the rack, and now I am going to go ahead and finish off the closet with all the wall plates. Hopefully I have everything I need. I don't have the one for the RCA jacks for the subwoofer for the whole house. I have everything else, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now and get all these wall plates put in the closet. I have a brush plate for all the wires that I have to put in. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. I want to give you guys a little wrap up of everything that I accomplished today. So today was finishing off the audio closet. I got all of the wall plates in, as you can see there. We got power up there if we need it. If we want to do like a cool sconce or something or whatever, we have power available. I got the brush plate on for the audio outputs for the whole house. Everything's labeled and on the plugs and ready to go for the Juke amplifier. I've got the RCA plate in. I'm just hoping that the rack doesn't interfere with it, but I don't think it will. It's going to be close, but not quite. I got the Ethernet plate on, and I got our other power plate ready down there. I got all of the wiring done on the rack and everything tied up behind the rail so you won't see them when you turn the thing to the front. I've got everything hooked up. I've got our Juke ready. I've got all of the wiring for the WIM. The WIM's going up here on top of the Juke. I've got the labeling for the WIM right here. The WIM's going on top of the Juke. It's so funny. I've got this is a sub output. This feeds the sub that goes down here in the closet and also the entire house. Everything labeled. I've got power for the WIM because I bought a power cable ahead of time so I could get it all wired up. It's a long one too. I've got NUC. I've got the Juke input right here. I'm waiting for male-to-male RCA connectors for the back of the WIM. And so the WIM will feed the Juke. WIM output, Juke input. So we come out of this, female RCA, we have male to males. This will go right into the WIM Juke output, if that makes sense. Now the WIM will also be fed the DOT. So that's what this is for the WIM input, and the WIM output feeds a Juke. Pretty ingenious setup. The Juke is the whole home, all zone, 8-zone amplifier. Down here we've got our Ubiquity 2.5 gig switch. We've got our DOT, and then we have our distribution amplifier for subwoofers for the house. So it comes in here and it is distributed twice. Once to feed the audio closet sub and once to feed the entire house right there to that wall plate. All the wiring is ready to go for that. And then down at the bottom we have our Panamax MR4300. So that is our power conditioner there. Our Panamax, it has two different banks of power, one high current, one not. It has nice little lights on it that are going to glow right here. It has a power on the front and also a USB type A in case we ever want to put a device here. And then that is also extra power there that comes with the actual rack here. There'll be a link to this in the description. It's in the other description of my other video. I'll copy it over. But yeah, that's about it for today. This thing is ready to go as soon as I get literally 2 packages from Amazon. We've got mail to mail for this, and we have, it feeds the Behringer Ultra Bass. The Behringer Ultra Bass feeds this 4-port distribution amplifier. So I'm waiting for the cable from the Behringer Ultra Bass out to our distribution amp in, and it is on the way. It'll be here anytime now. But guys, that's gonna do it. In the next video, you're gonna see all this stuff powered on and how it looks. All this trim will have to go back on as well. This will not fit with the trim on, so this is gonna slide in, trim will go back on, everything will be good to go. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Corgi Christmas. Korg deer. Rain Korg. What are you looking at? Baba, it's Cat TV. You love it, Cat TV. Get it, dude. It's a tree rat. Go get it, dude. Why are you so... Get it.
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck up!
and I'm not going to take this anymore!
You ready? 1, 2, 3. Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing living room once again. We have this garden edging from Amazon that was not cheap at all. We're going to be using that today, and then if we step outside here in the Supercar Street Racing front yard, we are going to be taking a look at doing this garden and getting it all fixed up. We're going to put the edging in, we're going to put the flowers in that we got here, and then we are going to fill this with the black mulch, and that's all happening today. Let's get started and get to work. Before we get started here today on the current project on Supercar Street Racing, we need to cut this. There's a little stump right there we need to cut. So we are going to be going over to Rich's and getting the chainsaw. All right, we do have one stump right here and one over here that we're just going to be cutting off. That is the next thing on the mission. All right, we got these stumps removed here, and now I'm just going to basically try to install this edging the best I can. Let's take a look at this edging. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It is flexible, and you should just be able to go like that and break off some of the concrete and then drive the stakes down in. So we're going to try to turn this corner or either we could just cut it. What we want to do is, actually that's kind of perfect right there. Right here we're just going to extend it right up to the house, and they have the pins that come with it to hold it. We should be able to get one at the other end, and maybe we have to break something off right here. One there, one there. Have to be careful with the wire. All right, let's dig. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put some lights in. I got a splice into this guy here. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it. I'm out of the connectors. I'm gonna have to use wire nuts.
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
All right, guys, so that is going to wrap up the front garden part. This will be one video. The next video will be the other garden, but I just wanted to give you guys a good look at what I did. I did put the edging in around the garden. It was pretty easy. And then I just planted knockout roses and some other plants. I was given these two plants in the front. It's an interesting story. I don't know who put them here, but they dropped them at my house as a gift. So I went ahead and planted those in the front. I planted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knockout roses, and I forgot what these other smaller plants are called exactly, but they will come back every year. And knockout roses are very, very low maintenance, so you don't really have to do much to them. But you can see I went all the way around the side here, and it's a huge improvement from what it was before. And now I just have to get the blower out and blow off the pavers and stuff, which I forgot to do. And that will conclude this project, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and stay tuned for the next one when that garden over there will get its treatment as well. See ya. right, guys, this is day 8 without a pool pump turned on. For those of you who don't know, I am having my pool remodeled, and it's just a waste to keep using this for now. But look at this, day 8 with no pool pump on.
Nice car. What's the retail on one of those?
More than you can afford, pal.
Lamborghini.
Smoke. Yep, done. Oh shit. Dude, it's a Murcielago. They're both Murcielagos. Fucking going left, right? Oh, they pulled over? Oh shit, dude.
What are you smiling about?
Dude, I almost had you.
You almost had me? You never had me. You never had your car.
And we'll just pull it tight. Well, that's not good. Anything break?
No.
Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a special enhancement for the garage, and it's sitting right here looking so fly and fresh. And this is going to go into the garage right now, but first we're going to open it up on Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, sitting right in front of me is an LED picture light for the garage to go over our Supercar Street Racing banner. And let's get this thing unboxed. And inside here, right here, and right now, you can see the LED light looking so fresh. And basically this light just uses USB power. It is very light. It probably won't need anything except drywall screws to hold it in. We will see. Does come with drywall inserts though, if you need them, and this little telescoping arm. And here is the mount. So basically you put this on the wall. It's almost got like a hot shoe mount. This comes out over and you can redirect your light any way you want. And it does come with this remote control as well, but you now shall not receive batteries with this. In front of the Supercar Street Racing banner, and the plan right here and right now is to put this TV back all the way like this and hang this banner. The TV will generally be facing this way because it's in the corner. Now all we want to do right here and right now is mount this TV. Now all we want to do right here and right now is mount this light so that it shines down on our banner like so. And then the wire will simply run behind the TV to this USB receptacle that I have. We have power available, a USB-A right behind it. It's super convenient. And I believe this thing works like this. Well, no, it would have to be like that. Screws on like that, so that's how you do that. And then we will just mount this up here and we will zip tie our wire. I wish the wire wasn't running, you know, wasn't right on the tip of this. I wish it was like, but actually that's not bad, you can't see it. So that's as high as we want it because it's going to be hidden right under the TV and we want it dead centered. So somewhere we probably need to get our, we need to get our measuring tape and measure dead center. Grabbing the measuring tape, and it is 4 feet. So we're gonna go at 2 feet. 2 feet is right above this little graphic. So what we wanna do is go as high up as we can without interfering with the TV, right there. And at 2 feet, right at the center. And just throw our screws in right there, like as high as we can go. Hopefully we don't need inserts for this, it's very light. Screws are very long and it's very light. And now we will just try to level it out so it doesn't look crooked, right there. There is that. This thing is fine, it's not going anywhere. Light is very light. Get it? Now we'll zip tie this to the little neck. We'll run the neck right there. And all we have to do now is give this thing power. And there is a USB type A connector on the actual receptacle back here, which makes this very convenient. And it is plugged in and on and freaking out. It is oscillating. Oh, it's audio based. Nice. Okay, it is on music right now, but so eventually it's going to come up like that and you won't see it. We will tie it straight up like this and it's completely hidden by the TV. But for now, it is on music mode. So I'm putting it on auto where it is doing a nice RGB effect. As you guys can see, we can put it on color. And that is white. That's as white as it's gonna get. It's sort of a cool white, but you can see how it lights up the Supercar Street Racing banner right there, pretty cool. And then back on, and that is the brightness level. You can do dim or bright with the remote. That is full brightness. Now back on auto is where it oscillates through the colors. Looks pretty cool, guys. And I'll get another shot at night, and we also have to deal with this banner at the bottom not working right. But we need to get some zip ties and finish up our work. And the light is on and the wire is completely hidden, guys. Check it out. Looks fly and fresh. That's not good.
Got it! Got it!
Anything break?
No.
Yeah. Well, I broke my microphone connector. That's wonderful. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 4K production studio. My name is Brad, and today we're taking a look at this RGB picture light. Now this RGB picture light is pretty cool, and what we wanted to do is also show you our custom vinyl banner. Now this banner was made specifically by me, and I designed it on uprinting.com. But first, let's take a look at this RGB picture light. Now basically what this light is for right here is for hanging on top of a piece of art. And it can light up your art in multiple different ways. Now we are using it for our Supercar Street Racing banner out in the garage. And you can see it right here on the screen where it says RGB picture light with remote. And this thing does work with USB, so it does have a USB type A on the end of the plug. And checking right here online here on Amazon, it does have a 4.3 star review. And it does cost $34.98 right now for the RGB one. And that's the one we have out here in the garage right now. And let's take a look at some of the reviews here. It has 69% 5-star reviews, easy to install, and so nice. Satisfied and perfect fit. And the 1-star reviews say it's supposed to be wireless, but that is not true. It is not chargeable. And this guy says doesn't work with the timer. And the other guy says just cheap, which yes, it is very cheap, but it does work fine. And now taking a look at some of the pictures here, you can see there is an app for this as well. I didn't use it. And here we have the different colors that you can switch it to over your artwork. And right here, right now, you can see on the app where you can control the music as well. And right here is what's in the package. Basically, it comes in pieces. It has some drywall inserts and screws, the neck, and it has a small remote control on the actual wire so you don't have to use the app. And you can see a picture of it right here in someone's living room with the RGB effect. And that's what I had turned on, as you guys could see in the video, out in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And right here, it has the remote control feature the button control feature, and also you can control it with an app on your phone. And now we're taking a look at the custom banner that I ordered on uprinting.com. Now I did design this myself. I'm pretty good at Photoshop, as you can see on some of the videos. So I did design this myself, and I used Photoshop to design it. And then I uploaded it to uprinting.com. I chose 48 by 36 because of the area I wanted to cover up. And you can see right here, right now, it was $29 for the subtotal here for my custom banner, which is not bad. Now, the other two banners I ordered were very large and they were much more expensive. Now, you can see the other order was almost $250 for the two large banners out in the garage, but the 48 by 36 banner was only $53 with everything included. So please check out uprinting.com. And back here on this Supercar Street Racing channel here, and we want to encourage you to please help out the channel by buying all your Amazon products through the links in the description. And you don't have to buy the actual product. You can buy anything you want through any of our links in our description. It does give us a small amount of money and you help support the channel. And please like and subscribe. That's very important for the channel as well. A lot of people watch but aren't subscribed, and we could really use your support. And we want to thank you guys for the shark coating video support. That video has over 200,000 views and it did very well. And we're so excited to be growing with the community and have you here on Supercar Street Racing. So go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. And we'd love to hear from you in the comments as well. What do you think about the channel? What needs to be improved? What are we doing right? And what are we doing wrong? And we're going to be back soon with the Marantz Cinema 70S review. We have that all set up and ready to go. I just need to put that video together and get it out to you guys. But for now, I gotta bounce. I gotta get over here and edit. Out in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and of course we are recording on the phone, which has better low light video. We got the garage lights set to purple, but I wanted to show you guys the art print light that is chilling so nicely over the Supercar Street Racing banner, and it is set to a cool white, but we have this remote here that can do whatever we want. We can go red, green, blue, yellow, light blue, purple, and back to white. Or we can do oscillating colors, which looks fly. Guys, I hope you like this video. Please like and subscribe. Good morning, everybody. This is day 11 with no pool pump turned on. Day 11. Getting kind of green, isn't it?